Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Wielded the Butterfly Miraculous? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Before the era of Quirks, there was the miraculous magic jewels, used by chosen welders for the greater good, or by thieves for selfish purposes. When the first few Quirks appeared, the Miraculous Heroes tried to help the world transition. Once the first pro-heroes were established, the miraculous jewels were returned to their guardians, only to be used when the threat of magic appeared on the horizon. Amelie Marie Tsurugi was relaxing in her home office, leaning her head against her hand as she checked the news on the most recent heroes. A silver brooch with 5 pale pink jewels was pinned to her collar. A royal blue Kwami was napping in a nest of blankets hidden in one of the drawers of her desk. Abruptly she jolted, hitting her large head against the top of the drawer. Ignoring the sting of pain, she reached out with her magic, attempting to trace if it were a fellow Kwami. All she could trace was the faint wisp of magic, not a Kwami, but something twisted and dark all the same. Ami! Dusu phased through the desk and startled her holder. Our suspicions were correct. I sensed something, Ami. The bluenette sat up straight as she recovered from the shock. Could you tell where? Is it a Kwami? I'm afraid not. The thing I sensed was different to what happened with Hawkmoth and Chrysalis. This wasn't a miraculous. The peahen said worriedly. Not again. Amelie resisted the urge to slam her head against the desk. With quirks being so common, the practice of magic has died out. I don't even want to know how someone knew how to do something bad enough that you sensed it. What should we do? Dusu asked, following her holder as she approached a bookshelf. Amelie smiled. What else? I can't risk going out as Aoi Tori anymore. So we need to make some new friends. On the shelf were 2 bookends, one of a peacock and the other a dragon. She turned the heads of the creatures to face each other. With a click, a panel opened from the bottom of the shelf. On it was a keypad, which she used to type in a date only significant to her. Once the pin was entered, the books slid forward to reveal a secret drawer. Inside was a midnight blue box with a spiraling red pattern on the circular lid. Amelie put her hand on the center of the pattern and pushed in. The circular panel slid up to allow Amelie to twist it open. The center panel twisted open as well as the rest of the lid. 12 mini drawers opened around the perimeter of the box. Who do you think? Amelie asked her partner. You'll need Tiki or Plague to balance out any dark magic. Dusu pointed out. But we needn't send out both right now. The last thing we need is for someone to figure out about the wish and have both in the field. A male pointed out. What do you think? Tiki will be more inclined to help, I think. Plague is rather apathetic unless one of our kin are involved. Dusu tapped her paw on her chin. But she shouldn't go out alone. Right? The ladybug is the defense to the cat's offense. And we still need some balance, so an offensive destruction loyal Kwami and an offensive creation loyal Kwami. Amelie nodded, retrieving the earrings and placing them in a sphere-shaped box. She'd need to debrief the Kwami before they left, so she left the lid off. I think Nuru would want to help, Dusu pointed out. After the disaster with his last 2 holders, he's been itching to help heroes flourish again. Plus you get 1 more hero without an extra miraculous. Good plan. She grabbed the brooch. And finally, I think the bee will keep the group balanced. The comb was also pulled from the box. Excellent choice, Guardian. Dusu agreed, landing on her partner's shoulder. She cupped her hand around her Kwami companion, hugging her to her cheek. I was hoping I could serve my time as guardian without any incidents like Mama, Father had to deal with. Much less having to choose a ladybug to succeed Tantai Marinette. Dusu nodded. Don't worry about that. No ladybug will ever be Marinette, but Marinette was the only person who could be her. Whoever you choose will get to see a new ladybug that only that person can be. Amelie Marie Tsurugi took a deep breath and nodded. All right, now where should I start looking? Momo Yaoyorozu was finishing getting ready for the day when she spotted a dark blue sphere on her vanity. She didn't remember owning such a thing before, so she assumed her parents must have put it here. Maybe it was something interesting they spotted in a store and thought she'd like? She picked it up to inspect it. The material was nothing she had seen before. It was cool like metal but shined like resin, but didn't weigh enough to be either. It was perfectly round except for a small flat area at the base so that it could sit on a table without rolling away. Looking closer, she found a near-invisible seam running along the perimeter of the orb. After tugging yielded no results, Yaoyorozu decided to twist it instead. The top half split into 5 pieces that twisted away to reveal the inside of the ball. Inside was a set of red earrings, with each having 5 black spots making them look like little ladybugs. Yaoyorozu blinked at the odd choice. While she liked red, ladybugs were never a particular thing for her. But as she touched one to feel what they were made of, a whirl of pink light erupted from the jewel. "Hello, Momo. +X+." Shoto Todoroki had done an excellent job of avoiding his father today. He was especially proud of his move this morning, when he had woken up and immediately jumped out the window of his bedroom, dangling from his ledge on the 2nd story to make it appear the room was vacant when his father came in. His sister Fuyumi, who was outside at the time and saw him hanging from the ledge, did an excellent job not screaming at the sight. However, she did lecture him for 10 minutes straight when he eventually stopped hiding once their father went to work. Shoto preferred to stay away from home as much as possible when Endeavor was there, so he had done another disappearing act following an early dinner. At this rate, he could probably give most pro heroes a run for their money with how hard he was to catch. The heterochromic didn't get home till the early hours of the morning. Falling onto his bed, Shoto heard something clatter to the floor. Peeking over the edge revealed a ball, dark in color and a little larger than his fist, rolling away from the bed. It must have flown off then he landed. Not sure what he was looking at, the boy reluctantly stood up to grab it. It didn't seem like anything special, just a random sphere. He spun it around in his hands and felt something shift. Twisting the rest of the lid, he realized it was a container of some kind. Shoto flicked on his desk lamp to see better. A gold hair comb with a B-shaped decal was sitting innocently in the box. Despite his better judgment, the teen decided to take the comb from the box and inspect it. As Shoto turned it over in his palms, a buzz filled the air and a ball of yellow light formed around the comb. Shoto did the first thing he thought of, which was throw the comb and freeze it to the wall, but this didn't stop the glow until it solidified into a little creature with bright blue and yellow eyes. "Greeting, my queen. +X+." Izuku Midoriya was in his bathroom, carefully applying burn cream to his shoulder. He hadn't run fast enough today, it seemed. But that was okay. It just meant he needed to try harder tomorrow. After all, no one would want a hero who couldn't get where he needed to go quickly. By some miracle, Kaken had left his school supplies alone, instead focusing on shoving Izuku into a circle with his other friends. He had burns on shoulder from being launched around by explosions, a scratch on his cheek from when he tried to break out of the circle, and got elongated fingers dragging him by his face and hair back into the fray. Eventually he had just fallen down and stopped moving. The possum tactic usually worked since Kaken would get bored quicker. Thankfully the kick to his ribs was off and had only bruised the skin, not the bone. His bag had been discarded outside the circle of teens and was mercifully ignored. He didn't want to explain to his mom why he needed yet another new backpack this semester. The other good thing that happened today was that after he had gotten done with his combat training, he found a cat in the alley he had been fighting in. The animal was black, but he almost thought it was blue with how the light reflected off of its fur. It sat with him while he cried, always the crybaby, and let him pet it. He talked to the feline like it was a friend, and pretended it was listening. Finally, when his tears had dried, the greenette bid farewell to the cat and gathered his things. Now he just needed to get his shoulder fixed up before his mom got home. When Izuku went back to his room to hide his personal first aid kit, the boy found a weird ball next to his computer mouse. Figuring his mom had just found something she thought looked cool, he picked it up. Spinning the top open after figuring out it was a container of some kind. Inside was a very pretty brooch, with a purple gem in the middle and 4 tapered silver pieces. They reminded him of a butterfly's wings with how they sat, framing the jewel in the center. It looked expensive, like something he would see on the red carpet of a fancy event. He hoped his mom hadn't actually spent too much money, since he had nowhere to wear it, and the chances of Kaken deciding to borrow it were pretty high. Picking it up carefully, he held it up to himself in the mirror, experimenting with pinning it to his uniform. When the violet brooch was attached to his shirt, something very unexpected happened. A swarm of white butterflies erupted from the brooch, causing Izuku to stumble back, landing on his bed but with his hurt shoulder first. Holding the offending limb carefully, he had to watch while the butterflies began to fill the room. A small swarm formed into a ball which began to glow. When the light subsided, Izuku saw a small doll-like being floating in the air. It had 2 butterfly wings on its back and a spiral on its lilac-colored head. "Greetings, Simsar," it chirped in a high-pitched but soft voice, not unlike a child's. "Do not be alarmed. I am not a threat to you." What the dash? Izuku managed not to scream by sheer force of will. "I know this is very sudden, but let me explain. I am Nuru, and I am what is called a kwami." Nuru hovered close enough to Izuku for him to hear the creature's quiet voice, but not too close to alarm the teen. "I am the embodiment of transmission and change. You have been selected as the new wielder of my power, which you can do by using my miraculous. The brooch you are currently wearing." Izuku rested a hand on the jewelry in question. "Are you serious?" "I am quite serious," Nuru insisted. "Miraculous are an ancient creation, created when we Kwamis wanted to connect with you humans and lend you our strengths for the good of the world. You are the next wielder in a long line of butterfly heroes." "Hero?" He sat up straight. "Are you saying you can give me a quirk to be a hero with?" Nuru shook his head. "Not a quirk. Magic. A fully realized miraculous holder is much stronger than any quirk seen by this world." "Even All Might?" Izuku questioned. "He is the #1 hero of Japan, correct?" "I have not been out much this past century," Nuru asked, and after receiving a nod, continued. "If you train and come into your own as a chosen wielder, then yes, you will surpass even him." Izuku brought a hand to his face and fell back with it covering his mouth, ignoring the twinge of his shoulder as he did it. "Whoa," the teen said as the kwami flew down and settled next to his head to look Izuku in the eyes. "Indeed." Izuku was sitting at the kitchen table, asking a dozen questions a minute. Nuru was answering what questions he could between bites of a Swiss roll. "I wish I could write these things down," the boy bemoaned. His hands itched for a pencil to log everything Nuru was telling him. Nuru chuckled. "There are security risks of doing that, I'm afraid. However, if you were to create a way to properly code the information, I could consent to the details of my power being copied down. There is actually something quite like that already." "Really? Who has it?" Izuku asked excitedly. Nuru shook his head. "Not yet, not yet. You don't have to call me, you know," Izuku said as he began to search up how to create codes and ciphers on his phone. "Just Midoriya is fine, or actually, you can call me Izuku." "I am not in the habit," Nuru admitted, but beamed nonetheless. "But I would like to call you that very much, Izuku. +X+." Amelie Tsurugi was peering through the window of an unsuspecting teen's apartment. A foxtail pendant swung lazily from her neck, but no one but her could see it. An illusion wrapped around her, leaving her invisible to the naked eye. Yakosuke, as she was called by no one but her kwami charges, saw the very back of the greenette's head. Nuru had specifically placed himself so that no angle from the window would reveal him, but the guardian could sense her ward all the same. Dusu, ways, and tricks had been invaluable throughout the process of choosing a new miraculous hero for each of their kin. Pollen had expressed her longing for a holder who could appreciate her adoration, but still allow her guidance. Tiki had requested a holder who was already intent on heroism but not overzealous. Nuru had asked her to find the person who needed him the most. Pollen and Tiki were easy in comparison. For the sake of experimentation, Amelie had chosen one holder with a quirk already associated with the miraculous power. That had been young Mississippi Yayarozu. A girl already inclined towards hero work, with enough confidence to take the miraculous in stride. But without thinking she was above anyone else or being unwilling to listen to the suggestions of the ladybug deity. A fast learner, adaptive, clever, and respectful. Everything a good ladybug should be. Ways had chosen smartly in that one. For Pollen, she doubted having a wielder with a quirk to do with paralysis would do little to nothing. So she allowed Trix some time away from the miracle box under the condition that he kept hidden. He had led her to another large house just in time to see a boy jump out the window and dangle from the sill. From what Trix had explained, Todoroki Shoto was the son of the number 2 hero Endeavor, and they did not get along. A dual-quirked boy who avoided using his fire like the plague and had been burned, both literally and figuratively, once before. While Amelie wasn't convinced it would happen overnight, she had a feeling the boy would need someone's support. And Pollen was the Kwami most inclined to uplift her holders while still pushing them to their best. Finally, for Nuru's request of a holder who needed him, Amelie allowed Dusu to lead her. The peahen was the one closest to Nuru, and had seen what made his holders good and bad many times before. So Aoi Tori let go of her control and let the sensation of hundreds of emotions roll over her like waves. She felt the sorrow and fear, anger and resentment of an entire city nipping at her heels for a chance to corrupt her. She felt joy and hope, confidence and love. Determination to change the world was in no short supply here either. She looked for someone who had both. She had observed several of her potential candidates throughout the day. As to not be spotted, Ruju Tori made her first appearance of the decade. The long train of her dress led to gold eyes with red and orange trailing up her dress to deep blue, making her look like a sunrise for all of the 20 seconds she could appreciate it before cloaking herself in the safety of an illusion. Ruju Tori was watching a candidate named Bakugo Katsuki, a boy with enough anger issues to rival Hawkmoth at his worst. But he had been quickly written off. There was little to no doubt in her mind that the teen was a bully to his peers. Hi's confidence was quite honestly depressing. Apparently no one had taken the time to teach him the always a bigger fish rule, and she dreaded the first time the teen got into a fight with a real villain. He was more likely to injure everyone around him than actually hit his target. However, as she was preparing to write him off the list, a very faint trail of worry escaped the school. Ruju reached out to that worry to find its source. It was a faint trail, but enough to get her intrigued. The P-Fox dropped the transformation and wasted her time away at a cafe just off of school property. Trix had offered to peek in on the school, to look for their interesting party. Amelie was scrolling through her phone when a warm wave passed through her leg and into her hair. She turned the phone off and placed it to her ear. "Hey, how'd it go?" "I think I found them, teen boy." The blonde called him Deku, but I think that's an insulting nickname instead of his actual name. "He wants to be a hero." Trix whispered in her ear. "Sounds good." Amelie put the appropriate amount of money and a generous tip on the table before grabbing her bag and moving to leave. "Anything else interesting happening today?" She felt Trix. He seems to be the main target of bullying at the school. The teachers do nothing about it. Some seem to encourage it. I'm not positive, but I think it's related to his quirk. It's either weak or he doesn't have one. Oof. Amelie disappeared into an alley. Trix and Dusu appeared beside her. "Can you tell me what I'm looking for?" "Green hair and eyes, pale skin, freckles, bright red shoes." Trix explained. "Or just look at whoever is being tormented the most." Sighing, Amelie called to transform. "Trix, Dusu, spread my tails." The orange and blue Kwami flew into the necklace and brooch. Mirage. And the heroine was once again invisible to the world. Once the bell rang announcing the dismissal of school, Ruju Tori scanned the exiting crowd. One boy matched the description Trix had given her, and he was running like the devil himself was behind him. Though with how fast Bakugo Katsuki was chasing him, that wasn't an entirely inaccurate description. Two others were following the blonde and brunette, one with long fingers and the other with bat-like wings. Ruju Tori followed on the rooftops, bouncing between roofs with her tail flaring out behind her for balance and glide. When she saw the Bakugo kid grab hold of their mystery teen, she stopped. She watched them surround the boy, shoving him between the three. When Bakugo let an explosion loose on the kid's shoulder, it had Ruju fighting the urge to jump into the alley and give the three brats nightmarish illusions, bad enough to stop them sleeping for a month. Eventually the boy just fell to the ground and did his best to cover his important body parts. "You can't interfere." She had to keep telling herself. "For the Kwami's sake you need to stay hidden." though any longer and she'd be tempted to detransform and fight with no powers whatsoever. But the teens eventually got bored and left the green-hair kid alone. Jaw-tense Ruju saw the boy drag himself over to where his backpack had been discarded. Grabbing the fan at her hip, she pulled a feather from the end and blew onto it, filling the feather with magic. Settling it into a stone on the ground, she let magic bubbled and form into a small feline creature. "Go!" she whispered to the senti monster. And it jumped down to the alley and approached the kid. "Oh, hello. I'm Midoriya," he said, reaching a hand out to let it sniff him. "You're very pretty kitten." The senti cat meowed and let him pet it. "I didn't run quite fast enough today, I'm afraid." Kakin caught up to me again. He sighed, nursing his shoulder. "But I got a little more combat training, I lasted longer than last time. Sooner or later he won't be able to catch me and I'll be able to take anything thrown at me." He continued petting the creature even as tears rolled down his cheeks. Little did he know the scent cat had latent healing abilities. The more it was pet, the more it healed the person. Through her bond with it, Ruju Tori could tell it was fixing his bruised ribs. She hid and listened as the boy told the cat how he was going to be the first quirkless person to get into UA. How he would prove that heart and determination mattered more than raw power. Ruju Tori's grip on her fan tightened as Midoriya explained that Kakin was going to be a great hero and how he'd be right there with him. Finally Midoriya stood up and bid farewell to the senti cat. He gathered his backpack and walked from the alley. Well, Ruju Tori landed in the alley and the senti cat jumped into her arms. She petted its blue fur before dismissing it back to Dusu's magic. "I think I found my butterfly." She followed the kid back to his apartment. While the door was open, she shot overhead, not that the teen noticed. Once she figured out which was the boy's room and he left with a first aid kit, she settled her unique round jewelry box on his desk. Then she was back out the door, allowing Dusu to rest as she continued waiting for the boy to find his new Kwami. Yakosuke felt her partner rest on her shoulder as she watched. "You fulfilled Nuru's request very well," Dusu said. "He certainly has potential, but he's been hurt many times before. I think Nuru will be happy." Yakosuke agreed. "The others should have gotten their Kwami by now. All that is left to do is wait." The peafowl nodded. "Should we check on the other's guardian?" "Give it a few days. We'll know the first time one of them transforms, so we'll be able to find them," the current fox wielder said before slinking off into the night. Izuku had spent his weekend learning everything to do with the new Miraculous he had. The Miraculous can never make you something you are not. It will only enhance what is already there. This means strengths and weaknesses. You must have faith in your abilities and learn to grow both in and out of the mask. Izuku nodded. "Is that why you chose a teenager instead of adults?" The butterfly beamed. "Exactly, Izuku. You not only have the advantage of growing with your Miraculous naturally, but you have the chance to attend school specifically for heroes while you have the power." "Do you really think I can get into UA with the Miraculous?" Izuku asked. "I think you could find a way to get into your dream school with or without the Miraculous. But I do think attending UA will aid you in your use of the Miraculous," Nuru explained. "But that is only if you get trained up beforehand. I have just under a year until I can take the UA entrance exam. If I can get stronger both with the brooch and not, then I'll have the best chance." He nodded before retrieving a notebook from his desk. He labeled a page with the 11 months before the exam. "If I start running both before and after school, then I'll be able to build up agility training." He wrote out the amount of time he could dedicate to the task each week. "Saturdays and Sundays I can spend more time training. Maybe I could get a gym membership to build up strength? But what about combat training? I could sign up for classes, but that didn't go so well when I was a kid. Remember, Izuku, you need to leave yourself time to have fun and rest." Nuru pointed at the flaws in his schedule. "Besides, you won't need to worry about doing everything alone. You have me and your friends." "Friends?" Izuku questioned, pausing in his ranting. Nuru nodded. "Remember how I said that Miraculous are often given to pairs or small groups? You will have 2 teammates to help you. From what I know, at least one of them is trained in combat." "You know who my partners will be?" Yes, eyes wide. "Not exactly, it was a precaution in case I didn't make it to you." I only knew a few things about them since I was the last Kwami to be delivered. The lilac butterfly said. Izuku wondered what they would be like. Would they like him? When will I meet them? When they are ready to transform, I will know. Neither are particularly close to us here, I know that. But I imagine you will be able to meet them in the middle. Nuru explained. And I believe both are intent on attending UA, so if all goes to plan you will see them at school. With any luck you will be in the same class. Izuku had to deal with the fact he would have to wait until his partners were ready. Does that mean that I can't transform? He pondered. I think you should wait a bit, but if by next Friday neither have transformed, you might as well get the ball rolling. Nuru consented. +X+. Shoto took 2 days before he acknowledged the little yellow thing that was following him. He saw it whenever he was alone. For whatever reason she didn't like to show herself when anyone else was there. He had tried to tell Fuyumi, she had worried for him but couldn't think it was anything other than the effect of stress and lack of sleep. He didn't bother telling Endeavor anything. Shoto was sitting in his room staring at nothing, when a flash of yellow caught in the corner of his eye. You should eat something, my queen, she said, holding up a granola bar. How she got it he didn't know. He had a headache, he was sore, and he was exhausted. Shoto finally broke. What are you? Why are you following me? She perked up. I am Pollen, the Kwami of subjugation and action. What is a Kwami? He wondered aloud. Are you part of someone's quirk? Are you a monster? I am not a quirk, and I would hardly call what we are monsters. The bee-like creature sat next to him. Kami are concepts given form. The miraculous are what tie us to reality and allow us to grant our powers upon our chosen wielders. I don't get it. He admitted. His head hurt, and he couldn't focus. I will explain it as many ways as I can should you need it, my queen. Pollen offered. But for now you should rest and eat. He looked at the comb that had started this mess, still in its round box. He had put it on the bookshelf where it blended in with the other knickknacks there. Yeah, all right. I'll eat if you'll explain it again, he said, taking the protein bar. Pollen nodded. That works well, my queen. +X+. Momo. Tiki flew from her holder's ponytail when the door to the bedroom shut. What a wonderful way to spend the weekend. I haven't gotten to see the sights of Japan in over a century. Thank you for today. It's the least I could do, you're helping me so much already. The girl set her bag down on her desk chair before settling in front of the mirror. Her miraculous had changed from the ladybug studs to a pair of thick gold loops. The material of the miraculous was something she couldn't find any similarities to anything she had made before. It was almost otherworldly. Can you tell me about your previous holders again? Yaoyorozu was already very interested in her predecessors. Tiki smiled and settled on the girl's bookshelf. La Marquita was one of my last holders, my third to last to be specific. She was 15 when we met, old enough to be considered a young lady in her home village. At the time Spain still had control of Mexico, but the revolution was on the horizon. The Guardians saw that the war was imminent and decided a ladybug was needed. Tiki thought back to the girl who found the earrings on the eve of her quinceañera. When the party had come to a conclusion, there was a pair of earrings waiting for her on the vanity. She, like you, was one of the few ladybugs to never have a partner who was a cat. Instead she had Capera Verde. Both were children of both sides of the war, one parent born in Mexico and one in Spain. Together they fought both sides. War will claim innocence, and they fought to keep those numbers low. They traveled from village to village, aiding in keeping the war from leaving nothing to return to. You've mentioned the cat a few times now. Momo rested her head in her palms. Can you tell me about them? The black cat is my equal and opposite. Plague, the Kwami of misfortune and destruction, is my other half. Together we have influence over the fabric of the universe itself. The red Kwami explained, creation and destruction, together capable of rewriting reality. Why don't I have a cat? The teen asked her Kwami partner. Why did Jean d'Arc and Mikazoilan have black cat counterparts, while Marquita and I are instead paired up with other miraculous? Tiki suddenly looked away, eyes trained on nothing in particular. The ladybug and black cat aren't normal miraculous. Like I said, we're two halves of a whole. And well, a ladybug and a black cat have to be the same way. You are more than capable of being a ladybug, but not part of a ladybug and black cat pair. For both to be activated at the same time, the people wielding them need to balance each other out the same way Plague and I do. Jean had that as Scarlet Fate with Dark Grimalkin, even on two opposing ends to the war. Ladybugs and cats can be against each other? The dark-haired girl clarified. If that's what the world needs. Tiki confirmed. But that was one of the exceptions. Most work together from the start, like last time I was out dash. The deity paused and shook her head. Are you okay? Momo approached the Kwami. I haven't had this problem before. Tiki admitted. I loved all of my bugs, they were mine. But for some reason it hurts too much to talk about her. The teen offered the Kwami her hand. Tiki held it with her paw. Your last holder? Was she bad? Oh no, insisted Tiki, who had little tears forming in her wide blue eyes. In fact, she was the best ladybug I ever had. And her partner, her chat noir, was Plagues. You remind me of her, she was about your age when she and I were paired up. Oh, but how glad I am that we met under different circumstances. Tiki heaved a sigh that had the weight that could only come from something so old. One day I'll tell you about Ladybug and Chat Noir. I promise. Take your time. Momo offered the small but ancient being. You still miss her, and that makes sense. When you're ready to talk, I am happy to listen. I want to learn from my predecessors, to carry their legacy and be the best ladybug I can be. Tiki smiled at her. Thank you. But it's not just my story. It's Pollen's and Nuru's too. It's a story that left scars that can never fade, on Kwami and humans alike. When you are ready to know, we'll be ready to tell. All right, the dark-haired girl nodded. Now, tell me more about Marquita. Tiki smiled and began to tell her the story of the time La Marquita and Capera Verde ran a group of raiders out of town by convincing them the town was haunted by the ghost of a former soldier. Marquita was in charge of luring them in. She explained, by then she was 18, and as appealing as a sunrise on the Rio Grande. They thought they were chasing skirts, but in actuality when they came to the edge of the river, Capera rose from the water with a power unique to him. Marquita's lucky charm was a soldier's uniform. Or of course since it was red it made Capera Verde look like he was covered in blood. Momo made a disgusted look at the thought but joined Tiki in laughing as she continued in how the raiders soiled themselves in fear before vacating the town. That town had the Red River Festival for a few decades after that. Eventually though it faded into obscurity along with most myths about La Marquita. Now she's only seen sparsely in old documents. Do you think I'll get lost in the annals of history too? The teen fretted. While she wasn't in this for glory, it was scary to think she'd be forgotten. Tiki smiled. I was at the creation of the universe, I'm ancient Momo. No matter how short humans remember, rest assured I will never forget you. It was nearing midnight on Thursday. Izuku had gone to bed early with the hope of getting up to run the next day. Instead of his usual alarm though, he felt himself being shaken awake by Nuru. Wake up Izuku! The lilac Kwami whispered urgently. The time has come, one of your partners has transformed. The other is sure to follow, you must get up. Izuku stumbled out of bed and fumbled for his day clothes. No need. Nuru insisted. When you transform I will change your outfit and appearance. You'll be ready then. But remember I won't be able to communicate with you when transformed. Just use your weapon to find your partners, it will connect like a phone and show their location. Okay, right? He took a deep breath. Big day meeting my teammates. Don't want to mess up. If I do, they might hate me. Oh gosh, what if they hate me already? What if they find out I'm quirkless? They'll want to take the miraculous to get a more useful partner, and maybe they're right. I'm sure there are much better candidates. Maybe I should dash. Izuku! Nuru snapped the green net out of his ramblings. You have no reason to suspect they will dislike you, and quite frankly I'm not sure they could. You are a sweet child, and you have no reason to doubt your choosing any more than they do theirs. You were chosen for a reason, trust the guardians that they chose right. Izuku let the butterfly's words calm him before nodding. Nothing to worry about. He took the brooch from where it sat on his dresser, It had taken the shape of an octagonal pin with an amethyst in the center. Pinning it to his sleep shirt, he turned to his mirror. You remember the transformation phrases? Nuru double-checked, and after getting another nod, continued. I wouldn't recommend attempting to make a champion tonight. So you should have no reason to change back prematurely. Right. The boy repeated. Let's go meet my partners. Nuru wings rise. A few of the butterflies who fluttered aimlessly around Izuku's room came closer to him as light washed over him. He could feel their combined strength as he shut his eyes to the blinding white of the transformation. When he opened them again, he saw how his appearance had changed. His hair was much the same, but now he had a mask on his face. It was a silver color and covered the top half of his face before disappearing into his fringe. His sleep clothes had been replaced with a black collared shirt, a lilac vest, and deep purple pair of breaths. His shoes were a pair of boots that matched the color of his vest. Nuru's Miraculous was pinned to his collar, and the buttons of his vest were shaped like butterflies. Awesome! He turned around and saw that there were two oval shapes on his back. When he focused on them, two massive butterfly wings appeared. No way! Izuku spun around, feeling them move with him. Nuru didn't mention I could have wings. Oh my gosh, this is so cool! Before he could stop and write down everything he was discovering about his new powers, the cane attached to his hip beeped. Picking it up, he saw a screen open on the side, beneath the jeweled grip. It seemed to be open to a group chat. Good evening. I assume you two are the partners my Kwame mentioned? There was a ladybug next to the message. Izuku quickly typed back, yeah. Nuru said I would get to meet you guys soon. Do either of you want to meet up? The third member of the party started to type something. 3 bees appeared like thought bubbles. But then they disappeared. The ladybug messaged again, based on both of your vague locations, may I suggest we meet here? She sent a set of coordinates that would have been over an hour's travel by train. Izuku wondered how fast he could get there by flight. That works. See you there. Izuku focused on the wings again and they disappeared with a flourish. He crept out of his room, mindful of the door creaking as he left. He did grab a cookie from the kitchen before he left, in case Nuru needed to refuel. The plastic bag was tucked into a sort of space inside his cane. A couple white butterflies had followed him out and now fluttered around him as Izuku looked for any witnesses. Once he was sure the street was empty, he released his wings. He could feel the wind far more clearly than before. Izuku began to hype himself up. He was about to fly. You'll show me how, right? He asked the little butterflies. In response, one landed on the balcony and flared its wings. Then very slowly it began to beat them in a figure-8 pattern. He has never really paid attention to how butterflies move. He always thought it was like birds where they just beat their wings up and down. Izuku cautiously mimicked the motion, testing how the air pushed against his wings. Once he was more confident, he climbed up onto the railing. Maybe it would be better to do this on the ground? But he just couldn't wait anymore. The boy took a leap of faith, letting his wings beat faster to catch him. The magic of the transformation must either make his wings stronger or his body lighter. Because he was doing it. Izuku was flying. +X+. Momo had been adjusting to the use of her new weapon. The yo-yo was far from threatening at first glance, but upon further inspection she found its uses. The string seemed to be infinite, and was strong as razor wire. Combining that with her newly acquired strength would no doubt make her a force to be reckoned with. She was less satisfied with her suit. She had shown Tiki a few sketches she had made up for hero suits. All of them had gaps for her to use her quirk through. Some were backless or sleeveless. One had essentially been a CRP top. The ladybug Kwame had refused any of the ideas. She had informed Momo that while the suit would mostly be based on what her subconscious mind wanted, Tiki as the embodiment of creation could still limit her. You're leaving places where I can't protect you. For now there is no reason for that. She had insisted. So right now Momo was wearing something similar to one of her designs, but with more red spandex underneath to stop any skin from being exposed. The only open places were her face and hands. It didn't feel right. It didn't feel like her. Still, Momo wasn't going to miss the chance to meet her new teammates over a dispute in costuming. She and Tiki would find common ground eventually. As she neared her destination, she heard another zip and saw someone in yellow launch into the air headed the same direction. One of her new partners. "Hello," she called cheerfully. The figure in yellow caught sight of her and slowed until he landed lightly on a rooftop. Momo landed slightly less gracefully but only barely stumbled. As she caught her balance, she got a better look at the other teen. He was wearing a coat made of the same material as her suit, but his was a warm yellow trailing down to an almost red color. There were stripes of an off-white on his torso, arms and legs. A hood was pulled over his hair, which she now saw was split down the center, half white half red. Despite the darkness and his hood, she saw a scar covering part of his face. Not wanting to stare too long or make him uncomfortable, she began introductions. "I'm Yoeyarozu Momo. Nice meet you." She offered her hand. "Shoto." He shook it, though he eyed her warily. "You're the ladybug." "Yep." She sighed when looking at her suit. "I guess the spots do make it easy to tell, even if I don't love the suit." "What's wrong with it?" he questioned. She grimaced. "Me and Tiki have creative differences." He nodded, the surmised, "You're Kwame." Momo felt herself smiling despite her exasperation. "We are two creative souls and that leads to inevitable conflict. But we get along greatly for most other things." Pollen took some getting used to. Shoto mumbled. Any further conversation ceased as they heard a distant sound. Shoto turned slightly. "Ike." A blur of purple streaked by them and carried on. "Can't lay on. Do you think that's?" Momo started. "Yeah." Shoto nodded as they both watched the boy in purple flap wildly. "Try tucking your wings." Momo yelled as a small swarm of white butterflies landed alongside them. He did, and to both of their surprise the wings suddenly disappeared from him. Before Momo could reach for her yo-yo, Shoto's hand flew out and a large pillar of ice quickly grew up below the boy. The butterfly grabbed a cane off of his back and jammed it into the ice to help him keep his grip. "Thank you," he called down, still dangling about 20 feet above them. "Your wings can disappear?" Momo yelled up. "Yeah." "Hang on, let me dash." With a flourish his wings returned and he stretched them out. Slowly he floated to the ground, using the wings as a parachute now that he didn't have the momentum that kept him soaring. "Got it." He still landed kind of heavily, but land he did. "Whoop!" The boy cheered as he used the cane to balance again. Now up close Momo could see exactly how big his wings were. When they stretched up they were several feet taller than the boy himself was. The wings were purple and black with white and violet spots. The pattern made it look like large eyes were staring down at her. "Here we go." The boy tucked the wings and again they vanished, leaving only 2 spots on his back where they presumably came and left from. "Hi. I'm Midoriya Izuku. I'm so excited to meet you. Thank you for giving me something to catch on to. Is that your quirk of your miraculous power? You're the bee, right?" Shoto leaned away slightly as the boy began spewing questions. Only enough to breathe, as the boy was very energetic for it being the middle of the night. "Quirk," was the first question and answer he had fully processed. "Yeah, B." All at once Midoriya seemed to realize he was rambling. "Sorry. Everyone says I ramble, but I still let it get away from me. I need to work on it. I'm sorry if I'm being annoying, though. I'll shut up." "S okay." Shoto managed. "I'm Shoto." "And I'm Momo." She figured if Shoto was comfortable enough to share his first name then she would do the same. "Yayarozu Momo." "Nice to meet you." The greenette grinned. He looked like he wanted to ask more questions but was holding himself back. "Nuru said to be patient, but I'm glad I didn't have to wait too long to meet you." The boy was very chipper. "Nuru is your Kwame, I guess?" Momo asked, smiling. "What are they like?" "He's the nicest person I've ever met, well outside of my mom, but it's hard to match her." Midoriya rubbed the back of his head. "He's been helping me plan for next school year. If I want to get into UA I can't solely rely on the miraculous, since I can't always be transformed." "So Pollen was right," Shoto said. "We're all trying to get into UA." Momo nodded. "It seems so. What have you been planning so far?" Midoriya seemed to light up at the opportunity to explain. He pulled a piece of paper from his cane that had notes and schedules. I've been trying to think of ways to build up strength without the miraculous. I can't go to a gym since my friend goes there sometimes as would notice if I showed up. But there is a beach near my house that people basically just dump trash onto. I figured I could start clearing it out, both to build up muscles and to do something good. Mom said it used to be appealing, so maybe I can get it there again. While Momo was considering the idea of the beach cleanup, Shoto's mind had caught on the friend bit. What kind of friend would be against Midoriya simply going to the gym? Then I've been planning to get running before school. I get to do a quick run after school most days with my friend and his buddies, so together it should be great. The greenette continued. There was that friend thing. While running together didn't sound bad or anything, the way Midoriya's tone had shifted wasn't reassuring. He'd just listen for now. Momo felt it was much easier to talk to Midoriya than Shoto. The beholder seemed more closed off, like he was testing them. Even though he had offered his first name, which she would normally take as an overly friendly gesture. It felt more like he didn't want them to know who he was. The butterfly meanwhile seemed to wear his heart on his sleeve. His eyes lit up every time she asked a question or answered one of his. Slowly, even Shoto started chiming it. Midoriya's energy was infectious. Oh, and Oa! The boy was looking at the horizon, which made Momo realize that the sky was very slightly starting to brighten. I gotta get home. Oh dear, we talked the whole night through. She realized. Ugh. Shoto groaned, his feet hurt from standing so long, but he really didn't want to go home yet. I gotta get to school, I'll meet you guys again soon. If I'm transformed and you want to meet up, feel free to message me. Have a good night to whatever. Bye. And with that the boy had sprouted his wings again and jumped from the building. Why does he get to fly and we don't? Momo grumbled. Our weapons kind of let us fly. He offered. Yeah, but not like he does. I guess it could be his quirk? But if it was, you'd think he'd have better control, at the very least be able to land. She mused. Come to think of it, did he mention his quirk at all? Shoto shook his head. It probably wasn't relevant. I mean, I probably wouldn't have brought mine up if I hadn't showed you guys. That was fair. The only reason she had brought hers up was when she was explaining her and Tiki's mutual strengths. Midoriya had seemed fascinated by her quirk, but had held himself back from questioning too much. She hummed but retrieved her yo-yo all the same. Have a good day, Shoto. She told him, far more cheerful than she felt. In all honesty, she was exhausted now that she had realized she missed hours of sleep. You too. But he didn't move to grab his spinning top. Instead, he just moved to sit on the edge of the rooftop and swing his legs over the side. You're staying here? She questioned. I'm gonna watch the sunrise. He said, though she doubted that was the actual reason. Okay. Momo threw her yo-yo in the direction of her home. See you soon. And she swung away, leaving the boy to sit alone with his thoughts. Buzz off. He said. A whiz of yellow took the suit away, leaving him in a hoodie and his school uniform. Breathes. They seem very sweet indeed, my queen. She agreed as she retrieved the bag of sugary cereal he had bought for her from his pocket. How did it feel to transform? It was fun. He admitted, allowing himself to smile when no one was around to ruin it. It was fun. Hi, I'm going for a run if anyone wants to join me. I can meet you in the middle if you want. Hey guys, I'm training down at Takoba Beach. Nuru thinks I should reach out, so I figured I'd open up the offer to join in. Even if you don't want to transform, it would be cool to hang out. I'll also be there most of Saturday if you want to join. Did you guys see All Might's most recent fight? I wonder if I can fly to see the next one in person. Somehow I feel like Nuru would disapprove, so maybe not. Are either of you awake? Sorry I shouldn't message you this late at night. Do either of you know how to reset a broken nose? Don't worry about the nose thing, my mom fixed it for me. I'm getting faster, guys. My friend can't catch me without using his quirk anymore. For future reference, do either of you know if nitroglycerin getting on your skin could have any negative effects? Never mind. I looked it up and all I have to worry about is a rash. I met All Might today. And by met I mean he woke me up and he signed my notebook. I didn't exactly get to talk, but he took the villain down in one hit. Apparently the miraculous suits still will rub on burns even if they're wrapped. Sorry I freaked you out yesterday. I did get caught in a villain attack, but like I said, All Might beat him real quick. It was so cool. The burns were from an argument I had with my friend. Nothing serious, I just thought you might want to know in case you need to transform while hurt. Sorry I didn't pick up. My friend wanted to talk to me after our run. I'll be at the beach Saturday. We can meet up then and I can tell you all about the All Might fight. +X+. Shoto was looking at his trompo in concern. The top came apart to make something like a phone, and he was currently rereading the messages left by Izuku. The greenette had insisted they all start using each other's first names since they would be around each other so much. In the 2 weeks since their introduction, he had met with his partners twice. Once both of them and the other time just Izuku. The more he talked to his teammate, the more concerns he had. Shoto was well aware that his home life was far from good. That if his father was anyone else he'd have been taken away years ago. But he was aware of it, he knew what was going on was wrong. That life was unfair and he'd have to brute force his way out. The butterfly wielder, Izuku didn't seem to think what he said was odd. That people their age, barring Shoto, didn't need to get injured as often as Izuku seemed to. He had messaged them solely through their weapons, even though Momo had given them both her number and they now had a group chat. If he needed help he could have gotten it immediately. The first time he asked for company, Shoto hadn't responded. Even though he had also been transformed at the time. When he next transformed he saw the messages about the broken nose. How had Izuku's nose broken? Why did he ask them for help and not seek medical attention? He had just waited till his mom got home. And the same with the burns. If it was from the villain fight, then wouldn't Izuku have gotten medical attention? Apparently it wasn't from the attack. Plus the nitroglycerin. How the hell did he get nitroglycerin on him? It wasn't painting a pretty picture. Shoto unlocked his phone and dialed the newest contact. Hello Shoto. How are you today? Momo asked cheerfully. I think we need to talk about Midoriya. +X+. Izuku was sitting in the sand enjoying his break between moving trash from the beach to the nearby dumpsters. Nuru was sitting on his leg, obscured from view by the bag also resting there. Both were sipping on juice boxes. I think you have already made excellent progress on the beach so far. I think you might be able to move those tires out next. He chirped. I think I want to drag those as opposed to carry, just to play it safe. Izuku admitted. Maybe if I transformed I'd worry less, but I don't want to risk getting cut. An excellent idea. Nuru agreed. Izuku. He turned slightly, an arm moving to further hide Nuru as he dove into the backpack. Luckily it was his partners and no one to worry about seeing the Kwami. It's okay Nuru, it's our friends. He told the butterfly who re-emerged. As his Kwami rested and settled on his shoulder, Izuku dusted the sand from his shorts and stood up. Hey guys. He jogged over with a grin forming on his face. I'm glad you decided to join. I've made good progress so far. What happened here? Momo wondered, eyes scanning the mounds of trash left on the beach. My mom thinks that people were dumping their trash into the water and the current just kept washing it up here. Since no one cleaned it up, more people just started dumping stuff directly onto the beach. He followed her gaze. It's sad really, that's why Nuru and I decided to start cleaning up. Well, if you're willing to let us join, then I'm sure we can get even more done. She clapped her hands together. I've been meaning to try out my miraculous powers. Maybe this will be the chance. A small red blob with 2 big blue eyes poked out from Momo's hair. It seems like a good idea. Hopefully no one will see you here. Shoto just nodded, his own Kwami peeking from his pocket. She waved at Izuku who waved back smiling. I've been practicing with Nuru and check this out. Izuku spun around revealing 2 slits in his shirt. From them erupted his butterfly wings and he shook them out gleefully. Turns out, if given the proper time and connections, we can carry certain traits from our transformed selves into our civilian lives. As long as we have our miraculous on, of course. Shoto and Momo were blatantly staring at the wings, this being the first time they could see them properly. So cool. Shoto said, looking like, He wanted to poke the appendage. Why don't I have wings? I would assume it is because you don't need them, my queen. Pollen offered. Most queens don't fly after all. Unless they are Dash. I'll cut you off there. He used a finger to cover her mouth. I did look up facts. I don't need you to say that out loud. Momo was still admiring the wings. How did you explain those? Surely your mother would wonder? Oa Dash Midoriya trailed off. In truth, he had simply run out to his mom one morning and told her his quirk finally came in. He didn't really like keeping secrets from her, but at least she could know about the powers, if not their source. She had cried, he had cried, they both cried, like a lot. His mom had taught him how to sew, and they had spent the morning stitching new slits in some of his shirts for his wings to slide through. Almost all of his casual clothes had them now, and he had even altered his school uniform, though he wasn't sure he was ready to show them off at school yet. Butterfly wings were fragile after all, and he didn't want Kakin to accidentally break them while they trained. It was actually pretty easy. A little weird since no one in my family has wings though. He shrugged the question off. My mom just got excited for me and helped me with the shirts. How has flying been going? Momo questioned as they walked further onto the beach, turned dump. Good. I'm better at landing now. I still stumble a bit sometimes, but I can touch down without hurting myself, which is the most important part. The greenette's wings swayed behind him with each step. Once making sure the coast was clear, Momo pulled her cardigan off. This way I can put it over the suit and I just look like I have a weird taste in fashion. She explained. Tiki, spots on. As the Kwami burst into pink light, they saw a slightly different suit to the one Momo had worn last time. This time she had black sleeves instead of more red. Still on creative differences? Shoto questioned. A bit, but we are trying a few new things. She put a hand to her forearm and a small marble came through the material. The black parts of the suit aren't as invincible as the rest of my suit. It's a different material if you'll see. It's similar to the stuff the pros use though, so it's pretty tough. Just not as indestructible as the rest of the suit. How come my quirk works just fine but yours gets stuck? Shoto mused as he dropped his bag in one of the exposed patches of sand. If I had to guess, it's because while Momo had to create things by pulling them directly from her body, you aren't actually making the ice yourself. You're just changing the temperature of the water molecules in the air. Which, heat and chill still goes throughout suits just fine. I know because I still get cold on runs sometimes. So your quirk wouldn't be affected by the miraculous. Actually, it's really rather fascinating on how the sweets work, and would love to test how they actually function, but Tidentuan eris kurting Nuraranyof Tekwamian Kasidosomethan stupid, so it's really a bad idea. As the greenette dissolved into mumbled, Momo saw the lilac Kwami smile. Like he had expected this and found it incredibly endearing. Honestly, she was inclined to agree. Watching Izuku slip into a ramble fest all while getting increasingly excited as he did. Right now he was practically vibrating with energy as he spoke. Suthians were sir properly, sorry. He suddenly seemed to snap out of his trance. Shoto was impressed. He seemed to say all that without breathing. It's fine. He shrugged. I've kind of guessed a few things like that. Momo had taken the opportunity to pull her cardigan back over the ladybug suit. Now she looked like she simply had a pair of polka-dotted leggings. Shoto just shrugged and Pollen jumped from his pocket. Ready when you are, my queen. She beamed at him. Pollen, buzz on. The wave of yellow light left the teen in his bee-suit. Flipping the hood down, they saw his miraculous pinned to the back of his head. So your hood helps cover the miraculous? Izuku observed. I think it's harder to steal. Shoto shrugged again. It's not super firm in my hair normally, so I'd imagine it wouldn't be hard to tug free if someone tried. But the hood doesn't come down unless I want it to, so it's fine. You two both look very fancy in your suits. Momo pointed out. You have your tailcoat and Izuku has his vest. I think I'm starting to feel left out of the fancy dress club. Izuku, apparently misinterpreting this as an actual brother, shook his head. No, I mean, Nuru said most of his holders have more formal suits. It's just something about the butterfly, since the creature itself is so decorative. I assumed my suit would look much more like some of the ones I drew up. But Nuru said it was based on a mix of the butterfly's consistent traits and what I wanted from my subconscious. So, oh. Momo had lost the battle and laughed and put a hand to her mouth as she chuckled. You're fine, Izuku, I don't really feel left out. But it was very sweet of you to try and reassure me. The greenette turned a complimentary shade of scarlet. I'm sorry about the rambling. He muttered. It's not bad or anything. The bee user spun his trompo in a lazy circle. I don't mind, even if I can't always understand what you're saying. Really? Izuku seemed genuinely shocked by this. It's really fine, Izuku, Momo agreed with the boy's sentiment. Why wouldn't it be? Izuku's green eyes slid away in shame, but he forced himself to keep facing them. My friend and his friends. They say it's creepy. Then Shoto did something neither of them had heard before. He snorted once in amusement. Oh no, how horrible. A teenager talks about a thing. He rolled his eyes. Truly the next supervillain on the rise. No offense, Izuku, but your friend sounds like a prick. No, not at all. Kaken is great. So they finally had a name for the friend, he mentioned. He's gonna be a wonderful hero someday. That's nice. Shoto said pointedly, but that has no impact on him being a prick. The more you talk about your friend, she gestured in quotes with her fingers, the less I think he's actually a friend. I mean, you say he insults your interest. He chases you down using his quirk, which if that even legal? The burns from your argument? And what the hell was up with the nitroglycerin? Was that him, or do you have just that bad of luck? Izuku seemed to be sweating bullets. He opened his mouth several times to speak, but no words came out. He's a bully. Nuru voiced. Nuru! Izuku moved to cover the butterfly's mouth, but the Kwami just phased through his hand. He flew at eye level with the other two. He has an explosive quirk via nitroglycerin. He sweats. He's angry all the time and takes it out on everyone around him. He uses Izuku as target practice and leaves explosive burns on him and his property. Him and his goons chase him out of school every day, and I am not going to sit there and watch anymore. I am very happy with you too. He hides it from his mother a lot, so she hasn't noticed how bad it's been. I'm so glad he's been reaching out to someone. Izuku went to open his mouth to dispute this, but paused when he felt a sharp spike in his head. There was a buzzing in his brain, like someone had set off an alarm. It wasn't a voice, but there were words. Shold Havanatic, Lethishap, Opsuner, Furugodo? His knees hit. Izuku squeezed his eyes shut and covered his ears. What was this? Izuku! Someone Momo was kneeling next to him. He could feel it. A ball of energy, concern and fear. Off to his other side, frustration and worry, Shoto. Pressed under his chin, Nuru. He couldn't sense Nuru, but he could feel the Kwami's wings tickling his cheek. Someone else, one of the other Kwami he thought, was pressed against his neck by his shoulder. Izuku, listen to me. Nuru said. You must block it out. Feel where the energy is, it's not part of you. Focus on your own emotions, that's yours, that's all you need. Izuku tried to think what he was feeling right now. Angry with Nuru for saying his best friend was a bully? For implying he lies to his mom? Fear for what his teammates might think of him now? But both of those emotions felt disconnected. They were too connected with those around him. But very deep, in a corner of his mind, he rarely listened to the tiniest flash of relief. Izuku took his hands off his ears. Are you okay? Momo was asking, her concern clear in her voice but not pressing against his mind anymore. Why yeah? He put a hand to Nuru and glanced at the blob of red that was pressed against his neck. Momo must have detransformed when he collapsed. What happened? You experienced one of the powers of the butterfly miraculously. It reacts when people feel strong emotions, as that is the time they are most susceptible to change. When people get really upset is the most common time. Oh, he looked between his teammates. Sorry I upset you, I didn't mean to. Momo's face morphed into something he couldn't read. We aren't upset at you. Shoto said, voice monotone as ever. We're upset for you. We're mad on your behalf. Oh. Izuku said again. Why? His teammates shared a look. What was that about? Three teens were laying on a still rather trashed beach when the sun started setting. Each had a kwami curled up somewhere on them for emotional support. Nuru was still under Izuku's chin. Tiki was making small braids in Momo's hair. And Shoto was absent-mindedly rubbing his fingers on Pollen's fluff while she leaned on his side. "So you get what we're saying?" Momo asked finally. "You think what Kaken did is wrong?" He repeated back, though it still didn't sound like he believed it. "No, we're saying he is wrong," Shoto corrected. "But why would no one stop him?" Izuku asked. He had posed this question before too. "If it's as bad as you make it out to be, then why did nobody stop him? Not just our classmates, why did not one teacher say anything? Explain that." Izuku's voice was angry, but it lacked any real power behind it, like he was too tired to even be mad. "Because they saw what you saw. A kid with a pretty good shot at being a hero, and they wanted the glory of being associated with him if he succeeded. It makes them feel good, so they'll turn a blind eye to his flaws." "You got them figured out, huh?" Momo mumbles. Shoto shrugs. "This isn't the first time I've seen this happen." Momo opens her mouth to ask about that, but she spies Pollen giving her a look, as if to say to drop it for now. She closed her mouth. "So what do I do?" Izuku asked. "You guys think this shouldn't be happening, but even if Kaken should get in trouble, no one will do anything." "You could try to tell your mom?" Momo suggested. "Maybe she could get you transferred to a new school until it's time to apply for UA?" "My record isn't great at school," Izuku mumbled. "I doubt any other schools would have me. My grades are barely passing and a record for all the school property I've damaged." "Did you actually damage anything?" Shoto clarified. "It's my desk that keeps getting destroyed, my responsibility. Plus all the graffiti on my locker." He shrugs, but his eyes pinch in an annoyed expression. "It doesn't matter if I do it or not, it's me, so it's my fault." As soon as the brief spark of anger entered Izuku's eyes, it was gone again. Shoto paused before sitting up slightly. "What time do you get out of school?" "Around 3:30. Why?" Izuku questioned, but Momo already had a guess to what he was implying. "I go to school online. If I get there right after school, at least they can't chase you then," he pointed out. "If they try, well, I doubt they'll be able to do anything to me or you." Izuku jolted up, dislodging Nuru, who yelped before hovering so that he could go back to snuggling his holder. Izuku instinctively brought up a hand to hold the kwami tighter, but his eyes were still on Shoto. "You don't need to do that," he insisted. "You would have to travel all that way. They struggle to catch me now anyway. Once I'm out of sight, I can fly off." "Then why haven't you before?" Momo pointed out. "Why not just fly away to begin with?" The greenette looked down, holding Nuru closer. "He's worried they'll break his wings." Nuru explained. "They still hurt when damaged." Shoto nodded. "All the better for me to get there. I can keep them off your back until you get in the air." "But then you're stuck on the ground. You can't transform in public, and if you use your quirk, then they can report you." Izuku practically begged. "Really, you don't have to. If it comes to that, I'll be fine." Shoto insisted. "I'll see you Monday afternoon." Izuku looked down. "You don't have to," he repeated before whispering, "Please don't." That's when it dawned on them that this wasn't just him trying to inconvenience them or get them in trouble. Izuku was scared for them and seemingly scared for himself. "It'll be fine," Shoto repeated. He slowly moved his hand and set it on Izuku's shoulder, patting it twice before going back to focusing on Pollen. Izuku didn't respond, just pulled his knees up to his chest. Momo lightly bumped her shoulder against his. "It'll be fine. Plus X plus." Shoto was leaning against a wall across the street from Izuku's school. Honestly, he probably could have snuck on campus if he wanted. Security seemed pretty lax, and no one would blink at another teenager in the middle school. But he stood across the street, because if he did get caught, he didn't want Izuku to be blamed. He waited until the doors opened, then stood up, walking over to the gate. A few students gave him odd looks as they left, heading to their afternoon activities and mostly unbothered by the boy. Shoto heard Izuku before he saw him, or, more accurately, he heard Izuku's pursuer first. "You." A loud bang from inside the building had students parting like the Red Sea, clearly aware of what was coming out the doors next. Izuku came sprinting out of the school, backpack clutched to his chest and a small singe to his hair. The greenette looked terrified and was making a break for the exit. His eyes landed on Shoto, the only person still in his direct path, and they widened before he moved at an even faster pace to get to his teammate. Approximately 5 seconds after Izuku came out of the school, another teen followed him. This one blonde and flying out of the school. Quite literally, as a few loud cracks emitted from his palms, pushing him along to the tune of a fireworks display that was as boring as it was overpriced. Izuku seemed ready to just drag his friend along with him, but when Shoto didn't budge they stared each other down. "Trust me," Shoto mouthed. Izuku subtly nodded, and he took this opportunity to put himself between the blonde and his friend. The blonde glared as he slowed to a stop, probably confused as to why. There was a rando protecting his victim. "Out of my way." "No," Shoto responded, rather matter-of-factly. "What, Ash? And who are you supposed to be?" Shoto cut him off. "I don't think public usage of quirks is any more legal at school than it is anywhere else. So you're either a hero, which I doubt, or a villain. I swear, they get younger every year." Izuku's mouth was open, but at the last statement the corner of his mouth perked up. The monotone dlvry of the insult made the blonde stumble. "Bakugo Katsuki, and I'll have you know you're looking at the next #1 hero." He sneered. "That's funny, I'm pretty sure my father says that to himself in the mirror every day too." Shoto mumbled, in a way that made Izuku wonder if that was an actual daily occurrence. Come to think of it, this was the first time Shoto had mentioned his father. Izuku had kind of started to assume he didn't have one, or that he was rather absent. He kind of forgot he was abnormal in that way. "So, since you're not a hero, you're either a villain or just a brat with an overinflated ego." Shoto concluded, his voice wasn't even taunting. He was being dead serious. To Izuku's horror they were starting to draw a crowd. "Shoto, come on, let's go." He tugged his teammate's arm. He didn't seem to want to, but the half-redhead nodded, still not breaking eye contact. Bakugo, to his credit, had been so stunned at someone actually insulting him to say anything. But he snapped out of it as the boy turned. "Why, you little—" He reached, hand already sparking to grab the teen, when a hand caught around his and he was thrown into the air and back onto the concrete. The blonde groaned in pain. Shoto looked absolutely stunned as the explosive teen seemed to be trying to keep his lunch down. That had been quick. "Oh my gosh, I'm so sorry." Izuku started rambling apologies before his arms had even dropped from the throw. "I don't know why I did that. I am so sorry, Kaken." "Why, you little dash," the blonde, after recovering from his rather sudden smackdown, grabbed for the greenette who Shoto pulled away and back behind him. "You filthy piece of shit, what give you the right to dash?" "I can't believe I did that, dash," Izuku just kept saying, mostly to himself. "Why the hell did I do that?" "Back off or I will make you," Shoto warned. "Out of my way, half and half." Bakugo tried to shove him aside, but his feet were at once covered in a layer of ice too thick to break out with just strength. Shoto didn't even need to lift a finger. "What the hell do you think you're doing? You tried to attack my friend, you tried to attack me. I think a better question is, what the hell do you think you're doing?" He felt the comb that was currently tucked into his pocket buzz the way it did every time Pollen silently cheered. "I won't warn you again. Back off. If you even think of hurting Izuku again, I'll turn this school into a glacier before you can even blink." The ice would melt away on its own, so Shoto turned on his heel and pulled Izuku with him. After they were around the corner, a loud bang told him that the impatient blonde had probably just broken the ice, but he apparently was smart enough not to follow them. "I can't believe I did that," Izuku kept repeating. Shoto bumped his shoulders. "Thank you. I can't believe I did that." Nuru poked his head from Izuku's bag and flew into his hair. Pollen joined him and the two were giving the greenette reassuring pats. "I can't believe I did that. You judo threw him into the pavement?" Momo asked, as she swung her yo-yo to pull herself up to meet them on the roof, the transformation falling as soon as she did. They had been there for over an hour as Izuku seemed to be having a panic attack and only now was calming down. "He did. I did. And it was great." Izuku was laying flat on his back on the roof, Nuru sitting on his chest along with Pollen. "I'm dead tomorrow," he declared. "If I don't get expelled, Kakin will kill me for sure." "It'll be okay. He won't report anything," Pollen assured, patting the boy's chest. "I have seen many like him before. His pride will already be bruised from you beating him, but when my queen doubled down to humiliate him, it sealed the deal. If he goes to the adults, that means he has to admit he was outclassed." Izuku seemed to take some relief in that. "About what he called you Shoto started. He didn't use your name, did he? Just called you Deku." Izuku flinched at the word. "Yeah. What does it mean?" he asked. It means something not very nice. Bakugo found out it was another way to read my name when we were kids, and it means incapable of achieving anything. Useless." Momo and Shoto shot looks at each other, confirming what they already suspected. Momo sighed and grabbed Izuku's hand, giving it a reassuring squeeze. "He bullies you because of your quirk status, doesn't he?" she asked quietly. Izuku had tears quietly streaming down his face again. He swallowed but didn't feel strong enough to speak. So he just nodded. "You're quirkless, aren't you?" she continued. "That's why no one at your school helps you. That's why this Bakugo kid can get away with hurting you." He nodded again. "Ah, Izuku." She pulled him up into a seated position and hugged him tightly. "It's wrong. They shouldn't treat you like that." Shoto, not quite comfortable enough to join the hug, settled for rubbing Izuku's back. "I'm sorry," was all Izuku could say. "I'm sorry. It's not your fault," Shoto said, very sternly even for him. "It's no one's fault. The only ones guilty of anything are the people who treat you like shit for something out of your control." "No, I mean, I shouldn't have kept the miraculous," he said, even as Nuru almost hissed his disagreement. "Both of you are so strong. You don't only have to rely on magic to get things done. You deserve a better partner. We have an amazing partner." Momo squeezed him tighter, a sharp glare identical on both her and Tiki's face. "And what do you mean, you only rely on magic? You have the reflexes of a cat. You can pinpoint details and weaknesses about villains in seconds. You made suggestions to Tiki on how to improve my suit. You gave me better ideas for how to use my quirk effectively than any of the quirk counselors or personal trainers my family has hired, and you're 13. You make really bad puns," Shoto added. Momo shot him a bewildered look. "It is not often I have gotten to see my queen smile these past 2 months," Pollen explained, and she and Nuru nuzzled into the greenette's hair. "But every time you send a joke, his eyes light up. Thank you for that, little butterfly." "We don't want a different teammate," Momo insisted. "We want you. Who gives a DMN if you have a quirk?" "You don't need one," Shoto agreed. Nuru was pressed so close to his holder, it almost looked like he had phased into him. "I told you already, Izuku. The miraculous cannot make you something you're not. You're a wonder, Izuku. You are my miraculous holder, and you are a hero. You're the only one who can't see it, my chosen." "But what if you chose wrong?" he asked. "I didn't. You were the right choice. I know it," Nuru repeated. +X+. Shoto had been in the process of making Izuku a snow cone, minus the cone, when Momo had stood up and dialed someone on her cell phone. "Hello, Prosecutor Edgeworth," she had said cheerfully. "One of my friends has been facing heavy discrimination from his school, and I was wondering what I would need to do to open a case against them." Somehow Shoto wasn't surprised Momo knew the chief prosecutor personally. He couldn't hear what the prosecutor was saying, only what Momo was responding with. "I'll do that. Thank you, sir, and tell Ms. Von Karma I say hello," she said before hanging up. The next morning a detective was waiting at Izuku's school with the greenette himself absent. There was an investigation launched against the school for quirk discrimination, negligence, and child endangerment. Shoto didn't think that this would be how he met Izuku's mother, but he was pleasantly surprised when she not only was very welcoming, but threatened to castrate Izuku's teacher with her heel after finding out about his treatment. She then proceeded to cry a truly impressive amount of tears that had Momo picking her feet up and Shoto freezing a protective ring around his shoes as the water built up. Izuku, through his own tears, managed to get out a few sentences about an odd quirk in their family from a few generations back that meant they cried truly astounding amounts. Got drains in the floors, he said between sniffs, always dehydrated. I can imagine, Momo said sympathetically. After she had stopped crying, she had begun acting the gracious host and offered to call their parents, as it was getting late. Momo assured her that her parents knew she would be in the area for the evening and were sending a driver to pick her up. Shoto just mentioned that his family wouldn't be surprised he came back late. After that, they all trooped into Izuku's room to hang out a bit before the two went home. Once the door was shut, their kwamis came out to join them. It's incredible, Momo had stated while Izuku panicked at realizing his teammates were seeing his vast amount of hero, mostly All Might, merch. I genuinely don't know how you could have gotten all of this. Shoto was eyeing an action figure. Some of these things I couldn't afford. How the actual sheet did you find some of these? Only 10 if this one was ever made. Well, that one I won in a contest. He explained. A lot of these I won in contests actually. Or auctions. That's devotion. Momo mumbled as she spotted one of Izuku's shelves of notebooks. I thought you weren't done with 12 yet? Why do you have notebook 13 already? That's the book I started specifically about the Miraculous. Nuru and I made up a code, so there's no worry about someone learning about them. The only people who can read it are he and I. Izuku said, flipping to a page where he had drawn a picture of himself fully transformed. There was a list next to the drawing that had several things scribbled out. Name struggles? Shoto questioned, looking closer. Izuku nodded. Momo gave him a reassuring pat on the shoulder. You'll figure it out. Why not just use your actual name? Shoto asked. Both looked at him like he had grown a second head. I mean, it's not like you're hiding your identity. He pointed out. 1. Marketability. 2. Identity, secret or not, is important. Heroes to some degree are playing a part. None of the skills or powers are fake, but the emotions are. Momo explained. She is right. Tiki added. Hero work is a high-stress job, and sometimes it's nice to distance yourself from the job. You all want to be heroes, but that doesn't mean you should be pro all the time. Several of my holders didn't bother with a secret identity, but all of them still had a name that was their title. Nuru nodded. Most Aku, champions hate being tied to their civilian names. It's a stressful thing. At his seeming slip of the tongue, both kwamis had flinched. Something to do with your last holder? Izuku asked. Last two. The lilac kwami sighed as he explained. Izuku tucked Nuru onto his shoulder. So what am I supposed to call myself? Shoto asked. Momo shook her head in exasperation. We'll think of something. What about you? Izuku asked her, have any ideas on what you'll call yourself? The dark-haired girl sighed. Tiki said no. Shoto gave a small grin. Creative differences? Creative difference. Both the girl and the kwami agreed. Izuku had just finished his lessons for the day. After Momo's family friend filed a lawsuit against his school, Izuku had started on the same online classes that Shoto did. He found it much easier to focus when he was in the safety of his own room, or sitting next to one of his teammates at the beach or at a cafe. His scores had also risen rapidly, now that he wasn't worried about offending anyone with his grades. Shoto seemed happy to have someone to talk to about school, which was another bonus. So what is the plan for the rest of the day? Nuru asked. Anything you want. Izuku offered. I've got no plans. Perhaps we should take a walk? Nuru asked, maybe we'll run into a villain fight. The butterfly kwami was willing to accept Izuku's habit of running towards the fights so long as he didn't get too close. It reminded him of a certain red-headed reporter he missed dearly. Izuku seemed to get more excited at the idea. It made Nuru's heart grow warm every time he saw Izuku let himself be happy. Every day that there were no new injuries, no dark cloud looming overhead, a little bit of tension left the young boy's shoulders. Nuru was a being of change and evolution, and he felt this was a very good change indeed. The greenette zipped his bag closed and Nuru flew into it as the boy hurried to put on his shoes. He shot his mother a text to tell her where he was headed, and out the door they went. Izuku had a small bounce in his step as they headed deeper into the city. He would occasionally mumble something either to himself or to Nuru. The teen was in the middle of checking his phone for hero news when he spotted a woman struggling to get the door open with the groceries in her arms. "Here, let me help you." He ran over and pulled the door open, using his full body weight since the door was surprisingly strong. "Thanks, kid. Think you can help me with the second door too?" she asked, gesturing with her head to the second door, which was marked to lead to the elevators. "Yeah, I got it." Once she was properly through the first door, he moved to open the second door. "Actually, if you can help me carry these up, your Kwami can get the elevator button," she said. "Can you do that for me, Nuru?" Izuku froze as soon as the word Kwami left her mouth, but the second she said Nuru's name, he started to call for his transformation. She knew who he was? She knew he had Nuru as his Kwami. Nuru wings dash. "Sir Amelie." The lilac Kwami flew from his bag excitedly. "I thought that was your voice." "Hi, Papillon." She grinned. "Can you get the elevator while young Midoriya gets the door?" "Of course." Nuru agreed as he flew through the crack in the door to call the elevator. Izuku was still staring in shock. "Yeah, Nuru never kicked the habit of calling me that. Most of the others call me Guardian, the other Kwami I mean. You wanna come and meet them already?" The woman, Mr. Amelie, adjusted her hold on her grocery bags. "Yes." He explained, if Nuru was okay with her then she should be safe. And more Kwami? He'd be crazy to pass up meeting them. He took a few of the bags and held the door open with his foot. "So as Nuru said, I'm Guardian Amelie. You can call me that. Or Ms. Amelie, or Ms. Tsurugi," she explained as they rode the elevator up. "Sorry to spring this on you, but I can't contact your weapons yet, and a random lady approaching a teen is typically frowned on. I figured you lot should meet me sooner rather than later." "I should call my teammates then?" he asked. "Ms. Yayarozu should be out of class by now, so I do think it's a good idea." She nodded. +X+. Half an hour later, two teens arrived outside an apartment complex. Both had been conspiring on what they were getting into, seeing as their third teammate hadn't exactly been coherent when he told them when to meet up. Said teammate came careening out of the building and was practically bouncing on his heels. "You're here. I'm so excited. Ms. Tsurugi said she wouldn't explain everything till you got here to hear it, so she was just showing me some of the recipes the Kwami like. Apparently Nuru likes smoothies, he never mentioned it. Anyway, come on." He grabbed both by their hands and pulled them to the elevator. Who are we meeting again?" Shoto questioned. "Oh, Ms. Tsurugi. She's the one who picked out our jewelry pieces for us," he said, glancing for a camera in the elevator. He didn't see one. "And she's really close with Nuru, Pollen, and Tiki." The pieces seemed to click into place for both. The elevator dinged and Izuku ran down the hall to one of the few doors on the floor. He knocked eagerly. "It's open," called a voice. "I'm back there here. Answers please?" he asked as soon as his teammates had entered behind him. The space didn't seem like anything special. Just a normal apartment with a few chairs, a couch, and a hall that lead off to other rooms. Granted, it was a very nice apartment, not one most people could afford. From what looked to be kitchen emerged a woman maybe in her 30s, her hair tied up into a messy bun, dressed in casual but clearly high-quality clothes with a silver brooch pinned to her collar. On her left shoulder sat a Kwami with blue skin and long feathers with magenta eyes on the ends. On her right shoulder sat Nuru, happily munching on a macaroon. The blue Kwami flew into the air upon seeing them. "Oh, how cute! Pollen, Tiki, you two lucked out on your chicks. I bet you guys get to have so much fun. You both look like you could get into enough mischief to make Trix proud." Tiki rose from Momo's purse. "Dusu, calm down," she said, even as she embraced the blue Kwami. Pollen joined them. "I do like haunting my queen's house. But that's for personal offenses." "Macaroons." Ms. Tsurugi held up a plate before setting it down on the table. "And chocolate chip cookies. Both are the family recipe. Oh, Momo, you have to try the chocolate chip cookies. They are single-handedly one of the best things you humans have ever made. And this is the best recipe of all." Tiki insisted. flying over to grab one while also grabbing a macaroon with the other hand. Please sit. The woman gestured to the table and they did. For the sake of identity, my name is Tsurugi Amelie. She started. As in Tsurugi Tech? Shoto questioned, having been wondering since Izuku said the name. She nodded. That's my family's company. But my full title is Guardian Amelie Tsurugi Graham de Vinali. Yes, those Graham de Vinalis are of the new Order of Guardians, and successor to Ladybug, first of the new Guardians of the Miraculous. She explained. So you're telling me that you're the heir to both one of the most successful technology companies in the world and the world's leading textiles company that supplies heroes with the fabric used for their costumes? Momo clarified. That's correct. She nodded. Many people in my family were very successful, call us lucky. I own half of the Tsurugi company legally speaking, but as for the Graham de Vinali company, I actually don't work in the business much anymore outside of managing the shipping here. I leave that up to my cousins. And you said Ladybug, Momo continued. As in Tiki's Ladybug, and if I had to guess, my predecessor. Also correct. There was a sad smile on her face. I don't know how much any of your Kwamis have shared yet, so I'll just say that she became guardian at a very young age, about as old as you are now. It's not a job taken lightly, and it wasn't one she asked for. But she took it in stride and remade the Order of Guardians into something far stronger, far better, for the future. And you're her successor. Izuku paused. But Nuru told me the Miraculous in this box haven't been out since the beginning of the Quirk era, so if you're her successor, either the Miraculous grant you a very long life or dash. Or I am around 200 years old? She asked. And the Miraculous still grant you a very long life. Both are true. Being a fully realized Miraculous holder slows your aging quite a bit, which for you three shouldn't happen till you are in your 20s at least, so don't worry. But being an awfully realized holder, and a guardian, slows your aging to a near stop. That is, if you wanted to. I could have aged closer to a normal rate, but I decided I looked better at this age. People take me seriously without all the aches and pains. Ms. Tsurugi grinned. The Miraculous were used to help integrate Quirks into being publicly accepted. The Tsurugi company made some of the first waves of pro-hero gear until that branch of the company broke off into some of the companies we have today, and the Graham de Vinali company still provides the textiles used for both gear and attire for pros. Izuku continued. You've had your fingers in making pro-heroes since the start. He concluded, running a hand through his hair. For the most part. Ms. Tsurugi shrugged. What can I say, I learned from the best? So, now that you know about me, I want to know more about you three. More than I can glean from respectful spying and access to school records. You have access to our school records? Shoto questioned. What on earth is respectful spying supposed to mean? Momo added. I had to make sure you were a good fit for the Miraculous, didn't I? I learned a bit about you from casual observation. Privacy left intact unless I found it reasonable to breach. It was mostly spying when you three met up, made the most sense then. Also, the school records? I have friends who owe me. She shrugged it off. As a guardian I have to know how to look for potential, and I didn't want to give every kid who wants to be a hero a secret test of character. That's half of the country's tweens. Not to mention sneaking the boxes into your rooms. What, you want to know the criteria? She asked, stroking the plumage on Dusu's head. Presumably the bird was her partner. Izuku nodded eagerly, seemingly entirely unbothered. Momo and Shoto both seemed a little more cautious about the whole thing. She sighed but had a smile on her face. I looked for students who had listed one of the top 5 hero schools in the country, kids who were shooting for the best. Then I narrowed it down to kids with high scores academically, since that better the chances of actually getting in. Once that was settled, I asked for the Kwamis' opinions on what they wanted in a holder. I also employed the help of some of the other Kwami in my care to help. I wanted a creative soul, with confidence in their abilities but humble enough to give such a great power to. Tiki explained. She was sitting in front of Momo, beaming up at her holder. Pollen swallowed her macaroon. I wanted a queen who I could respect and give my adoration to without fear of it being misplaced. But someone who would still be willing to take criticism and my help. I wanted someone with untapped potential. Someone who I could help grow and change into who they wanted. Nuru settled in his holder's hair. I got what I wanted. Us too. The other two agreed. I helped pick you, Dusu explained, meeting Izuku's gaze. After so long together, I knew exactly what made the best holders for Nuru. You were a perfect fit for each other. But wait. Izuku paused. I did put down that I wanted to attend UA, but my scores weren't exactly the best at school. That's because I didn't find you in my initial search. Dusu's judgment was more valuable than anything else. See, Dusu is the Kwami of emotion. And when I'm transformed, I have a keen empathetic ability. I was there looking at a different candidate when I found you. A quiet meow echoed through the room and Ms. Tsurugi reached down by her feet and picked up a cat with black fur, which appeared blue in the light from the windows. Oh, I remember you. Izuku reached out and scratched the cat under the chin. You were there the dash. He looked up at Ms. Tsurugi. The day I got my miraculous. I was there. Snee nodded. I was looking into a candidate, or well, it was more of a glance. Reading people's emotions means I don't have to judge a book by its cover. I can get a synopsis within a minute of being in proximity. The anger issues spelled doom for his chances with any miraculous. I seriously have no idea what he has to be so mad about. Izuku made a choking sound. Do you remember what the candidate's name was? Alright, who's excited for their first training day? Ms. Tsurugi asked as she opened the door to a wild open field. This is my family's property. We haven't used it in well, I think my cousin actually has a cabin closer to the lake, but we haven't used it for training in a couple decades. Izuku stared at the space that surrounded them. There was a lake further into the distance, but the land around them was filled with lush forests and a sprawling field that looked to have been allowed to grow wild. Since there aren't cameras here, it's a lot safer to transform and detransform. Plus, the diversity in terrain gives us plenty of options to practice. She explained, pulling a cooler from the back of her car that held a large amount of snacks for both them and the Kwami, as well as a slim bag. Izuku had been ecstatic to introduce his new mentor to his mother. Ms. Tsurugi had a certain charm to her that even Inko couldn't resist. Izuku wasn't sure if she would okay anyone training him if they didn't have Ms. Tsurugi's level of expertise and charisma. Much less taking him on a day trip to the middle of nowhere. Apparently Momo's parents had a very similar reaction, and the immortal's last name had apparently helped. Izuku was pretty sure Shoto hadn't told anyone in his family what was going on, which he supposed was fair. You own all of this? Izuku questioned. The woman shrugged. Technically my family owns it, since I don't exist entirely. She waved her hand in a SO motion. The teen's eyes widened. He supposed that made sense. She would have had to SW such identities at least a few times. But she could also have written it off as an age longevity quirk, but maybe those weren't really a thing when she started. I supposed I could make a new, thoughts for later. Ms. Tsurugi slung the cooler over her shoulder and began walking towards the woods. Izuku quickly followed, Nuru and Dusu balancing on his head. When they reached the treeline, Amelie set her cooler down on a picnic table that looked older than Izuku was. So, the butterfly miraculous works best from the shadows. The peacock is much the same. However, I can tell you wouldn't be fully content hanging back while your champion does the work. She explained, retrieving a Swiss bun which Nuru graciously accepted. So instead we're gonna work on your combat skills. Izuku nodded. Shoto's taught me the basics of hand-to-hand combat. And I've tried to learn bow staff in an attempt to use my cane as a more offensive weapon. Ah, the woman smiled knowingly. I see you haven't found that yet. You're gonna want to transform then. Curious as to what he had missed, the greenette did exactly that. Nuru wings rise. Once the light from the transformation faded, he held up the cane by its grip. Ms. Tsurugi took hold of the other side and twisted once before pulling the cane free from the handle. Izuku stared in awe as he now held a thin saber. The woman handed back the sheath before returning to her bag and retrieving a fencing blade. My mother was an expert in fencing, she explained. The Tsurugi family have always been prodigious in the art of sword combat. I may never have gotten into the competitive aspects of the sport, but I did learn. She set her feet steadily in the ground. Lesson 1, let's start with footwork. Try to copy me. Plus X plus. Over time I'm sure all three of you will learn about what all the miraculous in the miracle box can do, and meet the Kwamis. Ms. Tsurgi explained. But most of that will come later. For now you need to focus on learning with your own miraculous. That being said, this is a Riko. Momo watched as she slid a golden thumb ring with a talon at the nail onto her hand. As she did it turned to an intricate silver design and a ball of gold light burst from the miraculous. Oh, what's this? Is this the kid? Or one of them at least? The Kwami was a warm orange and had what looked to be a large gathering of prongs on its head and tail. Its beak was pulled into a smile and red eyes were observing Momo carefully. Ariko, this is Momo. Momo, this is Ariko. The Kwami of pretension. Dusu explained, having joined her brother in the air. He can give the user any power they could think of within certain limits. Tiki explained, happily greeting the rooster. He's gonna help us with training. Ms. Tsurugi explained. Ready. Ready. Ariko cheered. You know what to do. Ariko, sunrise. A wave of golden-orange light passed over the miracle guardian. Her formerly dark hair now had a bright streak of red running from the crown of her head into a ponytail. Her bodice was a warm orange that had a band of gold going down the front, and red and gold feathers on her shoulder. A pair of dark teal dress breeds ended in two segmented gold boots with talons on the feet. Dusu cheered as her holder observed the change. I haven't seen you as Volale in ages. Your suit has changed. The suits can change? Momo questioned. The blue Kwami nodded. When a person changes, their suit will change to reflect it. Especially when holders grow up, their suits will change to match. My suit used to have a tail coat to look like feathers, Amelie explained. But my tastes have changed since I was 19. You haven't used the rooster since you were 18? The teen asked surprised. I haven't needed to, Amelie shrugged. Once you find the miraculous you work best with, it makes you less inclined to SW. I just work best with Dusu. How interesting. Momo hummed. Tiki, spots on. Recently, the two had started testing new patterns again. Her sleeves were still black, and there was now a band around her waist that gave her the option to make slightly larger objects if necessary. The suit was rather plain still, but there was still time to figure out the details. Ms. Tsurugi nodded. First thing first, I wanna see how you handle your weapon. She retrieved a feather quill from where it was tucked into her ponytail. Sublimation. She called for the power, letting golden power flow through the pen. Then she scrawled a word in a different language in the air. I choose the power to copy any other hero's weapon. May I? Momo offered up the yo-yo and Rooster pressed a glowing hand to the weapon. In her open palm a similar yo-yo appeared. This one was a similar orange to Volale's suit. That's incredible. The teen cheered. But doesn't this mean you've only got a few minutes left? Volale shook her head. The reason you can't stay transformed long after using your power is because too much power could be detrimental to you. That much magic, Momo looked where Ms. Tsurugi's eyes were. Dusu had sunk slightly in the air and had started staring at the ground. Dusu, she called. Are you all right? The blue Kwami looked up with a start. She looked between her holder and the ladybug. Too much magic is dangerous to humans. The miraculous have something like safety locks on them. Once you become better trained, you'll be able to use the power without changing back. Amelie's been doing this for ages, so she can go a long time. Momo did her best to recover from the haunting look the Kwami had before, so it's like building up muscle? Once I've gotten stronger, I'll be able to use the miraculous for longer. A good comparison, Vol nodded, subtly inclining her head so that Dusu would refocus on her. The blue Kwami flew over to bury herself in her holder's hair. So, the woman grinned. How's about a race? Plus X plus. Shoto had told his sister he would be gone all day. He had figured she deserved to know that much. But how do you explain to your sibling that you're avoiding training with your father by instead training with a magic 200-year Ulf in the middle of nowhere? He had a feeling that wasn't gonna go well. Momo and Izuku had the luxury that their parents were willing to trust someone who had the reputation to back their words. He had a feeling Ms. Tsurugi probably knew more about being a hero than anyone else alive. Not that it would matter. He was more than content to listen to Pollen and Dusu tell stories as they drove to the Guardian's property. But after the two finished detailing the time they had twin holders who used their miraculous to help a man fake his death and escape an unjust execution, they both fell quiet. You remember when I said that the Peacock Miraculous has empathic abilities? She asked. Not liking where the conversation was going, Shoto chose to just nod. Well, it also makes it very easy to tell when people are hiding things. There's an underlying stress that to other people can seem like anything. But when you can sense emotion as easily as seeing and hearing, it's incredibly obvious. She continued. It's like a constant hum in people's veins, clouding their thoughts, filling their lungs. The brunette didn't take her eyes off the road. You know when I chose you? The first thing I saw was you throwing yourself out of your window. You were running, hiding from someone. Pollen was pressing her fluffed collar into his hand. Dusu was sitting on his knee. I don't know if you've ever had the luxury of an adult outside of your family to talk to. She sighed. But I want to listen. There was silence in the car for a while. Shoto watched the window as houses became fewer and farther in between, until they reached fields that stretched to forests. The AC hummed. At some point they turned and Amelie put on sunglasses. Dusu flipped the sun visor down for him. When you were picking who to give the miraculous to, you must have looked into our lives at least a bit, right? Did you know I had 2 brothers? Izuku sighed as his transformation dropped. Nuru heaved a similar weary sigh. I don't think I've quite gotten this. Izuku fell onto the bench as Nuru reached for a macaron. Amelie smiled as she returned her blade to the bag. Oh, you think so? I can't land a single blow. He insisted. It's been over a month. Amelie had a knowing look as her mentee took a water that had been offered by his kwami. And I couldn't land a blow on my mother until I had been practicing for a decade. It took her 8 years to land a blow on her mother and she was blind. She sat down next to the greenette. In terms of skill, I learned this sport from 2 MSTR swordsmen, and while I may be rusty, I still have 2 decades of constant coaching up on you. But the people you're bound to face? Most won't be MSRS of fencing. They'll be dumbass relying on their quirks to carry them through. I still thought I'd improve more. Izuku bemoaned. Are you going to give up? Amelie questioned. He shook his head. I don't want to. Could we try other things too? I want to rely on skill, but maybe I can try and find something I'm talented at as well. The innovation of a butterfly. The brunette hummed. Did you have anything in mind? Izuku thought of different fighting styles he had learned about. When Nuru explained the function of the butterfly, he had accepted that maybe he'd have to step into underground work. It wasn't quite what he dreamed, but it seemed practical. He had looked into different fighting styles that would work at leaving him hard to detect. Maybe I've considered slightly more long-range weapons before? Something I could use in the air. What about throwing knives? He looked at the Guardian with a new spark. Amelie grinned. I think I could work with that. +X+. The important thing to remember about the miraculous is that it's creation and good fortune. Tiki explained as Amelie worked on setting up the day's challenge. It was something like an obstacle course, made of natural terrain. She laid the markers down to show the direction she wanted the teen to go. Lucky Charm doesn't just give you an item. It's a solution. The Scarlet Kwami explained. The item just points you the right way. Assess the situation and plan accordingly. All right, Momo nodded. Think of the solution. Think of a plan. Spots on. Once you start the course, my Sentimonster will start to interfere. Amelie explained. You have 20 minutes to complete the course, but only 5 minutes once you use Lucky Charm. Plan accordingly. Okay. Momo shook her head to clear her mind. Her hair was tied up in a long ponytail. Ready, set, go. Dusu waved a little flag and Momo took off. +X+. I'm not sure how this counts as training? Shoto asked. As Amelie retrieved a large bag of flour from her pantry and Pollen took baking powder from the cabinets. I never said all training was going to directly relate to hero work. I just promised that it would all have to do with the miraculous. She shrugged. My Tanti has special recipes for each kwami. They work together to make each. I haven't had anyone to tell these to. Can you grab a baking tray out of the cabinet by the the one on the right? That's it. He set it down on the counter and just followed directions, pulling measuring spoons and bowls from their places. Was your a Tanti? A baker? He struggled to figure out the word. He had gathered that Ms. Tsurugi also spoke in French, especially when talking about the miraculous. It means aunt. She filled in. And she was, well, kinda. Her family ran a bakery, so she grew up helping out. It wasn't her career or anything, but she did pass on a lot of recipes and would sometimes bring experimental confections over for us to try. She taught me the kwami recipes when I was growing up. Amelie grabbed a block of chocolate. These are Tiki's favorite chocolate chip cookies. They're the easiest to learn. She set the block down. I figured you were getting more training than your teammates combined. So I wanted to make sure you learned the other skills of being a hero. How to take care of yourself and others. Shoto hummed. So what's first? +X+. Izuku was flipping lazily in the air with Nuru, and Dusa followed him. Ready to try again? Aitori asked, holding out the throwing knives she had gotten from somewhere. Izuku nodded and flew down to take back the weapons. Ready? And once she received a nod, she turned to the Sentimonster beside her. Terrorizer, go. The golem SC Amok nodded its clay head and reached into the ground. After a few seconds, dummies made of dirt and stone appeared. Izuku spun and let loose his blades, his arm burning with each throw. Ms. Tsurugi had suggested he go slow, but his marksmanship had improved leaps and bounds over the weeks since he started practicing with throwing knives. Ms. Tsurugi apparently wasn't an expert on them, or as proficient as she was with fencing. But she knew enough to guarantee the knives stuck to their marks and could teach him the basics. If Izuku wanted to do anything fancy, he'd have to look elsewhere, but he was happy learning from her for now. Right now he cared less about where exactly he hit, since as long as the blade connected, he stood a good chance of injuring his target. That was the good thing about blades. So long as the pointy bit goes in the other guy, you were doing decent. Completing a crest back up into the air, he finally looked down. A good third of the golems had a knife buried in their arms, chests, or heads. What are you waiting for? Amelie called up. You missed 2/3 foot S. Go again. But I don't have my knives back? Izuku shouted down. She shifted her weight and put a hand on her hip. In the field, will you have people who will politely return your weapon? He looked at the weapons that missed. No. Then get to it. Izuku observed the still-moving golems. He took a deep breath and dove again. +X+. Ow. Momo whined as she dodged out of the way of an axe and landed on her rear. Ah. I win. Paladin pointed their sword at the teen. Nice work. Amelie patted the Senti on its shoulder. Take a rest now. The Senti bowed its head before disappearing in a blur of blue. Spots off. Tiki flew off as Momo rested on the floor. Amelie carefully moved her skirts to sit down next to Momo. She managed to look elegant despite sitting in dirt and dust. Did you know that there are 2 kinds of amuks? She started. The peacock miraculous makes a physical representation of the soul. So most Sentimonster are an extension of a soul. I just choose the form it takes. Pelin, Terrorizer, Sapphire, they're all extensions of myself. Technically, I just patted myself on the back. She managed to get a small chuckle out of the teen. But if a holder is skilled, if they're strong, there is another way to use the peacock. To create a soul and let a body be used as a blueprint instead. She explained. You can create a human? Momo asked. I can create a person. Amelie corrected. Senti people are made of magic from head to toe. They can look identical to humanity, but there will always be differences. Momo paused, turning over the information in her head. She had known the miraculous were strong. Ms. Tsurugi had clarified that they get even stronger with time. But she had always limited it to the abilities Tiki had told her. Why tell me this? She wondered. What does this have to do with me? Because you need to know there are other ways to use the miraculous. More than one way to make things work. And that it takes 2. Tiki creates solutions that make sense to you. Momo hummed. I mostly get weapons? You've learned from watching heroes whose answer is to fight. For them all that is necessary is to be bigger and stronger. But for the miraculous, to work best you need to do things differently. As you grow you'll become stronger, but what you need is to be smarter. So what do I do? Momo asked. Tiki. Amelie looked up at the bug. Mind if I talk about Ladybug a bit? Tiki considered her words, pausing in her snack as she thought. Go ahead. I trust you. My tantie, Ladybug. She had this saying, I have no idea where she got it from. She would say, La victoire vient de la découverte d'opportunités dans les problems. I haven't the foggiest where she learned it from. But it means, victory comes from finding opportunities in problems. Amelie explained. Perhaps now that you have a problem, the two of you can find the solution? Plus X plus. Fuyumi jolted as her brother pulled a plastic Tupperware bin from his bag. A deep clatter was heard inside it. I baked cookies, he explained, holding it out. Natsuo, who was eating dinner with them under the condition that their father was not, perked up. What kind? Chocolate chip. He opened it up the container and held it out again. From scratch. They're good. She peered in and saw perfectly round cookies. They still appeared to be warm. Natsuo did not seem bothered by anything and took one immediately. After a bite his eyes widened and he hummed happily at the taste. Ryumi took one, but she didn't bite it immediately. So you've been gone all day baking cookies? She asked. Aha. He nodded, setting the tub down and taking one of his own. Can I ask where? Fuyumi pushed. Her brother leaving for the day was normal. If he could, he'd be anywhere else. At my mentor's house. He decided. Your mentor? Like, specifically for baking or dash? The young woman questioned. Yep. The teen nodded, taking another bite of his cookie. He grabbed two more before turning on his heel and walking in the direction of his room. Since he didn't seem to want to answer anything else, she just sighed. So what were we talking about before? Natsuo asked, grabbing a second cookie. She turned back to her brother. Oh, Dad thinks the house is haunted. She took a bite of the treat. Oh DMN. That was a good cookie. Izuku was fighting the urge to fidget as he walked into the elevator. They were all headed to Ms. Tsurugi's apartment for breakfast and to pick up treats for Nuru before Izuku headed to UA. His other two teammates had a few more days of prep since both had received recommendations for the school and therefore would take a different exam later that week. You're gonna do great. Momo repeated. You've worked hard and it's paid off. You can hold your own in a spar against both of us at the same time. You've improved greatly with your knives and saber. You're maybe the most prepared person for the written exam in the world, besides maybe Momo. Shoto added as a last thought. And you're not even competing against me. Momo nodded. You'll be fine. Once the door dinged open, they hurried to Ms. Tsurugi's door. She had given them all copies of the key, but today it was unlocked already. Chicks. Dusu greeted, flying forward. Big day. Ami's made the most delicious breakfast for all of us. The Guardian had in fact set out a massive spread of food, some English, some Japanese, and some French dishes. Individual bottles of juice were sitting in a bowl of ice. Beside it was anything you could possibly want in your coffee is almost done. And I have a few kinds of tea if anyone wants something different. She pulled off an apron and set down a tray of croissants on the table. Mind if we have a few others join us for breakfast? Tiki and Pollen practically squealed and Nuru followed them down the hall. I thought you might want to meet the other Kwami. Ms. Tsurugi explained. I know they've been dying to meet you. Oh, that would be wonderful. Momo almost matched her Kwami in enthusiasm. Right. She walked down the hall and after a minute a large number of cheers echoed through the apartment and over a dozen Kwami swarmed the room. Look at the initiates. Called a gray and white horse-like Kwami. I am Kaki, noble Kwami of migration. Of all things travel. The rose-collared Kwami with floppy ears giggled. And I'm Daisy. I'm the Kwami of jubilation. Hello. Izuku reached up to offer a handshake and while Kaki shook his pointer finger between her flipper-like paws, Daisy just rubbed her head into his palm causing the greenette to laugh. Nuru flew up to hug a green kwami with a turtle shell on his back. Izuku, this is Waze. He's one of the kwami that helped pick you three as holders. While Izuku was meeting Waze, Momo was looking at a vibrant magenta kwami with stripes along its back and down its long tail. Wow. Look at you. I love your style, it's fierce. Thank you. She smiled. I'm Momo. Hee hee. It flipped. I'm Roar, the kwami of elation. And this is Ziggy, the kwami of passion. Hello. The goat kwami said quietly, her shoulders hiked up to her ears. You're an artist, right? Momo asked. Tiki said you helped some of her old holders when they were stuck with art block. That got Ziggy to smile, and soon she and Momo were comparing favorite classical paintings as Roar voiced her odd opinions on each piece. Shoto had been watching quietly as Pollen flew around with her siblings, only to meet eye to eye with two large yellow irises and gold-slit pupils. Hello, hatchling. It tilted its multi-horned head. You are the elemental, yes? He made a humming noise to confirm. I am Long, Mstr of Storms. The dragon, for what else could it be, pulled its legs up to float on its stomach. You seem kind. Ms. Tsurugi returned to the room with Dusu on one shoulder and a fox with a long orange tail on the other. Guys, this is Trix, he's the kwami of illusion. You might have heard Dusu mention him a few times. She explained, rubbing a hand under the fox's chin. He's kind of a second kwami partner to me, I suppose. Ami here needs some extra help being discreet. Trix rolled his violet eyes. As do you at Timus? Said a serpentine kwami with teal-green scales. And this is Sass. Ms. Tsurugi gestured to the snake kwami. Izuku walked toward the table with his arms full of kwami. Nuru had taken his preferred spot on his head while Daisy and Kaki had taken his shoulders. Waze, Supupu, Bark, and Oriko were all in his arms. Nice to see you again, Momo. The rooster called to the girl. And you, Oriko? She nodded. It's nice to meet the rest of you, but where did Tiki dash? She finally caught sight of her own kwami partner, sitting atop a bookshelf where a nest of blankets was set up. She was curled around a black kwami whose tail swayed lazily off the side of the shelf. Hello. She greeted the cat-like being, I'm Momo. Two vibrant green eyes opened and slit pupils focused on her. I know. She smiled awkwardly but decided to leave the two alone. Don't mind Plag. Ms. Tsurugi assured her. He's just cranky right now, he'll warm up soon enough. Now breakfast time. The kwami cheered and flew to the table, grabbing treats while the teens got plates. While eating, the teens got to know each kwami's name and a bit about them. Stomp, a blue ox with a hard stare but friendly smile, had explained that most of them were tied to the Chinese zodiac. But Trix, Waze, Nuru, Dusu and Pollen were all in the upper box, while Plag and Tiki were the duality kwami of the box. After a while the two had joined the rest of them. Plag had disappeared into the fridge to grab what appeared to be a tin of cheese. Tiki had taken a croissant and joined Momo on the couch. After a second of staring at the kwami on the teen's shoulder, Plag joined them. Momo tried to let the cat be as he didn't seem super interested in talking. She just let the two sit on her shoulder as she ate. At some point she absent-mindedly went to pet Tiki and instead of a smooth head her fingers met fur. She paused, but when the kwami lightly pushed his head into her fingers, she pet him instead. After all of the kwami had been introduced and most of the treats were eaten, it was about time for them to walk Izuku to school. Here are the snacks for Nuru. Ms. Tsurugi handed him a lunchbox from the counter. You'll want to put a few in the pocket of your jacket. That way if you need to detransform at any point, you can recharge. There are a few treats for you as well if you want them. After that she retrieves a small box from the shelf. And this is a gift for making it this far. She held it out to him. Izuku looked surprised but set the lunchbox down to open the box. He gasped at what he saw. Momo and Shoto leaned over his shoulder. Oh wow. Shoto mumbled. Those are appealing. Momo cooed as she looked as Izuku took a silver blade from the box. I thought you could use some better throwing knives. Ms. Tsurugi explained, smiling. So I had these made for you. Each blade had an amethyst set into the hilt. A swirling pattern of lines reached up to an etching of a butterfly. They're enchanted. They'll disappear and reappear with you when you transform, the same way your cane does. She held up a black leather holster which came with a belt. If you want to keep them when you detransform, just take the holster off your hip and it should carry over. And if you detransform without one of the knives, it will vanish and reappear when you transform next. Izuku carefully turned the knives over in his hand, testing the weight and getting used to the feeling of the grip. Thank you. Thank you so much. Ms. Tsurugi wasn't expecting the greenette to hug her, but after a second of shock she returned it, with Nuru happily joining in. And don't think I've forgotten about you too, she said over the boy's head. I do have a gift for you both as well, but you'll have to wait. Momo pouted slightly but quickly recovered to join the group hug. Shoto, very hesitantly, also wrapped his arms around his teammates. Alright, you've got a test to ace. Ms. Tsurugi ruffled the teen's hair. And a challenge to overcome. Keep your wits about you, play to your strengths, and remember, you've worked for this, you have as good a shot as any to get into that school, probably a better one than most, but if by some unforeseeable circumstance you don't, you're destined to be a hero, and we'll just find another way to do it. She ruffled his hair again. Knock him dead, kiddo. And call me tomorrow to tell me how it went. +X+. Izuku hugged Momo one more time, a gesture she happily returned. Shoto had hit his hug quota for today but did squeeze Izuku's hand for a second before bumping shoulders with him. You'll do great. Momo reminded him. Just remember to take your jacket off before you transform. Right. He nodded. They had quickly put together that so long as they took their jackets off, they could pull them on again over their suits and play it off as an odd fashion choice. Shoto had even discovered he could remove the overcoat on his costume to more easily hide, unfortunately leaving his miraculous more exposed. Momo had the advantage that at the moment her suit had very little flare, so it sat easily under her usual workout attire. Izuku's workout breathes were already purple, so he was just hoping none would notice the slight change once he transformed. His gray and green workout jacket currently sat over his old-school uniform. He didn't exactly have many outfits. The coat also had 2 slits in the back, much like most of his clothes, to allow him to use his wings with little to no restriction. Alright, I'll call you when I get out. He casually graced a hand over where Nuru was hiding. The Kwami was planning to hide outside the exam room, since the greenette was worried someone might see them moving in his pocket or bag and accuse him of cheating somehow. Nuru couldn't be seen on camera, so it would be easy enough to find an empty room to sit in. Have your knives? Shoto asked, and Izuku lifted his coat to show them already strapped to his hip. Ms. Tsurugo said they'd lock into my hero suit whenever I transformed next. He repeated what their mentor had told him. So when I do the exam, they'll be there. Alright, I can do this. Good luck. Momo squeezed his hand and Shoto nodded. Right. I'll see you tomorrow. He turned to the gate and followed the stream of kids also headed to the exam. Throwing one last shaky wave over his shoulder, he lingered right outside of the building once he reached it, taking it in and getting his emotions under control. He was finally getting his heart rate down when a familiar growl reached his ears. ODMN. He mumbled and quickly jumped to the side as a rather angry blonde charged right past the spot where he had just been. What the F do you think you're doing here? He spun around and a large pop pushed him forward even faster. But yet again Izuku just sidestepped him, letting the blonde hit a concrete flower bed he had been in front of. I'm here for the entrance exam. You already knew I wanted to apply here, Bakugo. He sighed. He had done a wonderful job at trying to ignore the fact that the angry blonde would be here. Part of the reason he was waiting till the last minute to go in was in an effort to try and dodge his ex-best friend entirely. Well, there goes that hope. When a third charge caused Izuku to simply sprout his wings and shoot up, leading to Bakugo falling flat on his face. What the F? He looked up, and for once shock crossed the boy's face. That was an expression Izuku rarely saw. Good luck at the exam, Bakugo. Izuku landed lightly on the ground and pet his hip. I know you've wanted this for a long time. So best of luck. Izuku turned and went to enter the building and stood behind a brunette who smiled at him. Wow, she said, catching sight of his wings as they disappeared into his back. Your wings are appealing. Izuku blushed slightly. He didn't really get compliments from girls, except his mom and Momo, but they didn't count. He rubbed the back of his neck. Thanks. I like your smile. While it was true, she did have a very pretty smile, he wished he'd come up with something better. Thanks. She cheered before turning and taking her card. Izuku followed and felt Nuru stir in his pocket. Oh. She was cut off as someone bumped into her. Mid-it. Before he could finish introducing himself, they were separated by the crowd. Izuku sighed. She seemed nice. With any luck he might meet her later. Izuku turned his head to survey the crowd. He saw dozens upon dozens of kids filing in. Nearly every kid of their generation wanted to be a hero. So it wasn't that much of a surprise. Even kids who didn't want to join the hero course would go to support a friend, or just for the sake of a good memory. Izuku took a register of quirks he could see, or evidence of a higher level of training. Most kids had backpacks, to hold changes of clothes. But a few had bulkier bags. Equipment, specialized gear. Izuku began going over his equipment in his head. Cane, saber, knives, wings, suit, champion. 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 I mean this in the politest way possible. Started a dark-haired boy right next to Izuku. But you have not stopped talking since you sat down. Be quiet, or please leave. Some of us would like to pay attention. He rubbed his neck. I appreciate your confidence, but I doubt champion is an appropriate phrase. His voice had claimed slightly and Izuku saw his eyes stop twitching from annoyance. Izuku paused. It's not me. Champion is part of my quirk. It still felt weird saying that. With his teammates he never called it a quirk. There wasn't a need to. He just called it Nuru's power, or the miraculous power. It was odd to call it his in any meaningful way. Before the boy could ask what on earth a quirk called champion would entail, the lights on the stage illuminated the room and a hush fell over the room. Presently, the voice hero made his dramatic entrance onto the stage. Izuku was practically buzzing in his seat and the boy next to him leaned away slightly. I suppose you are a fan. He didn't really say it like a question, but Izuku still turned to him. His eyes could be glowing, he was so starstruck. I listen to his radio show every day. The greenette said in a stage whisper. The dark-haired teen gave an awkward nod as they both turned back to the stage. It appeared no one had cheered at the first call to action, so when prompted again, Izuku stilled his nerves and gave a whoop. Of excitement. Well, it's good to know I have at least one fan in the audience. The pro called up and Izuku blushed at the attention of his fellow applicants. Nuru rested his head against Izuku's side from his pocket. Nuru told him he shouldn't be embarrassed for being excited. 10 minutes. 7 potential settings. For kinds of robots. 3-point values. Before he could question it, the boy next to him raised his hand into the air. Well, the word raised could be replaced with rocketed. Izuku felt his hair ruffle with the force of it. Excuse me, sir. I have a question. He stood up as he said it. Apparently this kid did nothing small. The hero's eyes scanned the crowd for a second before zeroing in on the teen. Hit me. A spotlight lit up the seats in the immediate area. Izuku glanced into the catwalk but couldn't see anyone. How did they focus the light on them so fast? At the very least the boy seemed unfazed. On the printout. He began. You've listed 4 types of villains. Not 3. Is this an error on the official UA material? Bekdash. He's probably getting to it. Izuku whispered, actually quietly this time. He saw the gears in the teen's head turn over that information. Oh. Examinee 7111, right? Well, thanks for calling in with your request. Present Mike addressed the boy, who Izuku still didn't know the name of. Examinee 7111 sat down hard as the hero addressed him. The 4th villain type is worth 0 points. It's just an obstacle to get in your way. There is one in every battle center. But there's no point in fighting it. Izuku paused at the last 2 statements. If they were really meant to be a distraction, as the hero had implied, then why only one in each center? And why not fight it? Assuming they followed the same pattern as the previous point values, 0 points wouldn't be too difficult. Why not just take it out and carry on? And if the little 8-bit visuals present Mike used were anything to go off of, the expected response was to run away. And fast. But Izuku had a feeling that there was more to the 0-pointer than met the eye. Examinee 7111 nodded his head once, still seemingly caught off guard at asking his question too early. Thank you. That's all. +X+. Izuku waited till most people had cleared out of the changing rooms before pulling his jacket off, and Nuru flew out. You can do this. Nuru nodded to him. I can do this. He agreed. Can we keep the light show to a minimum? Hee. Nuru rubbed against his holder's cheek. I'll try. Nuru wings rise. Izuku whispered, and like before, a swarm of butterflies flew from his brooch and filled the corner of the changing rooms he had hidden in. He didn't see the dozens that flew out of windows and vents. Other applicants pointed at the sudden appearance of butterflies as they drifted into the fake city. Izuku put the jacket over his vest and pushed the hair from his eyes. Party time. +X+. Wings first, or should I hold off until I get into the city? The greenette wondered to himself aloud. I'll decide once we start. If I don't have a clear takeoff, then I can't risk them getting bent. As his eyes scanned the crowd, he saw that many people had in fact brought equipment. There was a blonde kid with a huge belt buckle that had to be for his quirk, or else it was just a crime to fashion. His eyes caught a familiar head of brown hair. The girl from earlier was in his group. Maybe he could get her name before the battle started. As he moved to start forward, he felt a hand grab his shoulder. The same dark-haired boy from before had caught him. She's trying to focus. Huh. Izuku looked again. He hadn't been able to see from his previous angle, but she appeared to have her eyes closed and taking care to control her breathing. Oh, I suppose you're right. What do you plan to do? Distract her and ruin her chances to succeed? Examinee 7111 asked. Izuku raised an eyebrow. Did I offend you before the exam started? Cut you off on a crosswalk or something? Because you don't seem to like me and you don't even know my name. Even 5 months ago Izuku wouldn't have dreamed of saying this. But Nuru's confidence in him helped him have a bit more confidence in himself, so he just tried to think of what one of his teammates would say. The boy reeled at the question, so Izuku carried on. I met her earlier, but we got cut off, so I wanted to see if I could say hello and wish her luck is all. Izuku tilted his head. After seeing the boy's shock at this, he softened and a smile returned to his face. But thanks anyway. The last thing I want is to distract her. She seems nice. I'll try and speak to her after the exam. With that, Izuku stepped back and out of the grasp of examinee 7111, instead turning to the gate. Right. Let's start. Present Mike called out to the group. Perhaps it was Izuku's years of running at loud noises to avoid bullies. Maybe it was that he was so on edge that he felt like a gunslinger when someone said, draw. Most likely it was because Ms. Tsurugi gave him little to no warning when they trained. But Izuku saw the open gates and his mind kicked into complete instinct. Before the next words left the pro's mouth, Izuku's wings were out. And since people had cleared the area around him and examinee 7111, there was plenty of space. The butterfly holder was off like a shot into the fake city. That kid has the right idea. He heard distantly behind him. There isn't a countdown to a villain fight. Go, go, go. +X+. Izuku knew that some of the robots would have distance weapons, so stayed low to the ground. He couldn't risk getting his wings bent, so if it got too close he wanted to be able to drop to the ground without problem. A flash of green caught his eye and he focused in on a one-pointer, its large mechanical arms raised to strike him. Just like fighting Ms. Tsurugi's Centimonsters. He reminded himself as he drew his cane. He didn't bother to unsheath his saber, instead just jamming the cane into the space between the robot's neck and its body. He dropped his wings and used his body weight to sever the head from the body, rolling on the ground and springing back up into the air with a flourish of wings. As he passed a large amount of already damaged robots, he saw the girl from earlier running up to tap them. As she touched each, They began to float into the air. Once the brunette touched both hands together, they went crashing back to the ground. Awesome, Izuku mumbled. He'd have a field day asking about her quirk later, after this was over. The fact in both cases she touched with only the tips of her fingers probably. No, later Izuku. Later. A few 2-point robots were turning a corner to his left, and Izuku quickly revealed the sword hidden in his cane. They each fell to a few swings. Indestructible miraculous weapons combined with enhanced strength made for an effective combo. He passed what appeared to be a fake cat cafe. He knew UA had a decently big budget, but they really bothered to pay for fake advertising? He noticed a boy with what looked to be extra appendages surveying the area, probably looking for large groups of villains with less competition. Right, he had his own extra eyes, didn't he? A white butterfly flew in front of him. Lead me. Be my eyes. He asked it, and it turned and started flying towards small clusters of butterflies. He was faster than them, but he could follow the magic bugs like a trail since most had already spread out. 1 point. 1 point. 3 points. He shot away from the fallen robot as it combusted. 6 minutes remaining. A large swarm of butterflies met him, and he followed them to see a kid holding a makeshift spear and club. He appeared to be using mostly weapons, so his quirk must not be very combative. Except right now he seemed to have bit off more than he could chew. Izuku saw him favoring his left leg while a dark stain grew on his right and quickly realized why he wasn't running. As a 2-pointer tried to attack him from behind, Izuku dove, dragging the kid to safety and grabbing a knife, Izuku managed to embed it in one of the robot's eyes. I'll carry you, he told the kid boy after he got done yelping in shock at being grabbed. You swing. All right. He nodded, still clearly shaken from the close call. Izuku flew close enough to a 1-pointer that the boy could bring his club down on its head, causing the camera to break, and it ran into another robot. Both fell, and Izuku put 2 knives in what he was fairly certain were their power source. It stopped them well enough. The kid jammed his spear into a 3-pointer, where its cannon was. There was a blast, and Izuku dropped his wings and wrapped around his passenger as they were knocked away and fell a few feet from the ground. That's why we fly low. Izuku grumbled as they both stopped rolling. You okay? Why? Thanks to you. The boy sat up. Are you okay? Izuku was very relieved his suit took most of the hit and mentally apologized to Nuru, so many Swiss rolls he swears. He got up and retrieved his blades. Yeah. Is your foot okay? You were favoring one foot. He looked at the boy's right leg. There was a gash in his breaths that let Izuku see a cut across his calf. It wasn't overly a threat, but would hurt the boy's mobility. I fell back and landed on a broken bot. A bit of it cut me, but I'll be fine, he assured the greenette. I don't really care about getting any more villains. I was just here to support a friend, but he got separated from me. I'll just start heading back to the gate and try to stay out of trouble. Izuku nodded but unfurled his wings and picked him up anyway, and they began flying towards the exit. Hey! The boy yelled. What are you doing? You'll miss out on getting more points. Izuku gave his most charming smile. What kind of hero would I be if I left someone injured on the battlefield? I'm Midoriya, by the way. Oa Otomo. Otomo Kannen. He said. I'll bring you closer to the entrance. Most of the bots should be destroyed over there. He explained. Besides, I can still try and knife a few as we go. As they moved, occasionally butterflies would point him towards a robot that was still operating, and he'd either use his cane or knives to finish them off. He'd try and grab the knives if he had the chance, but tragically he had to leave 1 or 2 behind. Oh well, they'd return when he'd transformed. Maybe he could sneak one in before he headed back to find. There was a loud bang that echoed through the area they were in. Izuku didn't turn around right away, to focus on correcting their flight path as they were forced forward with a jolt. Holy dash! Otomo practically screamed in Izuku's ear. Finally Izuku turned to see what had caused such a shock. The 0-pointer, it was massive. So that's why there is only one. The butterfly holder said in shock. He saw dozens of kids running away from the bot, and Izuku was fully prepared to follow, until a butterfly flew right into his face. What? He slowed up. What's wrong? Then he felt it. Fear, much sharper than anyone else. mixed with pain and nausea. But it wasn't his sensation, it wasn't like Ms. Tsurugi described empath abilities either. It was more like an alarm in his head, pointing him towards whoever was feeling that way. Someone was in trouble, behind him, by the 0-pointer. Izuku turned. Someone stuck. He realized. What? Where? Tomo asked. Izuku flew higher, a flash of brown hair and a gray jacket. Right in the path of the massive machine. Just as quickly he flew back to the ground. He saw the dark-haired boy from earlier beginning to turn and run. Examining without thinking, he flew to him and shoved Otomo into the kid's arms, and thankfully, 7111 took him. Get him out of here. Someone's stuck, I gotta go help her. He shot back into the air and saw a few butterflies already ahead. Get in its eyes. He called to the magical bugs. Distract it for me. If he were thinking more clearly, he might have thought to make a champion. But right now all his mind supplied was, help her, 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 help her. Distantly, he heard Present Mike had called how much time was remaining, but he didn't pay it any mind. Izuku's wings were beating faster than he ever had seen them go. He felt like a bullet fired out of a gun. A swarm of butterflies kept growing and growing around the 0-pointer, not that Izuku noticed, even as another swarm burst from the cane on his back. +X+. In a room filled with cameras, someone said, "Oh, Timon." To which another added, "That's a lot of butterflies." Most of them had expected something flashy, perhaps something rather gory. Most hoped nothing much would happen at all, to save them the uncomfortable view of a kid getting maimed. But apparently no one expected butterflies. Butterflies in the hundreds, that is. And they seemed to be slowing the 0-pointer down. +X+. Achiko had expected that she might get injured today. Sprain her wrist, roll her ankle, maybe at most break a bone or two. Getting crushed by a giant robot was not something she expected, but maybe after reading that waiver she shouldn't be so surprised. She pressed her hands to the rock crushing her ankle, desperately begging her quirk to lift it just long enough she could get free. But even trying had her gagging again, and the power left her fingertips. Please someone help Dash, she asked. Anyone. Everyone had fled this area when the massive robot had first appeared. Please help me, she yelled. Suddenly there was the sound of something other than the robot trying to crush her. Butterflies? A blur of purple and green appeared in front of her. I've got you. +X+. Izuku jammed his cane under the rock and used probably more strength than necessary since it practically launched backwards. The butterflies may have slowed the 0-pointer, but they hadn't stopped it. In some cases he had felt time slowing when he was in danger, but right now felt too fast. Everything was moving too fast. He didn't look behind him to see how much time he had. +X+. Achiko was in awe as the rock that had been crushing her leg was practically catapulted away. She knew adrenaline could help people move things easier, but before she could comment or even fully register what had happened, a pair of arms were under her legs and back, and she pulled against someone's chest. She finally actually looked at who had come for her. This was the kid from before. His wings, which she already called appealing, were now the most wonderful things she had ever seen, as they were helping carry her farther and farther away from the machine, which was still trying to swat away the butterflies. I've got you, the greenette said again. Just hold on. She didn't need to be told twice as he let go of her back to grab what looked like a cane off of his back. He spun around and launched it like a javelin, and she saw it sail further and further away before embedding itself into the joint of the robot's neck. There was a horrible crunching sound and an arm was back under her, and they kept flying. Then, almost as if in slow motion, the machine began to release flashes of fire from its joints. He had made it so it couldn't move properly, which caused a chain reaction. Each time one joint gave way, another would follow. And the robot slowly stopped turning its wheels. He had just taken it down in a single blow. Holy shit! Achiko found herself saying. Yeah, I've heard that a few times today. He grinned at her, and Achiko was rather happy she was already flushed since she felt a blush rise to her cheeks. And he had called her smile cute. A buzzer signaled the end of the exam. They had done it. It was at this point a piece of the robot's plating was flown off and hit them. They were falling. She felt something wrap around her. Achiko was fairly sure she blacked out as everything suddenly came sharply into focus. Like waking up from a nightmare with a scream halfway in your throat. Except everything was still kind of dark. She quickly felt the pounding of her head, an ache in her ribs, and the pain that radiated from her ankle. Right, she had been crushed by a piece of debris, and the robot almost. She had survived. The boy from earlier, with green hair, had saved her. Achiko abruptly realized that it was still rather shadowed because she was wrapped in a pair of large purple butterfly wings. She also realized she was laying on top of the boy who had rescued her, his arms still firmly around her and his legs curled up to prevent them from separating. He had used himself to cushion her fall. There was a groan beneath her and Achiko hastily pushed herself up. The wings fell away and she moved backwards as to not crush the delicate appendages. "Are you okay?" she asked, looking over the boy for blood or obvious injuries. Her stomach lurched, and not because of anything to do with her quirk. One of the wings had a large tear right from the tip down to the middle of his wing. The other was bent at the base. There also appeared to be blood on his jacket, but at least it didn't appear to be his. Linesh. The boy had his eyes screwed up in obvious pain. She almost wished he had been knocked unconscious, since he would at least be spared the pain. "He'll be okay," a surprisingly calm voice told her, and Achiko turned to see a blonde had joined them, along with several other potential students. "Recovery girl is already making her way over, see?" Achiko turned to see an older woman walking towards them, and she got out of the way as the woman got close. Recovery girl tilted her head. "Oh dear dash," was all she said before pressing a kiss to the boy's temple. Like magic, the tear in his wing mended back together, and the bend flattened out. Some of the pain left the boy's face and he sat up after a moment, still pressing a hand to his head. "Thank you," he managed to say, though there was still a bit of pain in his voice. Achiko thought she heard a faint beep, but she couldn't be sure. "Is anyone else injured?" And Achiko slowly raised her hand. With a kiss from the pro, her ankle went back to facing the right way and she sighed in relief. Another boy with dark hair and glasses carried another examinee forward. He too seemed to have hurt his leg as there was a small pool of blood on his breathe leg, and he ran over to the greenette when he could stand again without wincing. "Midoriya," he said, falling to his knees next to the kid. "You all right?" Fine, Otomo," he assured them. "Just tired is all dash." "You two know each other?" Achiko gave the other boy a questioning look. "Not personally, we just met today, but he saved me." The boy Otomo explained. "He saved me too," she said, rather stunned. She guessed that explained the blood. Otomo smiled at the greenette Midoriya. "Then I guess we both owe you big time." "You really don't," Midoriya insisted as he stood. But as he did, a very large swarm of glowing white butterflies and he yelled but quickly started laughing, even as others back away, including her and Otomo. Ochako couldn't even see Midoriya in the swarm, it was all just white wings. After a moment most dissipated, though some still sat in the boy's hair and on his wings. Something seemed different about him, but she couldn't place what. "Those are yours?" someone asked. "Oh yeah, they're let's just say patrons?" Midoriya grinned as one landed on his nose. "They're appealing." Ochako held up her hand as one fluttered around her, before landing in her palm. The greenette paused as if listening. "They said thank you. Can you speak to them?" Otomo asked as one also landed in his hair. "More like I can sense what they want to say." He shook his head and the butterflies, his patrons, began to disappear, fluttering away to who knows where. "They can't really do like complex sentences or anything, but they're kind of an extension of my powers. So I can sense things about them and through them." Achiko had no idea what he meant by an extension of my powers, but she didn't question it. After a few moments of respite, everyone began making their way to the exit. +X+. Izuka hadn't managed to grab anything from his cane, since it had been somewhere in the wreckage of the zero-pointer. So he needed to get back to his bag and feed Nuru. The Kwami more than earned it. After that he desperately wanted to fall over, preferably where his teammates were able to catch him, and sleep for a week. Or at least until the results letter was sent. He knew Recovery Girl's quirk used people's own energy to heal them. And even though he hadn't made a champion, when she had healed his injuries it had drained the time for his transformation. He'd have to keep that in mind for the future. Nuru would need to recharge if he was healed by anyone but Momo, and then that would drain her own time. The Kwami in question curled against his chest, and Izuku could feel the rumble of his stomach. The second the changing rooms were in sight, Izuku ran to grab his backpack. Nuru flew in immediately, headed to the lunchbox Tsurugi had given him, and Izuku grabbed his phone to tell his friends that the exam had ended. Tragically because of this, he didn't see Otomo or the nice girl with brown hair when he got out. He sighed and resolved to hope to see them again another time. With how well she was doing earlier and his own not terrible performance, he hoped they'd meet again at school. Otomo might be harder, since he apparently didn't even want to be a hero. But weirder things happened, and luck was on his side. Or well, luck's chosen was on his side at least. +X+. Momo and Shoto had taken steak at a cafe about a block and a half away from UA's campus. So when Izuku texted to say that he was done, both immediately finished their drinks and hurried out. Momo even left a generous tip for the employees for letting them sit there with only 1 cup of coffee and 3 cups of water each. They did have the foresight to grab Izuku a coffee to go though, which he did a marvelous impression of shotgunning after Shoto handed it to him. Meanwhile he slumped against Momo and she had to hook an arm under his to prevent the green net from toppling. How'd it go? Did we accurately prepare you for the written exam? Did you make a champion? How's Nuru? She asked, adjusting her weight to support the exhausted teen. Izuku didn't say anything until the coffee cup was empty. Thank you. He nodded to Shoto before tossing the cup into a trash bin. It was fine, I think I did well enough on the written exam, definitely enough to pass. I didn't make a champion, I kind of forgot I could. Nuru's currently eating in my bag like he's going to fast for a month and needs to put on weight. He slumped his head against Momo. Are you hurt at all? Shoto asked, eyes opera-singing for injuries and briefly catching on a smear of blood. Huh? Oh, it's not mine. He explained, I helped another examinee. He cut his leg and I got some of the blood on me when I carried him out of the way. And we're both fine, Recovery Girl. She healed the 3 of us up. The 3 of you? Momo asked, turning so they could begin walking to Izuku's home. He looked like he needed rest and based on how heavily he was leaning on. I also saved this one girl. I'm not sure how much I can tell you right now. Since I want you to have an equal footing for your exam, but during the practical something, he winced and his wings shook. I also saved a girl who got stuck. And we both were hurt when something happened. I broke my wings cushioning her fall. The group stopped in their tracks. Oh, Izuku-dash. Momo looked at his purple and white wings. She knew they were healed, he had said as much. But she almost expected to see a chunk missing from them, or a horrible bend that would leave him grounded. But the delicate membrane was intact and moved without hindrance. He was fine. It hurt, I don't think I've ever been in that much pain before. It left like I'd imagine having your arm ripped off wood. He mumbled. Tiki's head appeared from inside Momo's hood. That's because it is kind of like that. Some of my bugs have had wings, so have pollen's queens. It's made out of your connection to magic, so it's attached to our nervous system differently. Any damage to your wings would be akin to losing the limb entirely. Oh, he mumbled. Yeah, that would explain the pain. Oh, Izuku-dash, Momo said again. Shoto looked slightly ill. I'm okay now. And now I know to be extra careful. I was caught off guard this time. His eyes hardened. It won't happen again, I promise. Nuru popped his head out of Izuku's bag and settled into his hair, giving a tired wave to the other teens. Can we go home, please? Momo smiled fondly and Shoto gestured for her to give him Izuku's other arm. Together they half-carried their teammate to his home. +X+. They had a giant robot? Ms. Tsurugi asked, eyes wide as she set her drink down. Aha. Izuku nodded. It was like, taller than most of the buildings. The day after the entrance exam he had been awake enough to call Ms. Tsurugi and tell her it went well. He explained his wing injury and she suggested he take a day to process and that she would like to see him when he felt up for it. Now they were sitting in her apartment drinking a special blend of tea to ease soreness as their Kwami cuddled in a pile of blankets. Trix had joined the butterfly and peacock, and Izuku was slowly getting used to seeing a Kwami enter the room before flying through a wall to go do something else. See, I figured once they said there would only be one in each center that there must be something special about them. We weren't supposed to fight it. He explained, sipping the magic, potentially actually magic and not just a figure of speech, liquid. It was to test how each examinee reacted under pressure. She hummed. Clever. How do wannabe heroes react when in crisis? Do they help others? Or only think of themselves? I doubt they would hold it against anyone to just run, so long as they didn't sabotage anyone else. But why the giant bot? Izuku wondered, grabbing a macaron. You would assume the pre-existing foe villains would already bring pressure? Outside of its scale being unexpected, it wasn't too shocking. I can't have been the only one to assume there was something more to it, right? The validity of that statement was up in the air, Amelie thought to herself. The observation skills of tweens when they were probably thinking of other things was low. Very low. Amelie smiled as she sat back in her chair. She hadn't gotten to talk like this with anyone in ages. Or well, anyone human. Nuru, Dusu, Sass, Waze, Ariko, Tiki, Long, and even Trix would sit with her to watch newscasts of hero and villain fights on TV. Mull over the heroes' powers, their costumes, personalities and quips, how they presented themselves, and most relevantly, how they fought. She had been underwhelmed in recent years. A lot of the new blood felt rather dull. Sure, some of the last few decades of heroes had some stars. She didn't mind All Might as the number on either, even if his smiles were about as shallow as a puddle most of the time. She could appreciate the effort. Some of the undergrounds were fun. She got to see those firsthand under the illusion of Trix's magic. She couldn't exactly go and fight herself. Vigilantism had long been outlawed. She remembers the arguments for it. Some of the earliest pros were vigilantes first. She had been one. She watched her tanti and uncle's names be brought up. Her parents too. Or at least, the names the public knew. Her own name was thrown around a few times, albeit less. She saw the people weigh their good deeds, highlighting the failures. In the end, failures won out in the government's eyes. She remembered riots. The discussion had been public knowledge, and no one liked their heroes' names being dragged through the mud. Even when all of them were dead. All except her. Tears fell in more eyes than her own at the love her family had inspired. The loyalty, even to a dead woman. Abruptly, Amelie was back on the ground. She let the last wave of nostalgia wash over her, and locked it away again. You learned from the past, but the future was sitting across from her and needed her attention. A smile still tugged at her lips. She missed being a hero but had missed this even more. +X+. Once again the three teens were sitting in Ms. Tsurugi's living room, eating delicious treats while too mentally prepared for the challenge ahead. Plag had once again elected to sit on Momo's shoulder, rubbing his head against Tiki and purring. Occasionally Momo would hold up a cheese cube and Plag would inhale it like a mini black hole. Izuku had a pile of fluff on his lap. Both fluff proper, along with Roar, Bark, and Ziggy. For once Nuru had elected not to sit on his holder, instead opting to curl up with Dusu and Pollen on Shoto's lap. Shoto was using his thumb and forefinger to pick out any knots in Pollen's mane. Alright, now I haven't forgotten that I promised you two both presents. She stood and both teens did a wonderful job of covering their excitement. It was times like this that it was painfully obvious that they were still children. Pollen felt a twinge of pain at the excitement that her holder never allowed to show in his face but glowed in his eyes. Since neither of you necessarily need new weapons, I tried to get more creative. She held out two boxes, packaged similar to the one Izuku had received. You first. Shoto asked Momo, who nodded. Momo took the one held out to her and quickly undid the wrapping with deft fingers. Inside was a journal with a ladybug printed on the front. I know you've been interested in learning about the ladybugs who came before you, so I thought you'd enjoy this. My Tanti documented everything she learned about the ladybugs before her and their partners. Powers that were unique to them, things they learned, things she learned. She asked me to give it to the next ladybug holder so that they might continue the story. Momo carefully opened the book. Despite its age, there were few signs of wear and tear. Tiki's magic hummed through it, similar to how it felt to hold her lucky charm. She must have had a hand in making it. La victoire vient de la découverte d'opportunités dans les problems? Izuku read over her shoulder. The words were written on the inner cover of the journal. His words strained at the unfamiliar language. What's that mean? Momo looked up and said, victory comes from finding opportunities in problems. Ms. Tsurugi smiled. Your turn. She held the other box out to Shoto. He took it and opened it, hearing a slight jingling inside. He pulled the lid off and saw a dozen or so golden pieces of what appeared to be jewelry, some elastics, and one golden comb, the kind you actually brushed your hair with, not like the Miraculous. You mentioned wanting to grow your hair out to wear the comb better. Ms. Tsurugi explained, looking less confident. I thought you might like additional options. Hair jewelry, he realized. Rings and beads, some with bees or honeycomb patterns. Others with intricate swirls, and a few with snowflakes and flames. There were also 2 pieces with gems embedded into. A red gem with black flecks, and a purple stone in the shape of a butterfly. Thank you. He stared in awe at each piece. And the comb is enchanted. It can enhance hair growth, or untangle matted parts without hurting, that kind of stuff. Dusu added, that one was my idea. And ties are just ties, but they are indestructible and don't lose tension. These are amazing, miss. Momo held the book to her chest and practically jumped with joy. I'm glad you like them. She smiled, some tension leaving her shoulder. Izuku's gift was easy. She had gotten the idea as soon as he had taken to knife throwing. Gifts were her aunt's specialty, not her family's. Shoto pulled an elastic from the box and the butterfly and ladybug clips from the box. Can I use your bathroom? He asked. Ms. Tsurugi blinked. Oh, sure. Shoto hurried in and pulled the top half of his crimson and ivory locks into a small ponytail, letting the rest fall down over the back of his neck. His hair was just long enough to stay put even as 2 pieces from the side of his head fell back down to frame his face. Satisfied, he replaced Pollen's Miraculous into his new half ponytail. It was definitely more secure, but he was still inclined to grow it out longer. He pinned the butterfly gem above his right ear, and did the same with the ladybug on the left. Now his 2 pieces of fringe were also out of the way, secured out of his face. He spent so long keeping his hair down, his fringe often partially obscuring the scar on his face. At some point, keeping it obscured mattered less than keeping his Miraculous secure. And now, the chance to show his silent support to teammates. He re-emerged from the bathroom and his teammates and Kwame looked up at him. Does it look good? He asked. Pollen immediately began to buzz with excitement, complimenting her queen and flying around to observe the jewelry at different angles. Momo offered to teach him different ways to do his hair once it was a bit longer, as well as suggesting products that would make it easier to handle. Izuku was beaming and quickly pulled out his phone to hand Nuru. Group photo. He insisted, pulling one of his knives as Momo retrieved the journal. Shoto tried to angle his head so that both clips could be visible but grabbed the box to make sure the gift was clear. Izuku dragged Ms. Tsurugi in as well and a few Kwame joined, even if they wouldn't appear in the photo proper. Say Miraculous. Nuru cheered, and snapped the photo once all 4 humans were smiling at him. Both teens had tucked their gifts from Ms. Tsurugi into their weapons for safekeeping. Shoto kept his hair clips in, but would take them out if he was worried about them getting damaged. He didn't want to ruin them on his first day before his hair even had a chance to grow out. The written portion of the exam was an absolute slog. Shoto didn't necessarily feel unprepared. He had possibly the smartest girl he'd ever met and the living encyclopedia of hero laws as his study partners. Not to mention Pollen's little rhymes to help him remember more complex subjects. It is best for a queen to learn a great many things, she explained. But I can understand that it is a lot of information for a young mind. But regardless if he was prepared, having to process everything within a time limit was mentally draining. Present Mike shepherded them out the door and to a fenced-in area with what looked to be an obstacle course ahead of them. Shoto briefly caught Momo's eye and she smirked. She may not have the advantage of mobility that some quirks had, But if there was one thing Ms. Tsurugi loved, it was an obstacle course. And Momo had bested them all. After explaining that the test would be a 3-kilometer race through the obstacle course, Present Mike left to head to the end of the course. They had 5 minutes to prep before the numbers would be called. "You'll do wonderfully, my queen," Pollen whispered. "Not sure if Venom will help me with this, though," he explained. "Are you sure you don't just want to watch?" She shook her head. "I would much prefer to be there to protect you against any tough scrapes." The Kwame insisted. "And besides, the Trompo could certainly be of use here if for some reason your ice does not work." "If you're sure." He nodded. Pollen, buzz on. Once the last of the gold light vanished from him, he pulled off his tailcoat and replaced it with his jacket. Under his coat, he had discovered, was a plain black compression shirt. He pulled a pair of dark sweats over his undersuit. His yellow boots were the only thing left of his usual B-suit. +X+. Meanwhile, Momo was waiting for the other girls at the exam to leave the changing rooms before letting Tiki out of her bag. "I'm half convinced Ms. Tsurugi is psychic," she told the bug Kwame. "What are the chances we're running an obstacle course here, and she's had me run one every practice in a month? And in every possible terrain." Tiki grinned. She would not be the first peacock to have sight as a special ability. "Though I have no idea if she actually does. I actually know very little of the powers Amelie has developed over these decades." Momo filled that information away for later. She had been mostly joking, but now she was wondering if Ms. Tsurugi was psychic after all. "Keep your wits about you," Tiki reminded her. "You're tough as nails and sharp as a tack. But I've got 2 teammates who will need me at school with them." She rolled her eyes fondly. "If I don't, Shoto's social battery will drain within the first day and Izuku will spiral so far he'll make everyone dizzy." She had no doubt that they would do fine without her, but she had slowly realized that they had all developed a ride-or-die attitude. And she knew if Izuku or Shoto didn't get in, well, she'd be right next to them at the entrance exam for some other hero school. "Tiki. Spots on. +X+. Shoto stood next to a few other potential students. He was mostly trying to keep to himself. Momo was standing with her own group. She waved and smiled. Her suit, it seemed, had changed yet again, and she now had dark red leggings. Her workout jacket, which she had gotten specially made, had a white striped V on the torso that had 2 large dots above it and one on each of her elbows. She had her hair up in her signature ponytail, but it wasn't as spiked up as usual. Instead, it laid in sleek dark waves. And the end of the red ribbon that kept her hair in place stood up like antennae. There was a tall boy next to him, like way too tall. Shoto busied himself with studying his shoes. The silence wasn't exactly comfortable, but he was more comfortable in the silence than his ability to make small talk. "Hey," the tall boy said, and Shoto's eyes snapped up. He seemed to be observing Shoto, and he had half a mind to snap that staring was rude. But he kept his mouth shut for now. "I like your hair clips." That was not what Shoto expected at all, and he actually focused on the teen next to him a bit better. "Thank you," he said robotically. He tried to think of his own compliment. That's what Izuku would do, right? But he had barely taken in the boy's appearance before he started talking again. "A beetle, bee, and butterfly?" he said, looking at the 3. "You must really like insects." "Only to some," Shoto admitted. "I like spiders," the boy said, seemingly unbothered by his awkwardness. "I know a lot of people find them scary, but they're so smart in how they catch their prey. And they make such intricate webs." He gestured his hands as he talked. "So are you stoked or what?" He cheered. "The best hero school in the country is waiting for us. The best training any kid could dream of. And an entire future of heroics." Shoto had been dreaming of being a hero, a real one, for a long while. But his whole future had been titled slightly when he got Pollen's comb. Sure, he still wanted to be a hero, but he already knew it would be very different now. "I'm just here to pass the test for now, was what Shoto said, though he wasn't really sure what he meant by it. He felt a slight buzz, like whenever Pollen cheered for his achievements. Soon it was their turn, and when the buzzer sounded, Shoto felt the air behind him chill, and soon he was rocketing forward with a trail of ice behind him, carrying him up, and over the rock wall. He was mindful to leave space for the people behind him to still be able to climb, and he was hoping Present Mike would let him remove the ice. +X+. Let's work on your quirk today. Ms. Tsurugi said, the more legs up you have in a fight, the less I worry. He had spent a very fun 10 minutes dodging Ms. Tsurugi's attacks on the surface of the lake, which was now frozen over. He had bulky amounts of ice on his feet that functioned like ice skates to let him easily glide across the frozen surface, that he could dig in to hold his position. Good. She nodded when he managed to knock her fan free from her hands and catch the hem of her skirt in the ice. Now unfreeze it. He paused. Can't you just detransform? He asked. That's not what we're doing though. She explained. Even if it will melt eventually, you can't leave massive things of ice everywhere. It would disrupt the day-to-day lives of civilians. Better to melt most of it, puddles can drain out, and if you can get it back into the air, that'd be best. No, he told her. He promised himself he wouldn't use that half of his quirk. Not if he could help it. She raised an eyebrow. No, she repeated back to him. She tilted her head. But, explain. He didn't really want to answer her. So he didn't, even when she asked again. She sighed, transformed, and took him home. He focused on pollen buzzing under his hand until he got there. He didn't really want to be home, so he went somewhere else, anywhere else. It was a similar feeling to swallowing a rock. He couldn't remember feeling like this any other time he didn't answer a question. For the first time, he realized he actually cared about an adult's thoughts on him. He felt like he had let her down by not even giving her a good reason for why he didn't use his fire. It's not like she didn't know. The next day he was scheduled to train with her. He was met with a raised brow. So you want to talk to me? Or just go on with our day? She said after offering him tea and a plate of fresh Swiss rolls. She took a sip of her tea. If you're not ready I can wait, but we do have to talk about it. He fiddled with his teacup for a few minutes, trying to think of how to phrase it. You know why I want to be a hero. He settled on. They had already talked before and he wasn't thrilled to bring it up again. Not in any detail. Ms. Tsurugi nodded. I don't want to rely on his quirk. I don't need it. He explained. I can be great without it. I can help people with just my ice. With the miraculous. Isn't that enough? He looked to see her reaction. Ms. Tsurugi's face was a very deceptive mask of calm. She made that face while fighting too. It really meant she was processing a lot of information at once. You can be great with just your ice and the miraculous. She took a sip of her tea. Shoto felt his shoulders untense slightly and his head slumped. But you could be better if you didn't hold yourself back. She continued, setting her drink down and leaning forward. Kid, look at me. He did, and her eyes shone with something akin to righteous fury. Last I checked, I'm not training your father. She made a disgusted facial expression that on any other day might leave him snorting with laughter. I'm training you, it's your quirk, not his. You have the ability to do things he never could. Beat All Might. He mumbled, be number one dash. No, she said firmly. To live for yourself, and not be bound by his ego. I've met your father, even compared to villains, there are not many who carry that much hatred on their soul. In many ways it makes a person less than who they could be. Do not be bound by hatred, Shoto, not when there is so much love waiting for you. He pondered over her words as she taught him how to pipe frosting. They didn't talk much, but she did offer him to pick the music. He picked something older, though Ms. Tsurugi probably had been there when it came out if the smile on her face meant anything. She hummed along with the music as he learned to make rosettes of frosting. The next time they went to the lake, he worked on unfreezing what he had frozen. It wasn't using his fire, but it was a start. +X+. Shoto sped over, under and around the obstacles. The finish line was in sight, when something whirled by him, ruffling his hair and shaking him with the force. He slowed to a stop, using a bit of ice to counteract his momentum. He heard Present Mike saying something about new school records, and how their time was 3 minutes faster than the standard. Shoto looked at the boy who had complimented his hair as he breathed, a wild grin across his face. That was amazing. The teen said to him, You were so fast, I thought I wouldn't catch you. Shoto managed to stutter out, You did well too, obviously. Hey, you're Endeavor's son, right? He asked, an innocent question to anyone who didn't know him. Shoto felt ice creeping up his left side, like he could hide it. But he shoved it down. It could damage his gift from Ms. Tsurugi if it got to his hair. Instead, a thin frost covered his suit, easily disguised with the flakes that had gotten on him during the test. No, he found himself saying. I'm just Todoroki Shoto. +X+. Momo had hugged her teammate as he made his way back through the field, ridding it of the ice he had left in his wake. If he leaned into the warmth, no one noticed. You could rival a bullet train, you were so quick, she said, tucking some of his stray fringe back behind his clip. I got second, he explained. You did? Momo blinked in shock. Shoto nodded, then seemed to spot something over his shoulder and gave a small wave. The boy who had been hot on Shoto's heels during his own race was waving energetically. He won. Shoto explained. Yurashi Inasa. He asked if we could be rivals. Shoto was still rather perplexed. He hadn't expected that question in the slightest. You said yes? Momo caught the odd look on his face. The boy with two-toned hair shrugged. I was so caught off guard. I didn't realize I had until I said it. The ladybug holder shrugged. It's not bad to have a rival. Maybe it'll help you push yourself. I thought that was what you and Izuku were for, he said, with the smallest of smiles tugging at his lips. Momo laughed, but quickly had to head off for her own test. Shoto wished her luck that he knew she didn't need, and she hurried away. +X+. Momo's hand was on her hip. To anyone else it might be a power stance, but in actuality she was just touching her yo-yo. Her mind was mapping out the possible paths before her. She could unzip her jacket and make something to assist her if need be, but for not her best bet was to just use her yo-yo. She had plenty of practice. When the buzzer announced the trials start, she whipped the yo-yo from her hip as she ran. With the string firmly around her fingers, she snagged it over top the rock wall and flew up into the air. She paused briefly at the top, already well ahead of her competition. She didn't have too many options to attach her yo-yo to just go over the challenges. There was a series of wooden barriers that she was sure they were meant to weave around, but she instead took a stunning leap and landed on top, running over them like stones across a river. At the end she managed to grab a metal railing and sail over a mud pit and then around the corner to the next challenge. Momo wasn't sure if everything was moving too slowly or too quickly. She had a one-track mind, get to the end. Behind her she could hear her competition catching up as she was on foot again. Even with the miraculous speed, she could only go so fast, and her opponents were following her example on some of the tests. Finally, after what could have been 7 minutes or 70, she spotted the finish line and her yo-yo grabbed the post and hurtled air forward and across the line. She did a front roll to slow her momentum and came up in a crouch. She took 4 heaving breaths before standing up and crossing her arms over her head, stretching them after tugging so hard on the yo-yo's thin line, loosening the muscles as well as opening up her airways. Are you shitting me? Someone shouted, and when she turned she found another contestant glaring at her. She didn't even use a quirk? And yet she outstripped you by over a minute, said a low monotone voice. Shoto had come up next to her and was giving the girl in question a lethal glare. You said we needed to use our quirks to get through. Not some fancy equipment, she said, averting her eyes from Shoto's icy stare to the blonde pro. There is no rule saying you have to use your quirk, he said, waving a finger at the girl. It's just the easiest way for most people, but there is great merit in those who know how to work without their quirks as well. The yo-yo was approved well before the test started, so no problems here. Momo felt Shoto's shoulder bump hers and she dropped her arms. Later, when during the interview she was asked why she didn't use her quirk, she just shrugged. It wasn't the solution to this problem. The Kwami had suggested a movie night sleepover to celebrate their achievement of getting through the entrance exam. Results weren't here yet and Izuku was determined to think about anything else, so he offered to host. He didn't think his mother could smile so wide when he asked if his friends could stay over. He sometimes thought she was more happy that he had friends than he was. He vacuumed the living room and cleaned off the couch and made up the guest room for Momo. Shoto could sleep in his, and he'd take the couch. His mom made his favorite snacks while Izuku wiped down the tables and dusted the shelves his mother couldn't quite reach anymore. They hadn't really set a time for his friends to arrive, so when Shoto knocked on his door an hour before sunset, Izuku wasn't exactly surprised. Shoto avoided his house like the plague if he could help it. "I brought cookies," he said, holding up a container of chocolate chip cookies. "It's Ms. Tsurugi's recipe." He cheerfully greeted his friend and left his mother to welcome him as he took out the trash. They watched the most recent hero fight on TV, Izuku throwing out ideas for how the heroes could have achieved their goals more easily, and Shoto tagging in to insult the villain's flaws. "You two are like a pincushion pair." Nuru chuckled once Ms. Midoriya had disappeared into her room to do some paperwork. "Izuku's the cushion, Shoto is the pins. Not a bad combination, my queen." Paula nodded. Izuku chuckled while Shoto let out a small snort of laughter. 10 minutes later, Momo arrived with Tiki hidden behind her hair. The bug Kwami immediately flew out at the smell of cookies. "Oh!" She dove for the tin and grabbed one. "One of Marinette's recipes. I know that smell anywhere." "Marinette," Shoto said, and the bug came up short. Tiki appeared to be considering her next words. "Yes, Guardian Amelie has been teaching you her recipes." They settled into a comfortable silence. Izuku began flipping through their movie options. "I usually just watch documentaries, but my mom and I also enjoy some older shows from when she was a kid," he explained, as well as a few American films. They started a shorter documentary as they were still waiting to eat dinner and could pick something else later. Izuku did remind them where everything was and let them drop their bags into their rooms. "I get to sleep in the All Might Shrine?" Shoto said. A small smile appeared on his face at Izuku's floundering. "So cool." "It is not a shrine," Izuku insisted. "It's a collection. I have other hero merch too." "It's okay, Izuku." Shoto patted his shoulder. "We like your shrine." "Hey Dash," Momo said, putting a hand on Shoto's shoulder. "Careful, honeybee, you'll fry him." His face screwed up at the nickname, but he couldn't stop a laugh from leaving his mouth. "Don't call me that." Izuku jumped at the chance to tease his friend back. "Why not honeybee?" The beholder groaned as his teammates burst into laughter. "Don't get so confident, Beetle Brain, you're not above teasing nicknames either," he said to Momo, but she just laughed harder. Soon Shoto lost the battle of will and was laughing right alongside his teammates. "At least you got it right, Momo's the brains of the situation," Izuku said as they all fell back into their spots on the couch. "Nah, that's you," Momo suggested. "No," Izuku shook his head. "I'm an analyst, but you're the common sense. I have come to accept that we both have none." "Momo's the brains," Shoto agreed. But Momo didn't have a rebuttal. Instead, she was looking around. "Tiki." Abruptly, Shoto and Izuku's eyes scanned for their own Kwami partners, but they found nothing. "Nuru," Izuku called, looking for a flash of purple. "Pollen, where did you go?" Shoto picked up the blanket he was sitting on. "We are right here, my queen." Pollen's head stuck out of Izuku's hall closet. "I quit Kwami Council, Izuku." It appeared she had been dragged back into the closet by the other two. Satisfied their Kwami were still nearby, they all tried to refocus on the documentary. But they were teenagers, and teenagers were known to be nosy. All three wondered what they were talking about. Finally, after a few minutes, the three insect Kwamis reappeared. "We wish to discuss something with you three," Nuru said hesitantly. "So far we have told you many stories of our past holders. But you are well aware that we avoid speaking of the holders we had directly before coming into your care." "The old guardian," Momo concluded. "Tiki's ladybug." "Yes." Paula nodded. "But Nuru and we both had two holders during the time Tiki was with her Marinette. The reason humans are taught history is so that the good can continue and the bad will never happen again," Tiki added, her face more serious than Momo had ever seen her before. "We haven't told you the story of Ladybug and Chat Noir because it is a painful topic. But you do need to know." All three settled down to listen. Izuku turned the volume low on the TV, but still loud enough his mother would think any noise came from the documentary. "I think, Nuru, would you be willing to start?" Tiki asked the butterfly, who nodded solemnly. Over 100 years before I ever met Hawkmoth, both Deku and I were lost. I never agreed with some of the Order of Guardians practices, but I can't bring myself to forgive the young boy who caused us to be separated from our family. We were found over a century later by a man named Gabriel. Tgresti. Nuru's wings were tense and Izuku was fighting the urge to hold him. He and his wife used Deku's power to make a son, as she was barren. But the peacock had been damaged by the events that caused us to be lost, and she soon fell ill. After years of battling her failing health, she fell into a magical coma. Her husband decided to employ a unique power of the ladybug and black cat. When our miraculous are brought together, it grants the holder control over reality. Tiki explained. It's called the wish, and it changes the fabric of reality to the person's whim. But to do so comes at a terrible price. Not only does the wish rewrite reality, killing off that timeline and everyone in it, but reality will always demand to right itself. Balance is key. So to save one person is to doom another. Momo finished. Gabriel Hawkmoth. He decided the easiest way to find the ladybug and black cat was to create a challenge for them to face. A villain, to draw out heroes. So he twisted my power. Nuru shuddered. He took my champions and turned them against people. He called them akumas. He would invade a person's mind in their weakened emotional states and force his will onto them. Warp their feelings to send them against the heroes. The Guardian chose two young holders, Marinette de Painting and Adrian Agresti. Pollen explained. Thirsty, was he related to Hawkmoth? Izuku asked. His own son. Nuru nodded. Not that the Guardian knew. If he did, he would have just stolen us back. Adrian was Plag's best holder in centuries. Tiki explained. He was so unlike his father. He was kind, if a bit sheltered. No matter how poorly his father treated him, he strived to help people, both as Chat Noir and Adrian Agresti. And Ladybug, my ladybug. Marinette was my perfect match. I miss her very dearly. She would do anything to protect Paris. Even give up the miraculous if she felt someone could do a better job. I'm afraid it caused a lot of strife in her young years. But she pulled through. Ladybug was the youngest holder ever chosen for a miraculous, at the age of 12. Chat Noir much the same, though I suppose he was still several months older than his bug. Pollen tapped her chin. The Guardian at the time also did not take the time to train them until several months after they received their miraculous. And even then, it was more to focus on Guardian responsibilities. He didn't contact Chat Noir until another few months after that. So he just dropped them in the middle of a magical war without training? Momo asked. I mean, Ms. Tsurugi gave us a while to acclimate to our miraculous, but it's not like we were charging into battle yet. A change Ladybug implemented once she became Guardian. While most of her team learned on the field, as she did, once Hawkmoth was defeated she added that rule. Amelie grew up knowing about the miraculous and learning to defend herself without it, and Marinette still didn't let her join the team until she had learned for a few months with her and chat directly. Nuru explained. She was very cautious with every holder that came after, though they were few and far between. I believe their own children each wielded a miraculous at some point. And Guardian Amelie's mother trained a few candidates, though whether they got a miraculous I am unsure. Hawkmoth rarely let up on the attack, so it was very sink or swim for the Parisian heroes. And when Mayura, his partner and the holder of the peacock miraculously joined, the difficulties spiked harshly. Pollen continued. They branched out to other miraculous holders when needed. Tricks, Ways and I were brought out regularly to meet our temporary holders. Rena Rouge, Carapace, and Queen Bee. And later other heroes like Ryuko, Ms. Tsurugi's mother. These were already bad times, but then something happened. Tiki flew a bit higher and their eyes followed her. Queen Bee, she was never a kind girl. She regularly bullied her classmates, Marinette worst of all. In truth, she wasn't supposed to get Pollen's comb in the first place. She found it by accident when Ladybug lost hold of it in a fight. But Marinette thought it might push her to be a better person. She was unfortunately wrong. It became clear very early on that Queen Bee had gone power mad and could not be trusted, especially since she revealed her identity to the public when it was extremely dangerous for herself and Ladybug and Chat Noir. Shoto's eyes caught on Pollen, who looked to be on the verge of tears. Through a combination of Hawkmoth's plans and sheer bad luck, they managed to find the guardian of the Miraculous and steal the miracle box. Queen Bee was persuaded to join his side to take revenge on Ladybug. She took control of the temporary Miraculous holders and turned them against Ladybug with her amplified abilities. She created an army of Miraculous holders with Hawkmoth's guidance while Mayura worked on defeating the Guardian. There was little left to do, so he transferred guardianship to Ladybug, putting more pressure on her than ever before. To transfer the guardianship in that way wipes the former Guardian's memories so they may never be used against the Order, and to keep the identities of the current holders a secret. He lost his memories and Marinette became Guardian. Nuru explained. It took over 3 years of trying and hardship on all of the holders, but they managed to beat him. Ladybug and Chat Noir struck him down and Hawkmoth was arrested. But unfortunately, he had trained an apprentice who had a hand in his downfall to grasp at power herself. Chrysalis kept the hardships of Paris going for another few years until she too was defeated. Quirks were becoming more common, and Ladybug and Chat Noir's last job as heroes was helping the world transition to powers being so common. Tiki concluded. Oh Nuru, Izuku pulled the Kwami to allow him to hide his face in Izuku's neck. No wonder you were so hesitant to talk about it. Momo mumbled. All three talked with their Kwamis, asking questions or offering reassurances. It wasn't all bad. Pollen insisted. I got a new holder, she was lovely. I do miss Vesperia, even if I failed my former queen. Shoto shook his head. It's not your job to fix anyone. If Ladybug thought she couldn't change, and that the Miraculous was unsafe in her hands, it was for the best. You didn't fail anyone, Pollen. Queen Bee failed you. I'm not going to be anything like Hawkmoth. Izuku insisted. I won't. Nuru just nuzzled deeper into his hold. I'll make her proud. Momo said, I want to uphold the wishes of the former Guardian and my predecessors. I'll be the best hero I can. Tiki smiled, somber tears in her eyes. Above all else, I believe Marinette would want you to be happy, in the ways the world never let her be. After a bit, Izuku's mother exited her office and started on dinner. Izuku found himself staring at his food thinking about what he had learned. Izuku honey, his mother asked, causing him to jolt in surprise. Are you all right? You're staring at your fish. I'm fine. He insisted and went back to eating. Just thinking is all. As the three worked on cleaning up, Izuku's mom went to check the mail. Momo had just managed to get the group laughing again when the door burst open and Ms. Midoriya scrambled in. Izuku, it's here, she said excitedly. Your result from UA. All three stared at the letter before Izuku yelped and grabbed it. He and his mom both fretted. Izuku reminded himself of other options if he didn't pass, while his mother reminded him that he had worked hard and regardless she was proud of him. Over the potential results, Momo had to sit the woman down while Shoto dragged Izuku to his room to read his results in peace. Before he could shut the door, Izuku grabbed his arm. I want you and Momo to be with me. We did this together, please help me see it through to the end. Shoto nodded once, and once Momo joined them, they sat on Izuku's bed while the boy took a seat at his desk. He tore the envelope open and two things fell out. 1, a piece of paper that they had been expecting. But 2, a small silver disc. Once it rolled to a stop and fell flat, the disc flashed and a screen of light came from the curious object. Booyah! I am here as a projection. The loud noise almost startled Izuku off his seat. All might? Izuku questioned. Dear Kwami, the suit dash. Momo cringed at the mustard yellow suit the blonde pro hard wearing. She could also feel Tiki squirming. She spent 60 years with a fashion designer constantly. She felt pain in her soul at this. Bet it's a shock, huh? The pro grinned at the camera. Well, you're looking at the newest UA faculty member. Well, he seems happy. Momo said as Izuku practically vibrated out of his seat at the idea his favorite hero would be one of the teachers. Just then Shoto made an odd choking noise. Shoto? Shoto! Momo waved a hand in front of his face to no avail. He seemed to have blown a fuse. Oh well, she'd fill him in later. Momo focused back on Izuku's hologram. The giant of a man cleared his throat. You, Midoriya, passed the written exam with flying colors. One of the top 10% of applicants. But I'm sure you're dying to know how you did on your practical. The screen behind All Might lit up and it scrolled through the results of each student. Over the course of the practical, you managed to get a total of 45 villain points. An already impressive score. But there were other factors too. Another column opened up on the screen. After all, how could a hero course reject someone who is committed to saving others? Regardless of the personal cost. Izuku started. Why hadn't he considered that? He knew that points would be taken from kids who sabotaged their fellow contestants. Why wouldn't there be a reward for the opposite? After all, that's what makes a hero. So we have rescue points. A panel of judges watch and award point based on heroic acts performed over the course of the exam. I was not on the panel, but I can say without a doubt that we were all impressed. Izuku stared as they reached his name and choked as he saw he was in first place. Midoriya Izuku. 105 rescue points. And an all-time record set for the most points gained during an exam in the school's history. Congratulations. Momo crashed into Izuku for a hug with Shoto hot on her heels. Nuru was cheering, along with Pollen and Tiki. Welcome, Izuku. You did it. Izuku, are you all set? Inko leaned over her son as he finished putting his stuff away. You didn't just pack action figures, right? Moom. Izuku groaned. That was when I was 6. Inko hummed. And that was just last year, right? Izuku huffed, but a small smile pulled at his lips. I have everything. He insisted, including Nuru and his snacks, he thought. Oh, my baby is already starting high school. She hugged him and Izuku rested his chin on her shoulder as a few of his patrons settled into her hair. The magical bugs had taken a liking to his mother, as she had a tendency to leave out sweet stuff and buy new plants for them to flutter on. Izuku's room was filled with hanging plants and flowers in vases. And you're making your dream come true. I'm so proud. He returned her hug. Thanks, Mom. Now I gotta go or I'll be late. Yes, go. Go, she said, handing him his bag. Bye, Mom. He kissed her cheek. I'll be at Ms. Tsurugi's right after school, but I'll get home around the time you get back from work. He promised. Once the door clicked shut, he hurried down the stairs. Thinking of his potential classmates, he knew Momo and Shoto would be in his year, of course. They had all celebrated their acceptance with a rather extravagant dinner at Momo's house. Their Kwami had been celebrating in Momo's bedroom with a large amount of snacks. Both Shoto and Ms. Tsurugi baked them. When the bright, clean building of UA came into view, Izuku quickened his step. After gathering his schedule and locating his locker, Izuku began wandering the halls looking for Class 1A. Izuku wasn't dumb enough to believe Bakugo hadn't made it into UA. He saw his name as the second highest score on the exam, which had put the final nail in the coffin for his chances of avoiding him for the rest of his days. Now all he could hope for was that they were in different classes. When Izuku spotted the door to his class, said hope was gone. He could hear Bakugo's unmistakable voice from inside the class, and another familiar voice arguing with it. Pushing the door open, he saw exactly what he expected. Bakugo with his feet up on the desk, and examinee 7111 shouting at him about it. Izuku! And a blur of dark hair crashed into him. This was starting to feel familiar. Momo! Izuku wrapped his arms around his friend as they spun. Izuku! Shoto joined them. Shoto! The greenette greeted his other teammate. Momo! He nodded to the girl. Uraraka! Came a different voice. Izuku turned and saw the same girl with brown hair and a pretty smile behind them. Hi. If you remember Dash, she started. It's you. Izuku released Momo and turned his attention to the girl, Uraraka. I was hoping you'd be in my class. Midoriya, right? She asked hopefully. I knew you would be here as soon as I saw the butterflies. You were amazing at the exam. I didn't get to thank you properly. You took the 0 pointed down in one shot. And you didn't even have to touch it. How did you know it would work? Izuku was blushing heavily and was struggling to form words. because he's really good at that kind of stuff. Shoto chipped in, resting his chin on Izuku's shoulder. This made Izuku blush even worse. It's like puzzle pieces slotting together to let it bend and move. Stop one from bending and well, boom. I wish I could have seen it. Momo bemoaned. Oh, I never introduced myself, Yaoyorozu Momo. They shook hands. Uraraka Ochako. She introduced herself properly. And this is Todoroki Shoto. Izuku said for Shoto when he tilted his head in a way that said his social battery was already dangerously low. Hello, Shoto said. Butterflies were settling on their small gathings. Shoto brushed one off his nose, but it immediately resettled on his shoulder. Before they could keep talking, examinee 7111 approached Izuku. I wanted to apologize for my behavior at the entrance exam. You were very correct to call me out. I unfairly judged you, and I can now tell your abilities surpass mine. You knew there was something more to the exam, didn't you? Izuku blinked. Well, I knew something was odd with the 0-pointer. With there only being one in all. But I'm sure others knew something was up, right? No one in the class, because they were all staring, said anything. Oh, he suddenly felt like melting into the floor. I am Ida Tenya. The dark-haired boy introduced himself. Midoriya Izuku. The greenette responded. They all found their seats. Tragically, Izuku was stuck behind Bakugo, who thankfully didn't speak to him, just glared until Izuku moved past him. With only a minute before the bell, Izuku felt the butterflies humming with curiosity. There appeared to be a small flutter of them floating behind the teacher's desk. As he hunched over his bag on the ground to grab his pencil case, he spotted what looked like a large, dirty yellow caterpillar. Izuku paused. At first he thought it was a bag of sorts. Until he saw it breathing. He sat back up. The bell rang. Everyone quieted for a second, looking at the door. Isn't our teacher supposed to be here? A girl with bright pink skin and hair asked. I think they are? Izuku said, leaning to look behind the desk again. After a second there was a rustling of fabric and the dirty yellow caterpillars sat up. A man's face was visible in the hole of what Izuku now knew was a sleeping bag. 15 seconds. The man mumbled. Needs improvement. The butterflies that had been investigating the man returned to Izuku, settling in his green locks and on his bag. All right, most of you clear out. He shook the bag in his head and most of the butterflies flew out the still cracked door. A few stayed put beside him. Both Momo and Shoto had one settled on them as well, as if they were keeping watch. One sat on Uraraka's desk and she beamed at the bug. While that happened, the man in the sleeping bag had stood up. I'm Aizawa Shota. I'm your teacher. Time is precious, so stop wasting it. He pulled what Izuku could assume was a gym uniform from the sleeping bag he had extracted himself from. Put these on and go outside. Why did you have that in the sleeping bag with you? Someone, Izuku wasn't sure who, mumbled. Without any further delay, the students all headed to their locker, where their actual uniforms already were. Izuku turned it over in his hands. Short sleeves, he said, looking at the quarter-length arms of the shirt. If he wanted to be transformed for whatever this was, he'd have to deal with part of his suit showing. Looking at Shoto, he could guess he was thinking the same thing. I'm not gonna dash, Shoto mouthed. I think I have to, Izuku mouthed back. Shoto could use his fire and ice to carry him through most things, and so could Momo. But if Izuku wanted to have proper control of his patron butterflies and the enhanced speed and strength of the Miraculous, then undersuit it was. He stepped into a changing stall. Luckily he didn't think any light would spill through the thick curtains. I think we're gonna miss orientation, he told Nuru in a barely audible whisper. I'll ask Pollen to go and listen in for us. He chirped, going through the floor to get to Shoto's locker. Izuku knew his uniform would be fine under the suit, but he didn't want to explain where it was should someone notice it. He also set his shoes to the side so he could replace his boots with them. When he was ready, Nuru reappeared. He was very happy the Kwami he got was a boy, because if he had Pollen or Tiki he would feel way more uncomfortable about this. After giving Nuru a thumbs up, he called for his transformation. Nuru wings rise. Once the lights faded and the summoned butterflies vanished into his cane, Izuku pulled his uniform over his miracle suit, taking off the pads on his elbows and knees. Then he replaced the purple boots for his regular red tennis shoes. Unsure of what to do with the accessories, he just shoved them into the locker when no one was paying attention. After leaving the changing rooms, Izuku followed his classmates out into what appeared to be a softball field where Mr. Aizawa was waiting for them. As he stood next to Uraraka, he heard what they were doing just in time for the class to complain. "If we're here doing a quirk assessment, then we'll miss orientation," Uraraka pointed out. Mr. Aizawa wasn't facing them, but Izuku got the distinct impression he was rolling his eyes. "If you want to make the big leagues, you can't waste time on pointless ceremonies." "You may think it's pointless," Izuku thought to himself. "I want to know where the emergency exits are." At UA, teachers are given free rein over how they want to teach their class, he continued. "So I say we're doing this." Izuku fought to keep a frown off his face. "That's an interesting way of saying, because I told you so. So far you've only taken standardized tests, but never got to use your quirks for the physical exams. It's the Ministry of Education's way of pretending that everyone is created equal, but it holds back the most powerful from excelling above their peers. It's irrational, and one day they'll learn." Izuku lost that battle against not frowning. Note to self, don't go to him for quirk-related prejudice. Sure, they weren't allowed to use their quirks, but wouldn't that defeat the purpose of the physical exams? Which was specifically to test skill, and to see if anything was wrong. Mr. Aizawa's eyes scanned the group. "Bakugo, you got the highest score on the entrance exam, correct?" "Second highest," Shoto said, when it was clear Bakugo wouldn't. The teacher's eyes flicked from Bakugo to Shoto, and then to Izuku, who did his best not to gulp. "That's right," he said, as if he had just been reminded of a chore he didn't want to do. "Anyway, what was the farthest distance you threw a softball when you were in junior high?" Bakugo raised an eyebrow. "I don't know, 67 meters? That was some generous rounding. Right, now try doing it with your quirk." Mr. Aizawa tossed a softball to the blonde before pointing to a chalk circle on the pitch. "Anything goes if you stay in the circle." Izuku's hands moved to cover his ears, and he saw Shoto and Momo copy him. Looking confused, Uraraka did the same but opened her mouth. He read her lips. "Why are you dash? Die." And with a very loud bang, Bakugo launched the ball into the air. The rest of the class had flinched, and two of them covered their ears as if in pain. Izuku lowered his hands. "Too high, not out," Izuku mumbled, and he was pretty sure only Uraraka heard him. If the goal was distance, he was hurting himself with some of the theatrics. Mr. Aizawa presented a device that documented the distance. 705.2 m. You need to know your maximum capabilities. It's the most rational way to know your potential as a pro hero. The man drawled. Izuku got the distinct impression that he didn't want to be here. "That's incredible," said a boy with bright yellow hair and black streak across his bangs. "That looks so fun," cheered the girl with pink hair from earlier. Izuku really needed to get on to learning their names. "I want to go." Apparently she had said something very wrong because a pointed glare was shot to her by Mr. Aizawa. "Oh, so this looks fun?" he asked the group. Suddenly it seemed far less so. "You have 3 years here, do you think it's going to be playtime?" "Is that question rhetorical?" Shoto asked. "What do you think?" He turned his gaze to the elemental. "Do I think that question was rhetorical, or do I think it will be playtime?" Shoto asked, apparently already testing the limits of how far they could push their teacher before he snapped. "Assuming it wasn't, I don't think it will be fun and games. It is school after all. But that has little to no effect on getting the chance to try something new being fun. Some people find math fun. Or reading. Or kicking rocks." Whatever the line was, Izuku thinks they passed it a while ago. "All right then." He glared at them. "All of you will participate in 8 physical tests. These will gauge your potential. Whoever comes in last has none. And will be expelled." Izuku grabbed one of his wrists with his other hand, reading his pulse and focusing on getting it down. Most of his classmates didn't look much better. "I decide how this class is run. Understand?" He looked down at them with a creepy smile that would make Izuku cross the street. What a way to start his high school career. "You can't send one of us home on the first day?" Uraraka was shouting at the man, who was cracking the first smile he had all day. I thought showing off our quirks and skills was what the entrance exam was for? Momo asked, looking concerned. It's impossible to believe you can glean our potential in one day. Especially since most of us don't have actual training yet. Izuku wasn't happy with how his voice wavered. This felt familiar. Besides, what about those whose quirks don't assist them physically? I mean, I have my wings, but that's not gonna help me throw a baseball? Not to mention the girl with the invisibility quirk or what looked like headphone cords attached to her ears. Both quirks Izuku was sure would be incredibly helpful. Plus, isn't it a double standard you're holding? Said a blonde Izuku remembered seeing at the entrance exam, raising an eyebrow. At this the greenette raised an eyebrow, and a glance at their teacher revealed him doing the same. True, Izuku thought he looked a tad familiar, but it's not like every hero was super easy to find information about. Izuku assumed he was someone underground. Maybe this blonde was an even bigger hero nerd than him? If you don't like how I run my class, you can go ahead and leave. The only adult in the ground said. Izuku felt a few others were weighing their options. Is this how you're going to run things? Shoto asked. Do you get a kick out of bullying those you have power over? Enjoying getting to play with kids' lives? What kind of hero does that? The realistic ones. Mr. Aizawa actually looked annoyed. Life isn't fair either. Natural disasters, villain attacks. How about catastrophes that wreck whole cities? Some of you don't have a chance in the real world. You'll get yourselves killed. This is a kindness. Oh, Izuku realized as a whisper of thoughts filled his mind. Grief loss, anger loss, annoyance. This is personal to you, isn't it? He said as a few butterflies fluttered around him. You lost someone and now you think you know better? Well, let's break this down then. Everyone's eyes were on him. He could feel Bagu's eye burning from behind him and Mr. Aizawa's from in front of him. Izuku swallowed his fear and took a deep breath. You say we can't have fun while doing our job? But isn't what makes some of the best heroes their ability to be confident and cool under pressure? That's why All Might is so popular, isn't it? He makes a high-stakes situation seem small and it helps. And he's not the only one, so it's not a fluke. 2. Of course life isn't. But natural disasters, villain attacks, and destruction are going to happen no matter what. So why not teach people how to help themselves and others when the inevitable comes? Izuku rubbed his face, already tired of this. This was meant to be a good day. 3. This is personal to you. You lost someone and now you've gotten it into your head that you're sparring people of potentially the same fate? You don't have to lie. My quirk is an odd thing, so I already know I'm right. But getting expelled from UA? Oof. Izuku ran a panicked hand through his hair. I mean, that's its own death sentence. With that on your record, no school would take you, especially not hero schools. Not to mention jobs. You're really okay with risking a person's entire future on a physical? Aizawa didn't look happy with him. But the butterflies whispered truth, grief, annoyed, truth loss. Oh, whatever. Izuku relented. I'll take the test, and you grade us fairly. I got top in the entrance exam, but this isn't a fight where I can outthink my opponent. So I take your test, and I get, let's say, top 10? I win, no one gets expelled. If I fail? Then you win, and I'll leave without a word of complaint. But no one else has to go. Deal? The greasy-haired man glared at him. I should expel you regardless of your gross overconfidence and back talk. Izuku met his gaze without wavering. But this is a better way to prove my point. Mr. Aizawa said, looking at Izuku with contempt. So sure, why not? As he turned away, whispers broke out among their classmates. Uraraka said he must be really confident to challenge a teacher on day one. Shoto and Momo looked at each other with raised eyebrows. They were fairly confident in Izuku's chances regardless of what the test was. But in terms of him challenging the teachers? They knew he was pulling that confidence straight out of his butt. +X+. Izuku leaned away from Bakugo as they lined up for the 50-meter dash. His wings wouldn't give him enough speed for such a short distance. Best to just run it. He tucked them away so as to not drag him back. As the starter pistol sounded, he began sprinting for the end of the line. Bakugo flew past him, small blasts shoving him further ahead. Izuku wasn't too far behind though, the Miraculous giving him his own boost of speed. 4.13 seconds, it announced as Bakugo passed. 6.53 seconds, it declared a moment later. Izuku slowed his run to a jog and then walk. Not bad. My Quirks got the most applications of anyone in this school. Bakugo loudly declared, as one of their classmates, a boy with red hair, complimented his skill. Izuku rolled his eyes. Clearly he didn't know Momo. +X+. The little device that was designed to measure the strength of their grip beeped as Izuku looked at it. 146.3 kilograms. Definitely above average. +X+. Izuku let his wings out and began drifting forward through the air. He wasn't entirely sure if this counted as a jump, but the device measuring their distance didn't seem to mind. He flew forward until he passed the final machine. And even then he carried on for another 3 meters before his feet hit the ground. He saw Uraraka getting ready to start levitating herself, and he caught her eye. He gestured to his wings and she seemed to catch his meaning. As she began floating forward, he began to beat his wings. The air current pushed her forward even as her momentum from her jump began to fade. She too managed to make it past the sensors before dropping to the ground and clutching her stomach. He congratulated Uraraka as she recovered from the waves of nausea that he started up from floating herself. "We make a good team." She grinned, still slightly green. Izuku found himself smiling as she said it. "Yeah, we do." +X+. Nothing special about the sidesteps. His increased speed and strength assisted, but functionally it was no different from if he wasn't powered up. His speed wasn't anything to sneeze at though. +X+. Izuku watched with the rest of the class as Uraraka tapped the ball and threw it into the air. It kept floating further and further away, higher as well until it was nothing more than a speck in the sky. Mr. Aizawa finally looked at the device as it beeped, showing an infinity symbol. "I think you threw it farther than the sensors," Izuku said as Uraraka rejoined him. Izuku stepped up to the hypothetical plate and paused. He knew he could throw the ball pretty far just with his enhanced strength, but he was considering other options. Achiko was shifting her weight as they waited for Izuku to make up his mind. If Izuku doesn't pull this off, he'll be the one going home. Ida was mumbling to himself. The blonde who had been glaring down Izuku all day. Bakugo, did the teacher call him? He snorted. Noda. He's a quirkless loser. Everyone who heard him looked confused. Of course Midoriya has a quirk? Ida said, astounded. Wings. Achiko pointed out. She didn't try and think poorly of people, but like, was this guy dumb? She looked at their teacher to see if he was going to say anything. He was already looking away from them and walking towards Midoriya. Just in time for Midoriya to put 2 fingers to his lips and let out a shrill whistle. No one knew what he was doing at first, until a small swarm of butterflies began to surround him. As they all had a glow to them, it just looked like a blur of white. Here you go. He held the ball up and the swarm managed to pick it up somehow. The butterflies beat their little wings and lifted up and away. They were easier to track than just the ball itself, but they were shrinking as they carried further away. After a beep there, the swarm separated and began flying back to Midoriya. But he was looking at their teacher with slight disgust. It was an expression that didn't look like it came to his face naturally. It made Achiko feel gross, like she had been the one to do something wrong and disappointed someone she looked up to. She turned her gaze to Mr. Aizawa who, well, he must have been doing something because the scarf he had been wearing was floating as well as his hair. Oh, I know you. Midoriya sounded an odd mix of admiration and anger. You tried to erase my quirk? And it didn't do much, huh? I'm willing to admit that this was a first. So what is your quirk anyway? Midoriya actually rolled his eyes. Okay, well, it's weird to explain, so I'm not going to bother. But my patrons are kind of an extension of my quirk, but they are also a different entity. So they won't disappear. The wings are attached to me, so you can't do anything about them. And I have no idea if it would work on a champion. Izuku did not clarify what that meant. But that's not the point. The point is you agreed to my terms, you needed to judge us fairly. And interfering with my quirk to what dash? Embarrass me? Throw me off my game? It didn't even work. Izuku gave a humorless laugh. Wow, that's pathetic, and that's a word I only use for myself. You really couldn't handle losing? Couldn't take that I was right? Mr. Aizawa did not look happy at all. In fact, his eyes appeared to be glowing with rage. The judges of the entrance exam weren't rational enough. He said bluntly, "You shouldn't have been allowed into this school. You may breeze through things, but you're not ready for a real fight. That much is obvious." Izuku snorted. "Yes. Because I didn't come in first at the entrance exam in your world, right? That's Bakugo to you? My quirk may not help me in a fight as much as others, but neither does yours. I do actually know how to fight, not that you would know. How could you? We just met today. You talk about rationality, but you let your emotions yank you around on a chain. You refuse to see facts over your own prejudice, and you don't like me. Maybe I remind you of someone, maybe I'm too flashy, maybe you just don't like insects. It doesn't matter." Midoriya's wings stretched up behind him. "You cheated. Not that it mattered, because I will win. I am going to be a hero, and nothing is going to stop me from helping people. So I guess I should thank you. This is good practice. I won't fail, I refuse to. And when life takes a swing, I'll take it and swing back harder." His face slid from its former anger to a polite smile. It was like SW's was flipped. "Now, please give me my score. We still have a few more tests to do." After another stare down, Mr. Aizawa finally showed them Midoriya's results. 705.3. The butterflies had returned and were settling on Izuku's wings and hair. "No, you did wonderfully. It slipped is all. You did great, we did great," Izuku was telling them. Ochako looked around at their classmates, wondering what they thought of this. Bakugo looked like he had seen something unnatural. Or like he had just been told the sky was actually green and the grass was purple. "Close your mouth, dearie," she heard the other blonde, the one with the huge belt buckle, say to him. "You'll get flies." Apparently that was enough to snap Bakugo out of his stupor, and he made an unexpected charge at Midoriya. "Deku, you little beast, how did you manage that?" he shouted. Mr. Aizawa moved. Izuku moved faster. A flash of silver and Bakugo was on the floor. There was a short knife buried into the ground through the shoulder of Bakugo's uniform. Bakugo didn't even appear to have been scratched. "Told you I could fight." Izuku grinned and strode past to where Shoto and Momo were waiting for him. It took a minute for Bakugo to extract the blade from the ground to free himself. Thankfully, he seemed embarrassed enough to not try anything again. Mr. Aizawa gave him a half-hearted scold and suggested Izuku not bring knives to non-fights. At which point Izuku pointed out they had no idea what they would be doing, so he felt he needed to be prepared. Shoto practically tackled Izuku in order to partner with him for the sit-ups. He had been avoiding most people's questions, both about his scar and his father. Izuku took pity on him even though Uraraka seemed a bit down, since she had been in the process of asking to pair up. Instead she began talking to the boy with the belt buckle. Nima, that was his name. Momo was chatting with another girl. Izuku really needed to learn everyone's names fast. Both the sit-ups and the toe touches were nothing special. Izuku was in good enough shape to breeze through both without too much trouble. The long-distance run, though, that was at least a little more interesting. Momo had managed to create an entire bicycle and was very casually riding around the track. Izuku was flying beside her, careful to keep his feet off the ground. Shoto had created a pair of ice skates out of actual ice and was creating a path of ice and melting it behind him on her other side. 15 minutes in and they were still going. 20 minutes in and they were still going. The three had started chatting about 2 minutes into the run. Momo had stopped talking after 10 minutes to focus up, and would only throw out small comments when she felt up to it. Shoto had managed to talk for about 15 minutes before also showing some signs of fatigue. Izuku was talking about nothing at all. He was explaining a complex recipe he and his mom had been trying to make for dinner. "Do you want me to stop talking?" he asked after 23 minutes. "Nah," Momo huffed. "It's something to focus on other than the work. Like a podcast." Shoto agreed. Izuku nodded and began talking about the plants he had started growing both inside their apartment and on the roof. "Some of them I had to special order because they don't grow naturally here. I'll have to be careful when it comes time for them to spread their seeds." He was explaining. "I don't want them to potentially get into other people's gardens. A few won't do much, but they can potentially make it harder for other plants to grow, you know. Momo tapped out at 26 minutes and Shoto finally gave in after Izuku, still charged up on miraculous energy, just kept flying. He was beginning to wonder if he could keep Mr. Aizawa past the end of school. He had flown for hours before, albeit with small breaks for food. He could at least make it a full hour, probably longer. After 40 minutes, Uraraka leaned over to Momo. How long can he keep this up? The dark-haired girl grinned. He's running on spite now, he'll go all night if he wants. But after 45 minutes, all of the class except Bakugo and Ida had elected to just sit on the grass, and Aizawa finally got his attention, having to jog beside him as Izuku had no intent of stopping. How much longer do you think you could keep this up? He asked. Izuku shrugged, feigning a look of innocence to mask his sheet-eating smile. At least 2 hours. Maybe more. With a defeated sigh, he stopped and punched in 2 hours as his score. Izuku flew back over to his classmates, leaving their teacher behind, and finally landed. His wings disappeared back into his back and he offered Uraraka a hand. She took it and was pulled to her feet. He moved to help Momo do the same. Shoto had removed his sneakers in an attempt to dry them out without burning up his feet. Maybe you should have just asked for a pair of skates? Momo said to him and he pulled back on his mostly dry shoes. It's not like you'll always have time to give me skates. He answered. They followed Aizawa back to the school where he was reviewing the scores on his device. I'll just put your results up, no point in going over all of them. He pressed a button and a projection showed the scores of all of them. Izuku had half expected Mr. Aizawa to mess with the results to put him in the bottom 10. But no, he was happy to see his name in second place, right between Momo and Shoto. The very short boy appeared to be panicked at his placement in last, but Izuku was too busy meeting their teacher's gaze. I win, he said, very happy with himself. Mr. Aizawa grimaced for a second before another one of those off-putting smiles showed up on his face. Izuku knew better though, he could still tell the man was annoyed. It didn't matter. That was just a logical ruse in an attempt to make you try your hardest. The only adult lied. Izuku was starting to think what Ms. Amelie said about empaths knowing too much was true. He wondered if he could tone it down without limiting his ability to make champions. Izuku thought this would get distracting. Everyone go pick up a syllabus from the classroom. You're dismissed. And Mr. Aizawa turned and left. Lying? Momo questioned, seeing Izuku's expression. Straight through his teeth. He nodded. How can you tell? Ida asked as they all began heading back to the changing rooms. Izuku internally panicked, wondering exactly how weird he'd go with his quirk before people called him out. It's hard to explain? He offered. Izuku took his knives off his hip, putting them in his locker. Shoto picked up his phone and waved it. A video from what looked like it had been filmed from a light fixture was displayed when Izuku. Awesome, he said, mentally reminding himself to thank Pollen later. I'll watch it later. Mom is expecting me home. You wanna come? No, I'm gonna go see the boss. Shoto explained. Izuku snorted. The boss? Why not just call her by her name? Shoto shrugged. Gotta keep some mystery. Izuku ducked into a changing stall and held out a hand. Wings fall. Nuru landed in his outstretched palm with a sigh. Not too tired, I hope, Izuku whispered. I'm okay. Nuru assured him. Right, let's go. He left the changing room with Nuru hiding in his only slightly sweaty hair. Once he looked presentable, Izuku allowed Nuru to phase through him and into his bag. Nuru was enjoying his well-deserved Swiss roll, Izuku was sure. Ida walked beside him towards the school's exit. Momo waved to them as she hopped into her family's car. I don't know how I feel about a teacher lying to his class on the first day. Not only is it morally reprehensible, but it does not seem very becoming of a pro-hero. He was obviously thinking very hard about this. But I must trust Yue's judgment. Surely a school of such prestige would only hire the best. Izuku did his best to keep his face pleasant. Oh sweet child, you haven't been so utterly failed by the system, he thought. Hey, wait up. Uraraka was hurrying up to them. Ah, the Infinity Girl. Ida said as she reached them. Uraraka, correct? She chuckled at the title. Yep. And you're Ida Tenya, right? Yes. He nodded sharply. And Midoriya, I meant to ask, what was that Bakugo called you? She asked Izuku. Deku? Is that a nickname or something cause you said your name was something? Izuku. He nodded, pondering how to phrase his answer. Well, Deku is what Bakugo calls me to insult me. Uraraka promptly paled. Oh my gosh, I'm sorry, I just dash. No, it's fine, dash. The greenette rubbed the back of his neck. You didn't know it was just, it's a long story, but it kinda means useless. It's been calling me that since I was, I don't know, 5? Around the time we were learning how to write our names. How unsportsmanlike, dash, Ida mumbled. I didn't realize, I thought it was like, Dikairu, you know? Like, I can do it, or something? Uraraka explained. Not a bad thought, I'm actually kinda happy someone can see it as a positive, but I really rather you call me Midoriya or Izuku. He admitted. Izuku it is. Uraraka nodded. Hey, maybe you'll get a new nickname? Something cool. Izuku managed a small chuckle at her enthusiasm. Ida appeared to be considering something. You must have known Bakugo for a long time then? The butterfly holder nodded. Since we were born, really. Our moms are friends. You also know Todoroki and Yaoyorozu pretty well? He continued. Were the 4 of you friends growing up? Izuku shook his head. I only met Momo and Shoto about a year ago. And Bakugo and I haven't actually been friends for a long time. Now we just know each other. The group began making their way to the station. Right before they left the school grounds, Izuku saw a blonde man wearing a truly atrocious yellow suit walking ahead of them. Izuku saw what looked to be the man's keys fall from his bag. Izuku paused mid-sentence to run ahead and grab the keys. Excuse me, sir. The blonde man turned around. He looked, well, bad would be an understatement. He could be a skeleton, he was so thin. 2 vibrant blue eyes were looking surprised in very hollow eye sockets. You dropped these? Izuku said, holding up the keys as he scooped them off the ground. Dash. Oh, thanks, kid. He pocketed them again. I'd be in big trouble if I lost those. No problem. Izuku said, and the man turned around as Izuku walked back to his friends. He couldn't place it, but he almost felt he had seen the man before. His voice, too, sounded familiar. But he figured he would have remembered someone with that dramatic of hair who also looked half dead. Who was that? Uraraka asked. He must be a member of the staff? Ida wondered. Or he works with one of the companies and hero agencies UA partners with? I guess. Izuku shrugged, still unable to shake the feeling of déjà vu. Izuku entered his home about 30 minutes before his mother was supposed to get home. He dropped his bag in his room and fell face first onto the couch, Nuru floating to land on his shoulder a moment later. Okay, so the homeroom teacher already doesn't like me. Izuku said to the pillow. Not the best start. At least it appears to be because of something I actually did as opposed to me being quirkless. But that wasn't entirely right either. He had ignored Izuku's shining score in favor of Bakugo, hadn't he? Oh well, he didn't want to spend too long wondering how Mr. Aizawa's mind worked. I was able to observe through the butterflies a bit. Nuru said in his quiet, calm voice. I think you made quite the impression on your classmates at least. They all appeared impressed with all 3 of you. Izuku smiled as he thought of his teammates. With or without the miraculous, they were aces at every test. Izuku was slightly worried about how they would match up once they started using the miraculous though. He didn't want to be left in the dust. He'd need to work harder than ever to stay on track. Izuku was watching the video Pollen had taken for them at orientation. He hoped she had been careful when sneaking around. Even if Kwame wouldn't appear on camera, he didn't want to have to explain their presence should anyone catch sight. What would they even call them if they were discovered? Yeah, no, best no one sees the Kwame. The sound of the keys being put into the door jolted Izuku upright and had Nuru flying for his bedroom. With the large number of plants Izuku had gathered for the butterflies to rest on, it gave Nuru ample space to hide. Izuku made sure his miraculous was concealed by the uniform before standing up. Welcome home, Mom. He hugged her eagerly. I can't wait to tell you about today. And I can't wait to hear it. Inko agreed, hugging him back just as fiercely. Come on, I'm making katsudon for dinner to celebrate. You can tell me while I prepare. He ended up sitting at the kitchen table explaining each test and how he and his friends did, as well as talking about meeting Ida and Uraraka again. Day 1 and you already have so many friends. She smiled, though there was something sad in it. Mom? He asked. What's wrong? Oh, Izuku. She hugged him again. You know I'll always worry about you. I was afraid that maybe UA wouldn't be that different from before. I took so long to notice, and even then your friends had to tell me. I'm just happy you have so many people in your corner now. He rested his chin on her hair. Oh, Mom. I know I didn't always know what you needed. She said calmly, but a tinge of sadness was still in her voice. But I'm so proud of you. You're my little champion, and I know you'll be a great hero. And I'll be there whenever you need me, to support you with everything I have. He smiled, not that she could see it. Thanks, Mom. After they released each other, Inko rubbed a tear from her eyes. I also got you something. She reached into her bag and pulled out what looked to be a small bundle of fabric. I know it's not much, but I saw it in some of your designs for your hero costume. I don't know why you left it off in the end, but I thought, if you ever wanted it again. Izuku looked at the little piece of fabric that he now realized was a silver mask, much like the one he had first had when transforming. After some discussion with Nuru, they had figured it would look suspicious whenever he was using the Miraculous without wanting to show his costume. He hurried to the hallway mirror and put the mask on. It held to his face even without any string. It must have something to keep it from detaching? It's perfect! Izuku cheered, running back to hug his mother. It's just like what I imagined. Now he could wear his mask for school without having to worry about when he was caught by surprise. It wouldn't be too odd for someone to leave behind accessories in a rush. I also got these for your butterflies. She pulled out a packet of seeds that Izuku had read about. They'll take a bit to grow, but I think your little friends will like it. A butterfly landed on her hand as she held it out. Izuku couldn't help but smile. +X+. The next day they started their normal classes. Izuku and Momo were almost in rivalry to answer the teacher's questions. Present Mike at least seemed happy people were enjoying English class, while most of their other teachers requested they give others a chance first. Lunch was exciting. They had a variety of options for dishes without having to pay anything outrageous. Izuku also had gotten signatures from every pro he met to add to his notes. Momo and Shoto were sniggering as he stumbled over his words to ask for each one. You'd think he could say it in his sleep? Uraraka smiled as Izuku got lunch rush to sign a new blank notebook. He planned to just cut the signatures out later and paste them into the relevant notebooks at home. Sort of like a scrapbook. Yes, Momo admitted, but I'd imagine he'd stumble over his words in his dreams too. As they finally returned to class 1A, Mr. Aizawa waited just long enough for the entire class to be present before leaving. As a rule, Momo did her best to respect school staff, especially teachers. But respect went both ways, and so far, they had been shown little. A very loud thunder of footsteps could be heard coming down the hall, and Momo had just enough time to wonder if there was a stampede of cattle before the door was thrown open. Several people shouted in both shock and excitement. Sure, they had been told All Might would be a teacher, but seeing him in person bursting through the door of their homeroom was a bit more real. I am here. Entering like a hero. And Izuku fainted, toppling sideways out of his desk. Shoto had a better shot than she did and made a dive to catch Izuku's head before it hit the floor. Thankfully, he recovered just as quickly and practically teleported back into his chair, letting Shoto sit back down. All Might, to his credit, only stared for half a second before rebounding like a kickball and returning his attention to the entire class. This might be the most important class you'll have at UA. A sort of Hero 101 to teach you to be a pro. Let's get into it. The blonde hero excitedly told them. Today's class will pull no punches. You'll be participating in mock battles with your classmates. Several people, especially Bakugo, seemed very excited. Izuku, however, paled slightly, no doubt because the boy in front of him promptly turned around to glare at him. But one of the keys to being a hero is looking the part. He pointed to the wall, which revealed long panels of cubby compartments sliding open, each labeled with their desk number. Izuku grinned as All Might explained how their costumes were designed based on the requests they sent in. But he, Momo, and Shoto all reached for their bags as well. Ms. Amelie had offered to procure top-of-the-line hero suits for them that perfectly matched their miraculous transformations. That way, if they de-transformed, the people around them wouldn't notice a change. They still sent in the designs to the school, but were prepared to use the gifts instead. Izuku also had the mask his mother had bought for him, and was eager to use it on day one. He still retrieved the suit, the school-issued suit. There was no reason not to have a backup. When he held it up in the locker room, he discovered it wasn't too different from the drawing he sent in. The back had slits for his wings, and the vest was similar to the silver shade he sent in. But it looked different enough that he couldn't risk it today. Because today he was determined to make a champion, and he wasn't sure of how long he could hold his transformation afterwards. Shoto seemed to have concluded the same thing. As he tucked the yellow and black coat into his locker and retrieved Ms. Amelie's suit instead. +X+. Shoto finished changing into his new costume, a near-identical replica to his miraculous suit. He had already tied his hair up and pinned his ladybug and butterfly hairpins to keep his fringe out of the way. He made sure Pollen's comb was firmly attached to his hair before subtly knocking on the wall of the changing stall. Pollen phased through, having given him privacy to change. "It is so peculiar for me to be able to see one of my holders transformed myself," she admitted. "I usually am subjected to photos exclusively. Your costume looks excellent, my queen." "Thank you. Are you sure you don't want another snack before we go out? I don't know how long it will take before we get done," he asked the little yellow Kwami. "I am more than charged up, my queen," she insisted. "I will enjoy the treats you brought for me after our victory." "I admire your confidence," Shoto gave her a small smile. "Pollen, buzz on." He felt the familiar buzz of Pollen's magic wrap him in almost a hug. The only noticeable difference was his miraculous itself. The simple loops of gold with one blue-red gemstone embedded in it. Now it was the familiar B shape of gold, sapphires, and black metal. 2 antennae were sticking up from its base. He flipped his hood up to help protect the comb, and the antennae settled against his hair. He left the changing stall to see Izuku also emerging. His silver vest had seams that framed the shape of a butterfly. His gloves ended in 2 wing shapes, and even the buckle of his shoes were the little purple insects. His vibrant purple, black, and white wings appeared from the back of his vest. There were knee and elbow pads attached to his suit, and the silver knife holder he had been gifted was firmly strapped to his hip. Izuku went to the mirror and put on a silver mask. Shoto remembered him saying his mother had commissioned it for him. He then retrieved his cane from his back and checked the blade inside. Shoto's hand rested on the spinning top he had at his disposal. It didn't have the seemingly endless amount of wire that Momo's yo-yo had, but it did stretch pretty far and was functionally indestructible. Not to mention Ms. Amelie thought with enough practice he could detach it from the string entirely and direct it like a drone. Pun fully intended. They left the locker room to see Momo talking with Hagakure and Uraraka. "Finally resolved your creative differences?" Shoto asked. Momo's troubled expression disappeared with a snort. Her hair was pulled up in a sleek ponytail, tied back with a red ribbon that stuck up like her own antennae. Her torso was black, with vibrant red armor to protect her chest, shoulders, hips, and knees, each with the pattern of a ladybug's carapace. There were red bangles at her wrists, one of which had her yo-yo attached like a very large wristwatch. There were red bands across her stomach and a large red plate on her back with a seam down it, like a ladybug's elytra. She had wide flared breaths, a darker red than her armor, black and red boots with a slight platform to them. Finally across her eyes was a visor, black glass with 2 projections of bug eyes to cover her own. Crystal wings flared back behind her ears. "Very funny, honeybee. You both look great, but we have a new problem." She held up what they could assume was her school-issued suit. "Look at what they gave me." The costume, if you could call it that, was a skin-tight red dress with a very glaring issue. "A melon's window?" Izuku asked incredulously. "That's effed up." Shoto said, a look of disgust usually reserved for talking about his father appearing on his face. We're teenagers? She shook her head. I don't even have the worst of it. She gestured with her head to Hagakure. All they could see were a pair of gloves and boots. Very quickly they put together what Momo meant and both turned furious shades of red. They didn't give you anything? Izuku practically screamed. I know. She agreed. I even sent in skin samples so they could make a suit that could disappear too, but they just gave me gloves and boots. I thought it had to be a mistake, but now I'm wondering if I should just SCK it up. Shoto shook his head violently. Wait here. He ran back towards the locker rooms. Uraraka didn't appear happy either. Mine isn't exactly what I thought it would be. It's a bit too tight for my liking. But at least I'm fully covered. Azui didn't seem to mind hers, so I think it's what she asked for. And Jiraiya's isn't too bad either. Hers is more like normal clothes. Momo assured them as Shoto reappeared. He handed Hagakure the jacket the school had issued him. I got a suit from my mentor, so I don't need this one. You can wear this and your gym breathes. It won't let you fully use your quirk, but at least you won't have to fight in nothing but gloves and boots, he said. After thanking him profusely, she ran back into the locker rooms. We should tell All Might, Izuku suggested. There is no way the school will let this fly if you guys aren't okay with it. When Hagakure came back out, they joined their classmates. They say clothes make the pros. And here is the proof. All Might shouted as they emerged. You all look so cool. Izuku fought down his blush as they approached him to tell them the complaints about their costumes. He hummed as Momo showed off her suit and shook his head. Izuku wondered how he could manage to be so expressive all while continuing to smile. Was it his voice? Body posture? However he did it, Izuku wanted to know. Even if this had been what you asked for, this is a very real concern. I'll speak with the principal about this. You can also speak to Aizawa. He should be able to get replacement suits for you young Hagakure and Uraraka in the meantime. They all sighed in relief. No way Aizawa would be okay with this, even he had to have lines. I am glad you three have someone looked out for you. He told them, the extra preparedness of your mentor appears to have saved my first class. They returned to their classmate, with Hagakure looking like a mini Shoto. That coupled with the fact she began to mimic his posture and poses took the tension away from the frustrating and slightly disturbing turn of events. Now shall we begin? Old Izuku's suit design with his wings. Izuku reached into the bag to draw his lot. The only hope he had was to not have to work with Bakugo. He read the slip, and it was declared he'd be Team A. Then breathed a sigh of relief when Uraraka cheered as they were partnered up. Unfortunately for Ida, he was paired with Bakugo, something the taller teen did not seem happy about. Momo didn't look too pleased with her partner either. The rather short boy appeared to be saying something she found distasteful. Izuku and Shoto both gave her a very clear look of concern, and she waved them off. Whatever it was, apparently she wanted to handle it. Shoto was teamed up with Shoji and appeared quite content with his lot. Izuku watched Uraraka practically start bouncing with joy. Since they weren't under threat of expulsion, they might actually get to enjoy this class. First up, Team A will be acting as the heroes against Team D. All Might held up the bingo ball of each letter. Good feeling gone, Izuku bemoaned. He had stood up to Bakugo yesterday, but he had surprise on his side then. He wasn't sure how he'd fare in a one-on-one fight with little to no holds barred. Not to mention he had to support his teammate, all while keeping Bakugo busy. Because he was well aware he'd be the main target of the blonde's wrath. He knew Bakugo wasn't an idiot, just egotistical. So he couldn't pull anything he'd done before. He needed something no one was expecting. And he had the perfect thing in mind. All Might led them to the building they'd be using and handed them all a floor plan. You boys go ahead and get set up inside. In 5 minutes, I'll send in our hero team. I know it may go against your instinct, but for the benefit of the exercise, try and get into the headspace of a villain. You want to win. Right. Ida gave a sharp nod. I'll do my best, sir. Bakugo said nothing. Good, I'll step in if things are getting too rough on either side. The pro nodded as the villain team headed inside to hide their faux weapon. Izuku was studying the floor plan, making mental notes of what rooms had above them and below them. Do they expect us to, memorize this? Uraraka asked as she too looked over the floor plan. She had set her helmet on her knee. Midoriya? He jolted. Sorry, just trying to plan. I know Bakugo is going to gun for me, so I'm trying to think of the best way I can help you while keeping him distracted. There is a good chance you might have to take Ida one by one. She looked confused. What does he have against you anyway? +X+. I feel I must ask. What do you have against Midoriya? Ida asked his partner for the exercise. Bakugo was looking at him, just staring at the door to the room they had stashed their fake missile in. Do you really think Deku has a quirk? He said in a growl. Ida held back a possibly rude comment and instead said, of course, his connection with his butterflies, patrons did he call them? And his wings are an obvious giveaway. Though I think there is an additional part to his quirk. Bakugo actually turned to look at him. And that being? Ida did not like the look in Bakugo's eyes, but he answered anyway. At the entrance exam, he mentioned a part of his quirk, but I don't think he used it. At least nothing appeared to happen. He called it champion, I think. I never got to ask him about it. Ida said entirely honestly. He had never gotten to question Midoriya about what that meant. And nothing he had done seemed to fit that description so far. +X+. 2 minutes to go. I don't understand his grudge against me and I don't want to. Izuku turned to his teammate. Can I ask, what did you want your suit to look like? Uraraka wasn't expecting the sudden change of conversation, but let the topic die as Izuku seemed to not want to talk about it. I wanted kind of a space-age style. I really like 13 and the whole outer space astronaut style suit. Izuku nodded. I should probably tell you, my quirk isn't just wings and butterflies. She blinked at him. I can do something really special, but I've been saving it for the right moment too. Show off. I haven't even tried it yet. Izuku explained. I can sort of enhance people, make their powers stronger or even give them new ones. As well as making them close to invincible. Whoa. She mumbled. That's insane. Only Momo and Shoto know about it, so we'll be able to take them by surprise. Izuku said, holding out a hand of roan of his butterflies to land on. Izuku felt the familiar thrum of Nuru's magic, and he closed his eyes to focus. Shoto said using the bee was like a buzz in the air, the feeling of having an army behind you. Momo said using the ladybug felt like a warm embrace, winning a race or acing a test and getting a hug from the person you look up to most. For Izuku, it was a cool breeze ruffling your hair. Like whispers on the wind promising a better future. Izuku reached for that promise and felt it flow from his mind to his palms where it poured into the little butterfly carefully cupped in his palms. When he opened his eyes he saw the pure white bug had turned into a strongly glowing purple with pale white lines tracing the pattern of his own wings. I suppose what I'm saying is, he held up the little bug. Will you be my champion? +X+. All Might blew a slow whistle. The rest of the class was trying to figure out why Uraraka had appeared to turn a shade of red brighter than Kirishima's hair. DMN kid. He mumbled. Smooth. Momo had begun cackling at the sight of Uraraka's stumbled agreement, listening in through their weapons' earpieces, though muting it on their end as to not cause distraction. He's gonna hurt somebody. Shoto declared. Jairu and Shuji both nodded, apparently also hearing what was said, presumably due to their enhanced hearing. What? Kirishima asked them, what did he say? You're gonna wanna watch this. Shoto pointed back at the screen. +X+. When the call went out to start the trial, Bakugo left the room, leaving Ida behind. He stalked the halls, looking for any sign of where Midoriya and Uraraka came in. He moved quietly until he heard the sound of footsteps approaching. Readying his stance, he waited till the sound reached the corner and, URH! He jumped into the air, in an attempt to get above them. But to his surprise, he just kept floating up and up. The class gasped as he hit the ceiling. No way! Kirishima yelled. Uraraka didn't even touch him though. Ida! Hagakure pointed to a different monitor, showing Ida too was floating, currently holding onto a pillar to stay close to the ground. What is this? He shouted, obviously confused. Midoriya had jumped back the second he heard Bakugo's cry. His wings were already out and he was flying, having to keep his wing beats short due to the confined space. Oh, just missed. Well, no one would blame you. Butterflies are pretty hard to catch. Midoriya flew back as Bakugo righted himself and spun to face him. "You!" he shouted. A loud bang launched him forward towards Izuku, who pushed off the wall just in time to get out of the way. "Catch me if you can," he said, taking off down the hall. Every time he neared a corner he would tuck she wings and push off the wall, leading to Bakugo having to right himself again before taking off, leaving large craters in the walls from his takeoff. Izuku sometimes would make a loop around a hall and go through one of the holes made from their game of cat and mouse. Bakugo was taller than Midoriya and didn't have as keen control over his movements in the zero gravity, so he would often have to climb through instead of a clear shot like Midoriya. At one point he hit the wall and reached a hand through, only to see two silver gloves attempt to wrap a roll of capture tape around his arm. With a loud grunt, he swung his other fist into the wall. Midoriya, it seemed, had expected this and jumped back out of the way. "It's crazy when they're both in the air," Ashido said, breaking the reverent silence the class had fallen into. "Midoriya has the advantage. How is Uraraka keeping this up?" "Wait dash." Zero scanned the screens. "Where is Uraraka?" They all began looking. There were cameras at the entrances to most hallways and rooms, but several had been damaged by Bakugo's chase. "There." Jiru pointed to a screen. Just a flash of pink disappeared through one of the holes Bakugo made. "He's making a path for her," Momo realized. "He's making it harder for Ida to know where she's coming from by changing the floor plan. He could probably have lost Bakugo entirely if he wanted, but he keeps stopping to let him catch up. He's probably going to keep using Bakugo as a demolitionist until they get to the room Ida's in." "That's amazing," several people shouted. "How'd he know Bakugo would fall for it?" Ashui asked Momo. It was Shoto who answered. "Because he hates Midoriya. He hates that anyone would dare upstage him." Venom dripped from his voice, almost making Momo wonder if he activated his power early. "Izuku's smart. He's known Bakugo their whole life. He knows he cares about beating him more than winning." Momo added. "He's playing him." Bakugo aimed another attack at Izuku, this time managing to grab him, but Izuku shoved him off and away just as fast, turning a corner, and they could just see his eyes widen as he spotted Ida. Ida didn't have time to react to him before Izuku banked to his right and let Bakugo crash into the wall. Then he was up in the air, leading to a hole in the ceiling. "Bakugo, are you insane?" Ida shouted, still clutching to a pillar for support. "You're blowing up the room with the weapon in it." "Sorry, Ida," Midoriya shouted, looping around to let Bakugo hit the floor next. "We'll get out of here." And he dove down, through the floor into the room below them, quickly trying to get Bakugo as far away from Ida as possible. They were now in a much bigger room. Izuku was able to spread his wings a little further and moved to the center of the room, giving him the most space to dodge. With a flash of silver, Midoriya unsheathed a sword from his cane and retrieved a knife with the other hand. Bakugo couldn't just fly at him at random anymore. He'd have to plan his attacks, meaning he had no chance of getting back to Ida if he wanted to take Izuku out. "What's the matter, Kaken?" Midoriya taunted, not feeling nearly as confident as he sounded. "Is having to actually think before you act hurting you? 'Cause I can smell smoke." Bakugo had grabbed one of the pieces of the building from when they crashed through the wall and launched it at Midoriya, the same as the baseball from yesterday. Midoriya had tried to move, but it caught his wing and he yelped in pain. Both Momo and Shoto hissed in phantom pain. "I'll crush you like the bug you are." Bakugo grabbed a piece of rebar sticking from the wall for balance. "Was that a pun?" Midoriya asked. "No point in making jokes, Kaken, you're already a laughing stock. Nothing is funnier than your massive head." Kaminari rubbed the ABC of his head. "I never thought Midoriya had such a mean streak in him." "He doesn't really." Shoto shrugged. "He knows if he keeps Bakugo's attention on him, he can buy Uraraka time." "I guess," Ojiro said, looking up at the monitors. "Hey look, she's almost at the room. +X+. The pink-clad girl was crouching in the room below Ida, looking up. She grinned to herself as she saw him desperately trying to stay close enough to the floor. She couldn't help the snigger that came from her mouth. "Uraraka," Ida said, looking for the source of the noise before coughing and continuing a slightly higher-pitched voice. "Uraraka, if that is you, show yourself." "No problem." She cheered, launching up into the room with ease before landing on the floor, despite the lack of gravity for everyone else. Her suit was different. It now looked like a short romper that looked like a stylized astronaut's suit in a pale pink and a high black collar. Her boots and gloves were now a bright white, and she had a pink chest plate with dark purple stripes down the front. Her belt was also purple and now had an infinity symbol on the buckle. Her visor now sat over two space buns that held up half of her hair while the rest floated around her. There was a glowing halo around her head that had pink planets and white stars following a purple mist around her head, like a model solar system where she was the sun. Her eyes were also a vibrant bright pink behind her visor. "But it's not Uraraka. Call me Infinity Girl." "Oh, so that's what he meant by champion? +X+." Izuku grunted as his back hit a wall. A purple glowing butterfly mask appeared over his face, letting him see that Uraraka had found Ida and was preparing to go in. They were almost done. Bakugo prepared to launch more rubble at Izuku, and he moved to try and push away. He needed his wings to move freely, but they were also bigger targets. But when he turned with his push from the wall, he left himself open. Bang! Izuku screamed as his wings burnt. He felt it in his arms, in his feet, chest, even in his brain. Tears were coming unbidden to his eyes as Izuku fell against the ceiling. He knew what being burnt felt like. He had felt it a dozen times a week growing up. It had never been this much before. Hruff! He swung his sword in a wide arch, forcing his opponent back. But he had lived through that pain. And to be a hero, he'd lived through this. "Since you're such a creep, you already know how my quirk works?" Bakugo yelled. "These gauntlets have been storing up nitroglycerin since we started. I'm excited to see what they can do." +X+. Infinity Girl and Ida had been judging each other. Ida using himself as a weapon, launching himself uncoordinated but very wildly at her. Often she'd have to jump to a new surface, each time being able to stand like she had flipped the world on its axis. She moved to try and grab the weapon when he managed to crash into her and held her in a bear hug. "Ida, get off. I normally wouldn't mind the hug, but this is ridiculous." Infinity Girl shouted, trying to free her arms and rapidly changing the gravity around them to try and throw him off. But Ida held on like he was wrestling an alligator, even as he made a noise that sounded like he was trying not to vomit. Both paused as All Might's voice rang over their earpieces. "Don't. Young Bakugo. You could kill him." Then Ida heard Bakugo through his own earbud. "He'll be fine as long as he dodges." Meanwhile, a purple mask appeared on the champion's face. "Infinity Girl. Make it so even non-living matter floats. He's gonna bring the building down around you." Midoriya practically screamed in her head. "Why yes," she said, managing to touch a hand to the wall as the world exploded around them. Izuku had managed to shove himself in a desperate leap towards the floor, driving a dagger with his enhanced strength into the ground and ducking his head under his arms as he held on for dear life. He felt a burning on his back. Thankfully, it didn't break through his hero suit even as what was left of his wings were vaporized. Izuku screamed again, but it seemed whatever nerve-like magic that connected him to his wings finally gave up. Now it was the pins and needles feeling of hitting your elbow weird or when your foot fell asleep. Even though he knew if he turned around, there would mostly likely only be scarred chitin at the space where it connected to his back. The world around him moved away, as if he was falling. But he wasn't falling. In fact, he was the only one grounded anymore. As Bakugo and the building he had destroyed began to fall upwards towards the blue sky. Snarling in anger, Bakugo reached for his other gauntlet, in an attempt to hit Izuku even as the space between them grew. But before All Might could get the words out to tell him not to, Momo shouted, "Look!" Infinity Girl had one hand on the weapon's rudders, and the other on Ida's ankle as he hovered above her. "Are we done?" he asked, sounding like he was fully prepared to be sick. "Yeah," she said, breathing heavily as everything began to float slowly back to the ground, along with the top floor of the building, now in large chunks of steel and cement. It's over. Izuku sighed heavily. He blinked away dark spots in his vision until he heard Ida and Infinity Girl hit the ground safely. "Ria?" she asked. "Is you?" He let out a shudder and the world went dark. +X+. Shoto was the first to move, blasting through the window with a wall of ice before launching out, Trompo snagging the fake city's rooftops. Momo was hot on his heels and the red, yellow, and blue blur that was All Might passed them as they hurried towards the scene. Bakugo was standing there, mouth slightly open. Ida was leaning against what was left of the walls, and Uraraka was on her knees. All three of them were looking at Midoriya. "His wings dash," she said when they got there. Momo felt something phase through the floor and her leg. Izuku must have lost his transformation when he fainted. Nuru was pressed against her back for a second before Shoto put his hand there and the little being went intangible again. Good, he could hide in Shoto's jacket much easier than anywhere with her. "He's unconscious." All Might looked at them. "One of you go get Recovery Girl. Now." Ida managed to straighten and with a burst of speed went down the stairs and was a blur of dust leading up to the observation room. Uraraka began to follow him at a slower pace, holding her hand like it hurt. Momo felt something wet on her face. Oh, she was crying? She wasn't sure why. Izuku would be fine. Recovery Girl could heal anything. Even his wings were likely to come back once both he and Nuru were well rested again and fed. So why was she crying? Shoto moved to kneel next to Izuku as All Might turned to Bakugo. "Perhaps it is my fault for not clearing everyone's equipment first. But I should have thought it would have been common sense for the school to not give such a weapon to first years. Relinquish those gauntlets, please." He held out a hand. "What?" Bakugo yelled. "No way. You should be happy that is the only consequence you will face, young Bakugo. You ignored me when I told you to not activate those weapons. I told you to get into a villain's headspace, but you could have killed young Midoriya, yourself, and your other two classmates." The pro told the fuming blonde. "Perhaps you can get them back next year, but for now, for your safety and your classmates, hand them over." Was that why she was so scared? Looking at him, limp on the floor with his wings burnt off, Izuku did look kind of dead, didn't he? She kneeled next to Shoto and pulled her yo-yo off her hip. Tiki said the ladybug could heal, right? She focused on the feeling of using Tiki's magic. The care and love that went on to everything she made. Then she tried to turn that care into what she felt for those around her. For her friends, her parents, her teammates. Even for strangers who she'd never met but had sworn to. "Protect Guryu," she whispered, the words just sounding right for what she wanted. The wire of her yo-yo turned gold and she watched in awe as it flowed slightly, coiling around her fingers. She wrapped Izuku's hand with the golden thread and saw some pain leave his face. As blisters faded into smooth skin. She couldn't fix his wings but she'd give him the best she could. The light faded from the thread and Momo felt tired. But she would be okay, she'd need to recharge Tiki is all. And now she knew her friend would be okay too. When Recovery Girl arrived, Izuku was awake enough to be moved. He was still very fuzzy, and she quickly deduced he had a concussion. But the burns had been minimized and Nuru had taken the brunt of the damage. Two robots appeared with a stretcher and they settled Izuku onto it. He was wheeled away. "We need to review your scores." All Might said, neither he nor Bakugo having noticed Momo's display. Good she didn't want to have to explain it. Young Midoriya is in the best care Yue has to offer. He will be okay. Momo followed them out but stopped short of the door to the observation room. "I need a moment," she said, voice rather hollow. "Yes, of course. Young Todoroki, please wait with her. Young Bakugo, I suggest you wait with the rest of your class. I'm going to set these aside for now." He took Bakugo's gauntlets and walked away. Momo stepped into the girls' bathroom, Shoto waiting at the door out of politeness but leaving it open a crack. She threw up in the sink. "He'll be all right," Shoto said, sounding more sure than she felt. "How did you do that? With the yo-yo?" I don't know," she admitted. A spots off dash. A flash of pink light washed over her and Tiki appeared. In times of crisis dash, the Kwami started. A miraculous user can manifest new abilities. I think, for a moment, you were so scared for your friend that you managed to access a part of recreation normally exclusive to the miracle cure. Using your own energy to heal Izuku. So like dash, Momo hit the button to start the water flowing, washing away her vomit as she scrubbed her hands. It's Recovery Girl's quirk, but the drawback is reversed. Okay, I can work with that. She leaned over the sink. What would Ms. Amelie do? What would Ladybug do? She thought about a note in the journal she had been given. I've come up with a way to prevent a possible akumatization. It usually takes Hawkmoth time to send an Akuma out and for it to find its target. Based on my calculations, I have at least 3.5 minutes before an Akuma reaches me anywhere in Paris. So whenever I feel too overwhelmed, I'll give myself 2 minutes to let myself feel everything. Then 30 seconds to recover, and 30 to put my feelings aside. Tiki says it's not healthy, but we don't have many options. Momo stared at herself in the mirror. She looked really bad. She had already freaked out for 2 minutes. Now she had 30 seconds to recover. She splashed some water on her face and then grabbed a wad of paper towels to dry her hands and head. The cool water soothed her red eyes, and a deep breath of the chemical-smelling soap helped her feel more grounded. 30 seconds to pack it away. She took all the fear she felt in that moment. The image of Izuku lying on the ground hurt and breathing so shallow she missed it at first. Her exhaustion from embracing more magic than she understood. And she locked it away. If she wanted to be a hero, she couldn't falter at the first draw of blood. That would put her and the people she swore to protect at risk. It wouldn't always be like this, she was sure. Someday she'd see her friends injured and simply be able to see they were alive. That thought scared her. She couldn't let herself fall apart over this. Momo rubbed her eyes. Tiki rejoined her, holding 2 cookies Shoto had given her from his Top's hammer space. She was finishing her own as Momo took the other. Thank you. She nodded and took a bite. Right. We still have to finish class. Tiki spots on. She finished the cookie as she entered the hall. Better? Shoto asked. She nodded. Yes. He'll be fine. I'm fine. They rejoined their classmates. Ida and Uraraka both had come back from Recovery Girl's office. Ida looking less green and holding a ginger soda. Uraraka had a small bag of ice and her fingers were wrapped. Both looked shaken and were standing a bit further away from Bakugo than would be necessary. Izuku will be fine. She told the whispering class, with a confidence she dreamed of more than felt. He'll get healed up and rejoin us in class tomorrow, I'm sure of it. Are you two all right? Uraraka nodded. When Izuku fainted, I was still holding Ida and the fake weapon. I toppled when gravity went back to normal and the fake bomb landed on my fingers. It's just bruising though. I am feeling better now also. Ida nodded. Thank you for your concern. She nodded. All Might reappeared without Bakugo's gauntlets and she returned to stand by Shoto. Now. He started, let's review the trial. While the hero term has emerged victorious, I believe young Ida is the star of this challenge. Can anyone tell me why? What? Kirishima asked. But their villain team lost, no offense Ida. Ida had gone rather rigid. Momo put her hand up. Sir? Echem. He turned to her and nodded. Young Yaoyorozu, your guess? She put her hand down. Even if the images were disturbing, not learning from the experience would make things even worse. Ida was the only one to fully embrace the challenge as if it were real. Bakugo let his anger and grudges blind him, leaving his teammate vulnerable and letting his opponents use him, not to mention risking destroying the entire building and the weapon with it. Uraraka adapted well to the additional abilities given to her and she and Izuku worked together competently as a team leading to victory. But Uraraka gave away her position which gave Ida the chance to catch her, and Izuku took a very large risk to his own well-being for the sake of the plan. While brilliant, they took risks that could have ended in disaster. She looked at Ida who was currently standing with his mouth agape. Ida prepared himself to protect the weapon, even when given the disadvantage of low gravity. He attempted to work with his partner until that was no longer an option, then accommodated accordingly. Ida managed to detain his opponent and could have potentially gotten the capture tape around her were his efforts not sabotaged by Bakugo's attack. And he kept fighting until the battle was won. The tall boy was now smiling deliriously, like he had never been paid such a compliment. Uraraka had a small smile and bumped his shoulder with a fist. Yes, well, that's pretty much exactly what I was going to say. All Might nodded, apparently not expecting such a thorough explanation. The point of these trials is to learn. She concluded, her classmates minus Shoto all staring with open mouths. I'm sure we all have gleaned something useful from this that we can carry on to our own trials and challenges ahead. Well spoken. All Might moved to the hero-villain boxes again. Now we can begin round 2. Our next 2 teams to face off will be. Shoto would not admit to wanting to get the trails done as fast as possible, at least not out loud. Nor would he admit to sneaking a message on his trompo to Ms. Amelie. She may already know, since Ms. Midoriya had put her on Izuku's emergency contact list in case she couldn't be reached. His partner for the trial, Shoji, had entered as soon as the buzzer had sounded. The ends of his arms? Tentacles? He wondered if it would be rude to ask, morphed into extra ears. After a moment they changed to mouths instead. One is in the hall on the north side of the 4th floor. I think it's Hagakure? It's light footsteps. The other is on the same level, though I'm not positive where exactly. Both are barefoot from what I can tell. Shoto nodded. You may want to step outside. Once Shoji was clear of the door, Shoto placed a hand on the wall. He had to be careful. He didn't want their skin to get damaged by the ice. Frost spread from his fingertips until the wall began to be covered in the set of a Christmas movie. He made sure to only send it up to the 4th floor, guaranteeing he wouldn't need to thaw as much out later. He tried to put it just half a foot off the ground, making it more likely to catch their breathed legs than feet or skin. Though Hagakure may not be as lucky depending on if she ditched her makeshift costume. He adjusted the temperature as he went, clearing the stairs until he reached the 4th floor and heard shivering. Hey Dash, Hagakure said from somewhere on his left. Any chance you'll unfreeze my ankles? He shook his head. Sorry, but you'll have to wait a minute. Turning 2 corners he found Ojiro, the breathes of his GI covered in ice. To his credit, he did get into a fighting pose. Shoto walked around him, careful to stay out of the tail's reach, which was swung at him. He put a hand on the dummy weapon and then grabbed the discarded jacket, breathes, gloves, and boots from the corner. Here. He gestured vaguely with his left hand and the ice around Ojiro thawed, so now his cuffs were just soaked. Thanks. The blonde said, sounding exasperated. That didn't take long, though at least we aren't being wheeled to the nurse. Shoto returned to Hagakure and handed her the outfit back as he thawed her feet. That is Sikidi, she declared before they both walked back out. You can peg me with a snowball if you want? He offered the 2 losers. Aju declined, but Hagakure's shoulders moved in a way that Shoto thought meant she was tilting her head in consideration. Yeah, all right. She took the offered ball of ice and it was immediately splattered on Shot's face. Good aim, he told her. Thanks, I guess there is that. Meanwhile, the class was still astounded by the display. That's some serious control, Sada said. He even made sure not to risk either of them getting hurt. Shoto's gotten a lot of practice. Momo nodded. Shame he only really got to use his ice though. There's more? Uraraka asked her. Oh yeah, but she didn't elaborate. Once those 4 get back, we'll review this short battle and continue on to round 3. All Might announced to the class. Momo hoped her own round would go as quickly as Shoto's did. They watched as Tokoyami and Azui, working as the heroes, faced off against Siro and Kirishima acting as the villains. Tokoyami and his quirk worked together to clear the path while Azui was able to move around their distracted opponents to retrieve the weapon. Then it was her turn. Her and Mineta had been assigned as the villain team, with Kaminari and Jairu as their opponents. First and foremost, she began fashioning steel beams to block the direct access to their room. She left one open, since sitting here would make them sitting ducks for Kaminari to shock them. She was considering potentially trying to make a lightning rod or an insulated suit for each of them. Indecisive Momo looked at the yo-yo in her watch. Good a time as any dash, she thought, as All Might announced that the heroes could enter. She took the weapon from her hip and held it flat. "Lucky charm," she whispered, not wanting to explain why she needed to say the power quite yet. A swarm of pink ladybugs erupted from the toy and she held out the other hand to catch what it made. It was a hand mirror about the size of her face, with a red and black pattern on the plastic frame. Now, she had learned early on that not all lucky charms were literal. Sometimes they were metaphorical. So perhaps it would be better to reflect their attacks back at them? Or it was to check around corners and she was meant to go on the offense. Momo used the tool to check the hallway from a small gap in the steel beams she had used to block the door. It gave her a clear view of the stairs. Unlike most of her classmates, they had elected to place the weapon on the 3rd floor instead of the 4th. A pattern had formed and the distance no longer outweighed the predictability. But there was a chance Jairu could hear their location anyways. Momo angled the mirror further and saw a shadow at the base of the stairs. No doubt they had found them and were planning an attack. She gestured to Mineta to follow her quietly. If Kaminari was about to attack, surely Jairu wouldn't risk being so close to him, and that was if she risked plugging into the building at all while he charged up. She got her yo-yo ready. Her best bet would be to catch him by surprise. Kneeling around the corner at the top of the stairs, she decided to check the mirror one more time. And she did see someone, but it wasn't Kaminari. Instead it was Mineta, who was currently reaching to touch her rather inappropriately, but putting on the appearance of it being an accident. "Hand off!" she yelled, grabbing the short boy by the wrist and spinning to throw him down the stairs. Her aim was true and he crashed on top of Kaminari. That seemed to KO both. Momo, at the end of her rope, stalked down the stairs with her yo-yo spinning. When she did find Jairu, who had been doing an excellent job of avoiding her and trying to sneak into the room, it was a short fight. Based on her expression, you'd have thought she'd seen a demon instead of a classmate. Jairu was pretty fast, but Momo was faster, managing to catch the girl's ankle and wrapping a length of capture tape around her wrists as she fell with an oof. "Did he actually try and touch you?" was the first thing Jairu said. Momo nodded. "Hope that fall hurt." Jairu said as Momo helped her up. The villain team's victory was declared. She fumed all the way back up to the observation room. Mieta had detached himself from Kaminari, but the blonde was still covered in the sticky material that covered the other's head. All Might gave Mineta a brief scolding, as the move had been clearly seen on camera. He also mentioned informing Aizawa for further punishment, which Momo did not help her mood. "Just give the perv detention yourself for F's sake." Shoto lightly patted her shoulder, also glaring at the purple-haired boy, as the All Might began praising Momo's ingenuity and not letting her anger slip her up. Not to mention her resourcefulness. Jairu was asking about the mirror and Momo explained. "Creation is only an aspect of my quirk, I also have natural good luck. When I make what I call a lucky charm, I essentially create a solution for myself, but I need to put the pieces together. I was planning to use the mirror to check around corners to see my opponent's exact location before Minette pulled his stunt. Then I took the chance to kill 2 birds with 1 stone, as it were." She worked on mitigating her frustrations as they watched the final round between Aoyama and Ashido challenge Kuda and Sato. She did her best to take note of her classmates' strong suits and weaknesses. If she could offer any advice or help them in any way she was inclined to. No doubt Izuku would analyze circles around them when given the chance. Perhaps they could get the recordings of the fights for him to watch? That would no doubt help their class more than Momo could ever dream of. It was what made Izuku such a good butterfly. The second All Might left, Momo and Shoto rushed to the locker rooms. Hagakure had just enough time to question what to do with Shoto's spare jacket before she was out the door. Tiki nestled safely in her bag, enjoying a well-deserved macaron. "Just keep it, he doesn't plan to use it," she said on her way out. Shoto met her in the hall and they both began their run towards the campus proper. They slowed to a speed walk once inside the building, but neither spoke until they reached Recovery Girl's office. The door was closed, so they knocked a bit louder than necessary. To their shock, All Might opened the door. "Each young Yaoyorozu, young Todoroki. I suspected you'd both be coming to check on your friend." He stood aside to allow them entry. Recovery Girl did not look enthused to have 3 people ogling her patient's injuries but didn't kick them out. Izuku was lying on his stomach, an IV in one arm. He was once again unconscious, but his face wasn't screwed up in pain and his breathing was much more noticeable. A breath Momo hadn't known she'd been holding was finally released. I've healed his concussion, but his wings are a different story. It seems they've begun regrowing though. The older hero pointed to the place on Izuku's back where his hero suit had been removed. His undersuit had snaps along the neck to make it easier to get off should he not be able to tuck his wings. Like when injured, Izuku's wings have a healing factor to them. Shoto explained. Once he's better rested and eaten a few good meals, they'll probably be back to normal. Probably. Your friend is very resilient. All Might told them. I didn't occur to me until about halfway through the lesson, but I believe I've met young Midoriya once before. He was involved in a villain attack, but managed to fight until I arrived. It will take more than one setback to stop him, I can tell. Momo smiled slightly, although it felt strained. He'd be happy to hear that. He's a huge fan. I'm honored to have such a fan, he nodded. I have Tio go report on the lesson and speak to Aizawa. I'm confident in leaving him in your hands. All of you. Once the number one hero departed, Shoto moved to sit on a rolling stool beside Izuku's bed. A flashy or purple moved from his bag to under the sheets. No doubt Nuru seeking to comfort his holder even in sleep. Did you call Ms. Midoriya? He asked Recovery Girl. Yes, she nodded. I thought it best to keep him here overnight, with his wings being in a delicate state. She said she couldn't leave work right away, so she'd send his aunt to pick up a few things for him. No doubt Ms. Amelie. Momo nodded before sitting down as well. Such an odd quirk. Recovery Girl said, and Momo didn't let her tenseness show. Shoto hadn't looked away from Izuku. It's so rare a quirk that helps others more than you, being able to empower people like that. Izuku wants to make sure anyone can help change the world and make it a better place, that you don't always have to wait for someone to save you. That taking the initiative is the first step to change. Shoto said, it's the perfect power for him. Recovery Girl nodded and they sat in silence for a long time, Shoto checking his phone every now and then. Momo was mentally going through their earlier classes, working to ingrain the details in her memory the way she would the recipe to create something. The bell rang for them to go to their least few classes of the day, but neither were eager to leave. As they were being shoved out the door with the threat of being beaten on the kneecaps, there was the sound of a laugh behind them. You two already ditching your studies? Ms. Amelie. Both said, turning to face their mentor. She had a backpack on one shoulder and a bright yellow guest pass on her jacket. She greeted both with a nod and calm smile before looking to Recovery Girl. I'm Izuku's aunt. His mother asked me to bring him a few things and stay with him until she got off of work. She explained. Right, come on in. She was allowed past her ments and sat where Shoto had formerly occupied, leaning against the wall. You two go to class. I'll let you know the second he wakes up, okay? Much more comfortable with the idea of leaving now that Ms. Amelie would be watching over Izuku, they both agreed, turning to exit. Neither had taken the chance to shower, so Momo grabbed a bottle of dry shampoo from her bag and stepped into the bathroom to blast her scalp before running a brush through her dark locks. With it now secured into her normal spiked-up style with a clip, she left and the two rejoined Fairy classmates, reassuring them of Izuku's improved condition. Our mentor is with him now, Momo said at one point. Mentor? Ida questioned. As in a hero mentor? Oh, sorts. Momo waved her hand in SO motion. She's not a pro hero or anything, but she taught us a lot. Like Izuku's skill with blades, or my yo-yo fast travel. She also is the one who sourced our suits. The rest of the lessons went rather dull. Momo did still answer every question, but there was less vigor behind it without Izuku attempting to beat her to the punch. Shoto's hand constantly reached for his bag, whether to feel Pollen's reassuring head rubs or to feel if his phone buzzed, she didn't know. As their last class concluded and Mr. Aizawa gave them a brief talk about what to expect coming up, nothing was mentioned about Bakugo or Minetta's behavior. They were technically free to go. Momo watched Bakugo leave in a hurry, eyes down and not speaking, even as a few classmates encouraged him to stay. Yish, what's his problem? Kirishima asked. Momo didn't say anything, but she did stand up after a moment. Her feet moved, almost of their own accord, because she had put her emotions from the day aside to focus on the task at hand. But that task was over now. +X+. Katsuki kicked a rock with enough force to send it flying off the sidewalk and into the road. Today had been a shit show. He had lost, and everyone was praising stupid shitty Deku and his stupid shitty quirk. He couldn't have had it for their entire lives, could he? How could he hide something like that? What with the annoying insects that followed him everywhere? He must have, though. It was the only thing that made sense. He had let Katsuki believe he was weak, so that he could plan. So he could learn every one of his moves just to show him up when he finally made it to UA. All of this just to make Katsuki look bad. It was downright villainous. He had worked hard to be here. He had made the grades, trained like hell, and crushed every opponent in his way. This was the beginning of his victory. The start of his hero career. Only for that BSTRD to steal it from him. Katsuki wasn't really paying attention to the world around him. Just wanting to get to the train so he could go. Maybe to that shithole beach near Deku's place to blow something up? Past an alley and a hand darted out to grab his jacket. Without looking at his opponent, his palms began to crackle and he grabbed at the grip he was locked in. There was a grunt, but he was shoved against the wall, his feet dangling slightly above the front. One hand was at his collar, the other was holding a knife. He knew that knife. And he knew that face. For some reason, the brat with the red suit was still dressed as if they were in the middle of the battle trials. The material of her suit didn't even look singed as he, again, tried to blast her hands off of him. What the f, you filthy dash? The blade, one of Deku's knives, was brought closer to his face and he went quiet to lean away from it. I don't like you, were the first words out of the Psycho Beach's mouth. I actually hate people like you. Because people like you make my friends miserable, and I care a lot about my friends. She adjusted her grip on the knife, which were clearly not as familiar to her as they were to Deku, which he thought might be even more dangerous. What do you want, Beach? To make one thing clear to you. I won't tell you to hold back against Izuku. If anything, that's an insult to his ability. Because as we saw today, he could have just beaten your butt. He could have pinned you to a wall like a bug. But didn't. He could have had his champion flatten you into the floor. But didn't. Her gray eyes narrowed. So instead I'll tell you this. If you even think about pulling a stunt like that risks any of our classmates' lives due to your ego, not only will I personally ensure you never become a hero, but you'll be lucky to get paid to scrape gum off of sidewalks. She dropped the knife and then released him, turning her back as if he wasn't a threat. Katsuki didn't have the chance to say anything before she had left the alley. When he did fire himself up and charged out to demand she try that again, he found her gone. +X+. Momo swung back towards UA, landing with the soft clatter of her boots' heels in an alley just a block away from campus. A second later, another sound of wire retracting approached and Shoto joined her. You watched. She said, it wasn't a question. He nodded anyway. You know it's not exactly heroic to threaten your classmate over a test. She gave him an unamused smile. It's a good thing we aren't heroes yet then? They began walking back to the school's campus to see Izuku again. You could have stopped me if you wanted to? She pointed out. And it's not like I would have actually hurt him? Oh, I know. Shoto agreed. That's why I didn't stop you. If you didn't do that, I would have, and I would have hurt him. It was said without grandeur, as if it were quite obvious. Momo actually thought it was. You'd be risking your career, miraculous, even your freedom if he charged you. She pointed out. Shoto's scar looked rather shiny in the fading light. Which is why I let you take the more diplomatic approach. Momo nodded. Butterflies made their strength known through vibrant colors promising a nasty bite. Or the face of a predator to give the illusion of power even at its weakest. A ladybug was more direct in its threats. It warned you with blood laced in poison spat at you, a reminder that they would kill even their own kin to ensure their brood's safety. But bees rarely bother with such dramatics. A bee would much rather die for the sake of the hive. Or join together to burn a predator before it made it past hello. Ms. Amelie told them Izuku was awake 20 minutes after they returned to school. They both rejoined her in Recovery Girl's office where Izuku was arguing that he should be allowed to go home for the evening. "Your wings are still weak, Papillon," Amelie said, flicking his nose. Izuku's wings were half-formed. He had a cinnamon roll in one hand and his phone in the other. No doubt communicating his improved health to Ms. Midoriya. After explaining to Izuku what happened in each of the trials after his, Momo seemed to be considering something. "Ms. Amelie, we are really grateful for the suits you gave us. The one the school sourced was very inappropriate." She retrieved the offending object from where she had shoved it into her bag. Ms. Amelie made a very disgusted face at the garment. She took it and looked closer, to make sure her eyes were not deceiving her. "I'm not the only one who got something bad either." Momo continued. "They didn't even give one of our classmates a suit, just a pair of gloves and boots. Her quirk makes her invisible, and I know it's probably hard to make a material that can disappear and reappear, but maybe you know someone who can help? I don't know if I trust the school after they let it slide the first time dash." "Ha!" Recovery Girl barked a laugh from her desk. "Those idiots the school works with have been ignoring students' wishes for ages. I'm just glad someone finally called it out. Most kids are too scared." The three children in the room looked very concerned at this, but Ms. Amelie looked unsurprised. Marketability matters more than actual practicality, figures. She snorted. "I'll see what I can do to help your classmates. I can probably convince Gina to make the fabric. She's usually willing to do anything you phrase as a challenge. And Hikari will probably do me a favor. He wants me to be more involved in the family business anyway. They're the ones to thank for your suits." She immediately pulled out her phone and sent 2 quick messages. Also sending along the thanks of the teens for the help. "Hikari is my cousin on my mom's side and Gina on my uncle's." She was explaining as Izuku began to inquire about the process. "Gina's been handling the innovation side of the company since she was like 17. She has her grandmother's creativity and her father's age longevity. She looks in her 40s, but she's actually in her 80s. Her team makes all the new fabrics used in hero suits in France. And since it's pretty widely considered the best, they get special orders from companies around the world. They can only make so much at a time, though Gina's brother is trying to quicken the process." "How do they make it?" Isuku asked. Ms. Amelie winked. "Family secret." All 3 of them made some sort of sound. That no doubt meant magic. "And you handle all the orders that come through to Japan?" Momo confirmed. "That's what pays the bills." Ms. Amelie grinned. "All right, all of you except Midoriya, out." She shooed them all out the door. "The school is locking its doors soon and this boy needs rest. We'll see you first thing tomorrow," Momo promised. "With breakfast," Shoto added, and the door was shut behind him. +X+. Izuku glanced out the window as he carefully maneuvered his fully reformed but still weak wings back into his shirt. The media had converged upon the school like ants at a picnic, each hoping for the crumb that would be their big scoop. Izuku had watched every poor sap who entered through the gate get bombed with questions. Momo and Shoto were currently the ones being bombed. "Stand back, please," Momo said in a terse voice. "We are trying to get to school." And granted, a few did. Most were still asking questions, mostly about All Might. When one who hadn't given them space tried to grab Momo's blazer for an answer, Shoto grabbed their hand. "Back off," he told them. "If you try to lay a hand on a student again, I have no doubt you'll be in deep trouble, so save yourself the pain and ask your questions from a distance." This actually worked, as every single reporter jumped back like they had been burned. Or stung. Some of those with cameras even went so far as to stand across the street for fear of meeting the teens' icy gaze. That settled, Momo and Shoto stepped through the gate and onto UA's campus. But Shoto passed off a box to Momo and sat on the steps to the front door, keeping the media in check with the force of his presence. Izuku looked up when Momo entered the nurse's office with a Tupperware container filled with pastries. Izuku gasped. "Are there matcha macarons?" he asked. "Yes, all your favorites." She grinned. "Compliments of Shoto and Ms. Amelie. I think they may have stayed up all night baking them." Ms. Amelie had at some point just started letting them come and go as they please, which sometimes resulted in Shoto crashing on her couch or in her guest room to avoid going home. This probably meant he spent a good 2-3 RDS of his nights not in his own home, either sleeping at Ms. Amelie's or in Izuku's room on an air mattress. My dad would probably shrivel up and die at all the All Might merch, he explained at one point as Izuku insisted it was not a shrine for the 100th time, no way he'd come within 10 miles of this place. Izuku may gripe, but he always left his phone on sound and kept spare sheets and blankets on hand. He had offered Shoto the guest room, but it had been declined. Honeybee is guarding the gates, Momo explained. The press sure did look spooked after whatever he said to them. Izuku agreed. Hopefully they won't bother everyone. Momo hoped to some extent Izuku never lost this naive belief that the press wouldn't jump down their throats the second they could. Izuku ate the pastries they had brought, slipping a few into his bag where Nuru was hiding. Tiki did pop her head out of Momo's hair for a second to wave before hiding away again as Recovery Girl came inside. Well, if you think you can manage it, I won't stop you from attending classes. As far as I've been told, you won't be having any lessons that would require you to strain yourself. Just don't push your luck. I won't, he insisted. Honest, I'd rather avoid that happening ever again, if I can avoid it. He felt his wings twinge at the reminder. They began to make their way to homeroom, and after everyone else arrived, Shoto came in too, narrowly avoiding the late bell. Mr. Aizawa was at his desk staring into his coffee mug like it owed him money. No one was dumb enough to bother him. As everyone sat down, Izuku made his way over to Uraraka to slip her a note before going to his own desk. This also handily meant he didn't need to pass Bakugo. Achiko opened the note to see a phone number and, "Thanks for your help yesterday. You're an awesome partner," written down next to it. She did her best to hide her blush, and based on both Yaoyorozu and Ioma's looks, she failed. When the bell rang, Mr. Aizawa seemed to come to an agreement with his coffee and looked up at them. "Today, you'll be deciding your future." Everyone tensed up. Another quirk test? Another trial? Izuku wasn't sure he was quite ready for something like that. Hadn't Recovery Girl said "You need to pick who will be your class representative." There was a collective sigh from the class. For some reason their teacher felt the need to say everything like it was a matter of life and death. After that moment of calm, the storm really kicked up. Everyone was shouting on why they should be the class rep. Bakugo was shouting, and Izuku leaned further back in his seat to put as much distance between them as possible. Ida finally managed to calm everyone down, suggesting they all place 2 votes. "No doubt you want us to vote for you?" Kirishima pointed out. Izuku wondered why that was a bad thing. He already knew who he'd vote for, but if he had a 3rd vote, he was sure Ida would do a great job. What's to stop everyone from just voting for themselves? Mina wondered. Nothing, Momo pointed out, but for the sake of picking the best candidate, you should vote for whoever you think will do the best job, even if you use 1 vote on yourself. Everyone murmured about this before there was a general agreement. As Mr. Aizawa laid down on the floor, presumably to go back to sleep, Momo made a small box with a slit, while Ida tore strips of paper from his notebook, 2 for each person. Everyone scribbled down the names they wanted. Based on Bakugo's very fast scrawl, Izuku had no doubt he had voted for himself twice. He meanwhile put down his teammates' names. Momo was level-headed and respectful even when faced with backlash. And Shoto may be prickly, but he had a keen knowledge of how the hero world worked, because his father was as thorough as he was unlikable. He put his papers into the box and sat back down. After every vote had been cast, Ida wrote everyone's names down and began to tally off the votes. Most people had at least 1 vote, no doubt having voted for themselves. Uraraka, shockingly, had no votes, and Bakugo had 2 votes, both his own. Shoto also had 2 votes, and Momo had, to his great surprise, he had Izuku start in shock. Why him? He's been unconscious for half the school year so far. All right, UBStas, who voted for him? Bakugo shouted, causing Izuku to lean back again. Personally, he would like to know that too. Maybe 2 were Momo and Shoto? But who else? Mr. Aizawa finally sat up and looked at the board. All right, Midoriya is class representative, Yaoyorozu will be his deputy. The bell rang to signal lunch, and Izuku very quickly left, keeping his wings tucked close to his body. After a moment, Momo appeared on his right, Shoto behind him. Uraraka appeared on his other side and Ida behind her. "Thanks guys," he said, relieved. He still couldn't pull his wings back into his back without risking injuring them. And the last thing he wanted was to have them jostled in a crowded hallway. "No problem," Uraraka agreed. "Congrats you too. I'm glad it was you instead of Bakugo. We'll do our best." Momo agreed. Once they were in the cafeteria, Izuku separated. Izuku was going to wait until the crowds thinned out, and Uraraka and Ida offered to wait with him while Izuku shoved his teammates towards the lunch lines. "You left early to come and see me. I know you both are starving. Go," he said. "I'll be fine." They moved to an empty table that let Izuku's back be to the wall. "Uraraka," Izuku asked, fishing out his phone and responding to a text from his mother that he was feeling fine. "I was wondering, why didn't you vote for yourself?" She jolted slightly. "Oh, well, I wasn't really sure I'd do great at it. I actually voted for you too." Ida looked surprised. "That vote was yours? So you didn't vote for yourself either?" Izuku looked at the taller boy. He shook his head. "No, I voted for you and Yaoyorozu. You're courageous and can think quickly under stress. And Yaoyorozu is observant and no nonsense. I'm sure you'll both be fine." As Momo and Shoto joined them, they began discussing the different things that they should focus on as class representatives. I think we should also touch base with whoever the class reps are in Class 1B, Izuku suggested. "Just so we know who, and maybe we can work together, help each other?" Momo considered this. "That would be wise. I don't think I've even gotten to meet anyone in our sister class. I suppose I could ask Mr. Aizawa." They all said nothing for a second. "Or I should just email their homeroom teacher." She finished. They all nodded silently. Now that most had gotten their food, Izuku, Uraraka, and Ida all go to their own lunches. As they returned to the table, Shoto pulled a container from his bag and opened it to reveal a batch of chocolate chip cookies. "Help yourself," Shoto said, covertly sliding a different, opaque box under the table, no doubt for the Kwamis. Izuku and Momo didn't hesitate to grab a few, already knowing the quality of the treats. Ida and Uraraka were slower to take a cookie, but both's eyes lit up at the first bite. "Whoa," Uraraka said, still chewing the baked good. "These are amazing, Todoroki." "Thank you. You are extremely skilled." Ida agreed. Their conversation turned to other things. At some point, Uraraka needled Ida into talking about his family. He seemed rather worried about how they'd react. "If it's about the fact that your family comes from wealth, we really don't care," Shoto pointed out. Ida floundered at the remark as Uraraka cheered that she had been correct in her assumption. "Really, Ida," Izuku insisted, "we won't freak out." The taller boy took a deep breath. "Have you heard of the turbo hero, Ingenium?" Izuku's eyes lit up. No matter what, getting to talk about his favorite heroes always got him smiling. "Yeah. He's got over 65 sidekicks and his family owns their own." "Oh. Yes," Ida said, getting rather excited himself. "He is my older brother. An unmatched commander who honors the title of hero every day." Izuku was practically vibrating out of his seat. To clarify, he is freaking out for a different reason. Momo mumbled. "What's your brother really like? How does he choose his sidekicks? Are you going to work with him after school?" Izuku asked eagerly. He felt something be pushed into his hands and realized Nuru and Pollen had taken his notebook from his bag and were offering that and a pen to him. Izuku grinned as he flipped to a fresh page and began writing down everything Ida told him. The other three smiled at how excited Ida was to talk about his brother and family business, and how excited Izuku was to get to hear about it. But before they even had time to finish their food, an alarm bell began to ring over the lunchroom. While most of the newer students looked puzzled, the second and third years began to panic. "Warning, Level 3 security breach. All students please evacuate the building in an orderly fashion." Students began yelling, everyone trying to force their way out the cafeteria as fast as possible. "Where do we go?" Ida questioned. "This is why we attend orientation," Izuku thought bitterly. As they were all benign shoved. His friends were doing their best to keep him from being squished. His wings twinged as Momo was shoved into them even as she forced herself back and apologized. I'm getting trampled. Izuku looked down and saw a uniform being stepped on, only a uniform. Hagakure. Izuku managed to bend down and pull her up. Thanks. She said shakily. She sounded like she had been crying. Uraka was shoved into Ida, who was shoved into Izuku, who yelped as someone else stepped on his wings, as he was still struggling to keep Hagakure standing. It's a total mob. Ida managed to push himself towards the windows to look outside. The press? He said, and Izuku's eyes widened. His head swiveled around, and sure enough, the dozens of reported from that morning were now right at the front door, talking to Mr. Aizawa and Present Mike, who were trying to force them out. It is the press. He shouted. Momo. The taller girl looked at him and nodded. Uraraka, make Momo weightless. He told the brunette, who thankfully was still with their group. Hagakure, help me give her a boost. As soon as Uraraka tapped her hand, Ida had to pull her to the window, as well as another wave of students shoved into them. As Momo began to levitate, both Hagakure and Izuku managed to push her heels and hand her flying above the crowd. Momo made a grappling hook as she jumped and used it to zip above everyone to a pipe and exit door sign that everyone was pushing towards. Everyone stop. She shouted, and the crowd's eyes all snapped to her. Everyone stopped moving and stared. Everything is okay. It's the media that managed to get onto campus. Just reporters. So everyone calm down. You're endangering yourselves and your fellow students. Return to your classrooms calmly. There were many sighs of relief. Izuku finally had space to let go of Hagakure, and Ito wasn't using his body as a shield for Uraraka. The pace out the door was still swift but no longer panicked. And as the last of the students exited the hall, Momo dropped down, crouching with the impact before standing and dusting off her skirt. She hadn't even wrinkled her uniform. Where the hell were the teachers? Hagakure screamed. Now that she was standing on her own, Izuku could tell she was favoring one leg over the other. I think they were more focused on getting the press out. Izuku said, looking out the window. A few other staff members were now trying to keep the press at bay, no doubt waiting for the police to arrive. Do you need to go to the nurse? I'm fine. She insisted. You got trampled. Shoto pointed out. Izuku lifted his now bent wing. I have to go to Recovery Girl anyway. Oh, Aizu dash. Momo moved as if to touch the injured wing before retracting her hand. Uraraka looked a little green, and Izuku didn't think it had anything to do with her quirk. Your wings just can't catch a break. Izuku's face pinched as he looked at the bent chitin. I think I'll keep them tucked away once they are healed while at school from now on. We will inform Mr. Aizawa of your location, should he return to class before you. Ida nodded. Both of you. Hagakure relented, and Izuku let her lean on him as they headed to the nurse. You're quickly becoming a familiar face. She noted with narrowed eyes. Not my fault, Izuku grumbled, that the second there is a hint of trouble everyone runs like sheep. Since he was well rested, the bend mended itself, and he even felt his wings could be folded away now. Which he did, unwilling to risk another incident. Hagakure's leg had what they guessed would be a nasty bruise if they could see it. Apparently someone had stepped on her leg with all of their weight, and she was lucky there wasn't a fracture. But after a few minutes, they were both deemed fit to return to class. Izuku rested a hand on his bag, wondering if he could peek at Nuru to ensure the Kwami hadn't been roughed up in the mad dash for the exit. They made it to the door at the same moment Mr. Aizawa came into the hall. None of them said anything, and they all found their seats. They quickly delegated the class officers to those who wanted each position, and brought up the idea of connecting with their sister class, which was agreed upon by everyone. Minus Bakugo, who technically just didn't vote. Izuku finally got to take a breather. As much as he already liked the school, he desperately hoped that not every day was this exciting. +X+. Yuga Ioma was sitting on the train home, smiling to himself. Granted, that was also just kind of his face's default expression. Some people had resting beach face, and Yuga had resting, I just smelled a rose, face, as his parents called it. But this time he was actually smiling. And it felt like the first time in a long time he had something to really smile about. Baiseol, tell me about your heroes? Yuga looked up at the woman with wide eyes and an eager grin. They didn't look much alike anymore. Her hair had long lost its blonde hue, and instead she had strands of silver that glowed like the fairies in his storybooks. She grinned a familiar smile though, and her equally silver eyes sparked with something young and carefree. "You know their stories already. Tell me again," he insisted. The old woman chuckled and patted the seat next to her. Her hands glowed as light began to wrap around itself to form shapes. "When I was very young, there were no quirks," she explained to him, "but we had something much better. Do you know what that is?" Yuga nodded eagerly. "Magic." "That's right, mon petit bijou," she said as the light made a little red and black spotted bug and a dark furred cat. Magic. He had already snapped a picture of the schedule he had been forced to steal and sent it off. Normally this sort of thing would leave him dreading facing his parents. Their pitying gaze, their tired eyes. But today he just greeted his maman with a kiss on the cheek with a smile before heading to his room. Yuga put his bag down and managed to catch a glimpse of himself in the mirror. For a brief second he could see that little boy smiling back at him. There were people who would use that magic for evil. A purple butterfly landed on the figure of a man who warped into something scary. A blue feather changed into monster. Yuga held onto his bicycle's arm tightly. But there were others who would use it for good. The butterfly and feather monsters vanished as two humans in red and black fought them. Years ago his bicycle would recreate entire fights, even the words. But now the lights were small and she focused on telling the important stuff instead. But now she spoke in a voice that was not hers. "Miraculous ladybug." There was a swirl of pink and red light as a swarm of ladybugs wrapped around the two and then around Yuga as he giggled madly. "The government calls them liars now, bah." She swatted at the air. "But those who were there remember our heroes. Our protectors. The miraculous." The lights formed into a handful of little jewels. Ladybug earrings, a cat's paw ring, a foxtail pendant, a turtle shell bracelet, a honeybee comb, a butterfly's brooch, a peacock's fan BRST pin. "The miraculous," he whispered like it was a secret. "The miraculous," Yuga said quietly to himself in the privacy of his room. He had long since given up hope that he'd ever get to see any magic for himself. Days of playing Ladybug and Chatmore died with his bicycle. It's not that his parents didn't know about them, or his grandfather. But they had given up hope a long time ago. His parents had looked for a different kind of miracle to help him, and got the wrong kind. But now? Yuga smiled to himself. He hadn't been positive at the entrance exam, sure the white butterflies reminded him of the stories, of scarce videos and newspaper clippings. But after yesterday, seeing the champion, the lucky charm, he had actually gotten to see the miraculous in use. There were 3 in his class. No doubt Todoroki was the bee, with how close he was to the other 2. Yuga grinned. His parents had looked for a miracle and found him a curse. But now there were 3 miracles close enough for him to reach out and touch. He knew what the miraculous were capable of. They were stronger than any quirk, he had little doubt. All for one wouldn't know what hit him.